Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's back there somewhere. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported. Heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats $100 and up will be read/answered. We've boosted it today just because we have a lot to get through. We've got a big panel, so want to make sure that we get through everything smoothly today. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message, $200 and up. Triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We've got channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. YouTube said they were introducing this feature where the host channel could gift out 10 memberships a month. Still not working. Andrew, have you seen? Anyways, I don't know if it's fully rolled out to all channels, but once it is, I'll start gifting memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked, don't be a criminal, get some merch. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us here. We are looking for sponsors, guys. We've done over 100 episodes, only a handful of sponsors. So if you're interested in sponsoring the Whatever podcast, our viewership is fantastic. Our demographics are fantastic. And so consider sponsoring us. Okay. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. Just really, I'm the, kind of spearheading this movement. So, give us a follow. And if you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. Guys, there's our Clips channel. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers on the Clips channel. I don't know if you guys know this. We got a plaque here. Mods, if you can spam in the chat. Trying to get that million YouTube award for the Clips channel. We're like 75,000 subscribers away. So go give us a sub over there, guys. And guys, last thing, we got a Discord. Finally, Nick, if you're able to pull it up, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. Yeah, the whole Discord. Caveat, for the time being, this is a members only Discord. You can sign up and gain access via our Patreon, patreon.com/whatever. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the panelists do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast or the host. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, so where you're from, and occupation. Starting with you, go ahead.
So my name's Isabella. I'm 22. I've had to move to a bunch of places. So I don't know where I'd say I'm from. And I get brand deals for influencers as my job.
Where are you currently located?
Like Southern California area.
Okay. So for most of your life, did you grow up in Southern California?
No.
Oh.
Was
your family in the military, or?
No.
Oh, because you said you moved around a lot when you were young.
Yeah, I lived in like Egypt, Canada, UK,
shit. Okay.
Texas.
Egypt. Okay. All right. You've been okay.
Yeah, I graduated high school in Egypt.
Oh, Cairo?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I've heard. Okay, I shouldn't. Okay, never mind. Okay. What about you?
I'm Des. I'm 21 and I live in LA. My occupation. I have like 4 jobs. I take care of my grandma. I have a 9 to 5.
Nick.
I'm a stripper and I do OnlyFans.
Oh. Hi, I'm Holly. I'm 22, also LA, and I'm in marketing.
All right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Sophia. I'm 31. I live in San Diego and I work for the government.
All right, cool.
Hello, I'm Lizzie. I am 35 as of this week. I gosh. Oh, I'm from Santa Clara, originally from Berkeley, and I am a receptionist.
All right, welcome.
Hi, I'm Rose. I'm 28 years old. I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I run a business, a gift shop with my husband, and I'm also a housewife.
Do you get inundated with comments about The Office, given where you're from?
Oh, yeah. There's
Scranton,
tourists
okay.
on the regular, so yeah.
All right, what about you?
Hi, I'm Mesa. I'm 21. I currently live in Los Angeles, full-time film student and event producer.
Okay, welcome.
My name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. I'm a political satirist. I do political commentary, and I do debates.
All right, welcome everybody. So we're going to go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you. Go ahead.
So I'm in a relationship, and my longest relationship I've ever been in was 11 months.
Is that your current relationship?
No.
How long have you been in this relationship?
2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks?
Yeah, it's super new.
How long have you known the person?
I first met him in like June.
In June. Okay, so did you guys start off as friends or?
Well, I met him at the gym, so like I would see him at the gym occasionally.
You met
And
him
then-
at the gym, okay.
Yeah, actually, I met him with one of his friends, and I became friends with his friend, and it was like platonic. And one day I was just like joking around, like, help me find someone. He was like, oh, what about my friend who you met at the gym? So he set us up, and we had our first date like a couple months ago.
How did you guys meet at the gym? Did you, someone approach somebody or?
Well, I go in the sauna after every workout, like just about every day.
Okay.
And that's usually when people talk to each other, because you're just
You
sitting
talk
there.
in the sauna? Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. Are you in the steam sauna or the dry sauna?
The dry sauna.
You talk. I'm sorry. Hold on. As somebody who I have a sauna at my house. I used to sauna in the gym.
Yeah.
I fucking hated it when people were talking in there. And if they talked to me, I wanted to. Okay, all right. Maybe I don't know what your gym is looking like, but people are talking in the
like to-
fucking 160-degree sauna.
Because they like to pass the time, so they can.
How
sit
long are you in there
longer.
for?
Like 20 minutes, 10.
How
20.
hot's the sauna?
I think it's 180 or.
It's a hot sauna.
Yeah.
It's miserable to talk in a sauna because it dries out your throat. Okay, anyways, I'm just being a buzzkill over here. So you guys met in the sauna.
Yeah.
Who started?
Pretty combative about this whole song.
Yeah, I have strong opinions about talking in saunas. I'm against it. I think it should be outlawed. I think filming in gyms should be outlawed. You shouldn't be able to film in the gym. Anyways, so like, how did the conversation start? Oh, what brings you to the sauna? It's really hot in here.
Well, when we first met, like it was him and two of his friends. They came in talking, and they were like making jokes.
Oh, it
and
stinks.
I kind of just like butt into their conversation because I had just moved, so I didn't know anyone. I was trying to make friends.
Okay. All right, good times. And then okay.
Yeah.
That's a good place to meet your future boyfriend or husband, just dripping with sweat and stinky in the sauna. It's great. It's great. Definitely there should not be talking in a sauna. Let me just rant for 5 minutes about this. You shouldn't talk in a sauna. If you guys ever see me in a sauna in Helsinki or some shit, please don't talk to me. Okay, talk to me outside the sauna. Okay, anyways.
My longest relationship was like 3 years, and then I'm talking to somebody, talking stage.
So okay, longest relationship 3 years. How long have you been in the talking stage?
Maybe since like December.
So like 2 months?
2 months, yeah.
2 months? Okay. And are you talking to other people?
Mm-mm.
So this is like an exclusive talking stage?
Yeah, it's weird though, cause like we don't really talk unless like we're hanging out. Like,
Sounds like
that's why
you're
I'm
in a
like,
fuck buddy situation. I don't know that.
Well,
You don't talk unless you're hanging out? Like, do you, what do you mean, like, so how does your text messages with this guy, is it with a man?
Yeah. It's like,
Is it like come over at 11
like when
p.m.?
we're ready to hang out, it's like, okay, like.
Do you pre-plan dates? Like, oh, are you free on Tuesday at 5 p.m.?
We like have tried to, but we both work like
Mhm.
a lot, so it's hard to hang out. So there's only like one day out of the week where we can like see each other.
Okay.
And then it's at night, and then I have to leave in the morning to go to work. So it's just like a
You spend the night?
yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
okay. All right. So you
Yeah.
come over at night? Okay, all right. You said it's a talking stage. Do you want more with this person?
I would want more, and like I think he wants more. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I don't know. I don't want to waste my time either.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I don't have exes. And I would say unavailable.
Okay, no exes, and you're currently unavailable. So you're romantically involved with somebody then?
Perhaps.
What do you mean, perhaps?
So sneaky.
I like to keep things pretty vague, you know? But going well.
She doesn't want certain men to hear that she's involved with certain men because
Why? Go on.
I mean that's the way I'm gonna take
it's like,
that.
I just think situationships are so childish, right? Like the label is so childish.
Which is what you currently find yourself in?
By definition, maybe. But I'm saying unavailable because I'm not gonna like, it's my personal decision if I'm gonna like give you that ability to make me unavailable, even though you haven't like outright said it, if that makes any sense.
I have no idea what you just
Okay,
said.
because like situationships are like, someone always gets played in a situationship, right? Its situationship is never like a fair game. So if I'm making myself unavailable, right, I am going in with the mindset that I'm treating it with the responsibility like I would a relationship, but at the same token, I like don't have any expectations.
But isn't that just the same thing? Just calling it something different?
It's a situationship? No, because like one person like doesn't think that they're in a situationship. That's usually how it works.
Okay.
I don't know. That's just my take.
It just seems like the same thing, but with a different label.
I don't know. I'm maybe just
So
gaslighting myself.
you're currently romantically involved with an individual.
Maybe, yeah.
What do you It's not maybe. It's a yes. It's a yes or no. So okay, but you said you've never, we'll come back to that, but you've never been involved romantically for a long period of time with somebody.
Oh, I have. I just don't claim it.
What do you mean don't claim it?
Like I
Because
like
you regret
I disassociate.
dating like a gangbanger, is that it?
No, I just like disassociate. Like once I'm like done with you, like I forget about you, and like I don't like to carry that in my past.
Well, let's look at it objectively. Objectively, were you romantically involved?
Okay, yeah.
Like, would your friends be able to say from 2021 to 2023 she was in a relationship with X man, not like the cartoon?
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's just call it something different.
Okay, yeah.
What we would call exes. Do you have anything that we would call? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Took about 5 minutes to wait. So okay, what's the longest?
It was about a year.
About a year.
Yeah.
But you those relationships were so poor that you choose to you want them completely out of your mind. They were so bad.
I just
Grant?
get the ick towards the end, and I'm like, what am I doing with myself? And I just like don't want anything to do with you.
Okay. But you were actually, they weren't imaginary relationships.
No,
you did,
not
in fact,
imaginary people.
you did in fact have these relationships, but you choose to like push them
Disassociate.
into the darkest corners of your mind and
Correct.
basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So-
think I got it. So you have exes, but you don't call them exes because it's part
Like,
of
I
the
would-
mechanism for you moving forward.
I would never acknowledge them in public.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. But going back to your current situation, so it sounds like you're dating somebody.
You can call it that.
Okay. All right. You care to elaborate a little bit? You know, been seeing him for a couple months. Do you consider him your boyfriend?
I think I'm being. It's been a couple months. Things are evolving.
Are you dating multiple men right now?
No, I would never do that.
Stop the cap.
Okay. All right. I don't even know what to put for your relationship status. I'm just gonna say it's complicated.
It's complicated.
It's complicated.
Kinda.
I don't know if it's actually complicated, but my understanding of it is.
She's my bestie, so like she knows.
Yeah,
I'm
Isabella,
not
just
lying,
rat,
right?
just rat on your friend.
I'm not a snitch. first of all.
Snitch. I'll give you
No
a good
snitches
deal
here.
on your.
But they're not imaginary though, right?
What's it called?
People.
No, they're real people. Like I've met them.
See, keyword they, there, which is plural. So I'm fair to assume that she's dating multiple people.
No.
not
I'm being,
her.
I'm being really good
The
right
term you used was a plural word.
Yeah, I've met her exes past
Oh,
whatever.
sure.
I like the
Okay,
quotes
alright.
with the X's, by the way.
Mm, but I've
Alright.
met the one individual she's hanging out with right now.
Is it an NBA player?
I can't disclose
We can't
that
disclose.
information.
NFL? Professional
I
athlete?
can't- I had to
rapper?
Why is a
sign an
professional
NDA.
athlete?
Sprinter? What?
No.
One of them was in one of your exes was in the NBA.
No, I'm young. I'm
Oh.
really young. Like we haven't got to that level. Well, I actually kind of like where I'm at right now.
Okay.
Sorry, let me shut up.
All right. Well, we can maybe get into that later. What about you?
Oh, that's my train of thought. But I've been single for about a year and a half. Longest relationship was 6 years. Yeah, what was the third question?
No, I think that's it. So longest relationship, 6 years. Were you married?
Yes, but not legally.
Into the mic if you can.
Yes, but not legally.
Not legally.
Mm-hmm.
So it was there was a religious ceremony.
Yeah, there was a certificate that got lost in the mail, and it was never recorded. So.
Was this like a Vegas?
No, it was a
thing?
real ceremony and reception. It just,
Was it a covenant marriage?
mhm,
Okay.
yeah,
Oh.
we just did it by the river and
What's the denomination?
Christian. I mean,
Like a specific, no specific, okay.
no,
Okay.
non-denominational.
What about you?
Yes, I am in a relationship. It'll be 3 years in July. So excited.
Okay.
And my longest relationship was a little over 4 years.
All right. Cool. What about you?
I'm happily married. We've been together 7 years. So.
Can I have you tilt your mic down just a tad? A little more, if you can. A little more? Perfect. Okay. You said you've been married for 7 years, you said?
7. I haven't been married 7 years. We've been together.
You've been together
seven-
for 7 years. And that's your longest relationship, I'm assuming? Okay. How long have you guys been married?
We got married in July of 2022, last year.
July of 2022. Okay.
Kind of feels like we were married before that, but we got officially married.
You know what? We have something to pull up here. We
Okay.
took a deep dive on your Instagram.
Okay.
And Nick, if you can
Kinda
pull it
sketchy.
up. So, whoa, hold on. Was this armpit hair? Well, hold on, you can pull it up, Nick. Wait, what?
I didn't used to shave my armpits.
Okay, but hold on. I know this is kind of like non sequitur seeming, but I'm arriving at a next one, Nick, or go back next. I mean. Oh.
We're gonna scroll right.
Yeah, but how did you? Oh my God, bro. Wasn't it already set? Okay.
We're doing this one, right?
Yeah. Wait. Oh,
Oh, that's my husband.
Yeah. X out of that, Nick. That's not the one. Okay. This one.
Oh, great.
Okay. Up.
Oh, we're looking at my whole Instagram.
That one. Yep.
What are we looking
You
for?
can-
I can help you.
This one. And then, but hold on. I noticed.
It was shaved there?
No. I noticed something. Okay.
Oh, Jordan Peterson?
Nick. You met Jordan Peterson.
Yup.
Did you shave your armpits for it?
I don't remember.
And then wait, actually
I
go
think I was
back,
shaving him at
Nick.
that
You
point.
go back. X out. Scroll up. And then your whole after you met Jordan Peterson, your whole Instagram changed. Is it you have a kid?
No, that's my
okay.
niece.
Whole Instagram changed. Like you went from like colored hair feminist, armpit hair feminist.
I mean, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I just colored my hair. It's not.
But it's weird. You had color hair, armpit hair. Then you
Yeah.
all of a sudden you
Yeah.
meet Jordan Peterson. Your
Yeah.
whole life changes.
Yeah.
So Jordan Peterson is doing God's work. Okay.
He definitely influenced me. I don't know if it was like quite like that, but
Did he make you clean your room?
That fell a
Bucko?
little flat, guys. Sorry. All right. What about you? What's
Sorry. Okay. Currently in a relationship, and longest was 8 months.
all right? How long you been in your current relationship?
1 week.
1 week. I missed writing down your age. What's your age?
21.
21. Okay. You've been in a relationship for 1 week. How long have you known this individual?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. How do you guys meet?
Online, Instagram.
Instagram? Who DM'd who?
I think I DM'd first.
You DM'd him? What was your pickup line? Opening line?
No pickup line. We just had people that we knew mutually, so. Yeah.
In Chile? You're Chilean?
No, I said mutually. We knew
sorry.
mutually. Sorry.
Wait, so what was, like, what was the first, because you said you didn't know each other in person first.
Yeah.
So, like, you sent the first message. What did you say?
Oh, I just said, hey, what's up? Like, yeah.
That was your, that was your opening line?
Yeah. Yeah.
And what did he say back?
Hi.
God, that's...
Simple as good.
And then where did it go? Can you read out, like, the first couple back and forths of your DMs? He said hi back. That's it?
I mean, I don't remember word for word, but we pretty much got introduced to someone we know, kind of like was like, hey, you should meet each other and stuff. So it was
like
based off
kind
of
of
that. So he was kind of the communication was expected, if that makes sense.
Going in, someone was kind of trying to set you guys up.
Yes.
Okay. All right. There you have it,
random.
folks. All right. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, I'm married for 100 years now.
100 years.
Mhm.
He's a
long time.
vampire.
Yeah.
He's there you have it.
But
Okay.
yeah.
Good times. Okay, well, a good jumping off point. I think the first thing I'd want. Actually, you know what? So, okay, guys, the syllabus for today, is syllabus the right word? I don't know. The syllabus for today, we're gonna react to Sean Evans, who was dating this OnlyFans girl. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, we do have one girl who does OnlyFans here. I think it's you. Oh, guys, a little round of applause for Brian. Only just one OnlyFans girl, okay? Sean Evans was romantically linked with an OnlyFans woman, and the news got out, and people were kind of dunking on him on social media, and then almost instantly, and this happened on Valentine's Day, he broke up with her. Why don't we start there, Nick? Why don't you pull up the various tweets we have? Sean Evans from Hot Ones is reported, she's not an OnlyFans girl, she's a porn star. Yeah. Melissa Stratton, okay? Now, Sean Evans, if you don't know who Sean Evans is, he's got a show called Hot Ones. I don't know how many subscribers, it's millions of subscribers, very popular. It's probably over 10 million. I think it's a very popular show. He eats hot chicken wings with various, he gets very big guests on there. Very successful guy. Dating a porn star, Melissa Stratton. Next one. Adam22, who we've had on the podcast 2 times. He says, congrats, Sean, her pussy is fire because Adam22 has had sexual intercourse with Sean Evans' girlfriend. Now, next one. This next one, actually, I got these out of order. Next one, Nick. TMZ, breaking story. Hot Ones host Sean Evans breaks up with porn star Melissa Stratton. And then there's another, we don't have to go, it's okay. Adam22 was Adam22's funny, but he was just kind of like trolling. He made this funny video, basically upset, like how dare Sean Evans break up with her because she's a sex worker. And he was kind of memeing. But so, unfortunately, this would have been a better thing to bring up with a panel with a few more OnlyFans girls, but it's recent, so we're gonna fucking talk about it. Any thoughts on that? Was Sean Evans wrong? Because I mean, look, we don't know the details of who knows if they were even fucking dating. Maybe they were just spotted together at an event. Somebody took a photo, and you know how the tabloids run with it. Let's assume though that they were dating, whatever. Do you object to Sean Evans breaking up with her? And we're assuming this is the case because she does porn.
Well, I think if that was really an issue for him, he wouldn't have gotten in a relationship with her in the first place. And if the only reason he broke up with her was because it got out to the public, and then it's the public's opinion that swayed his perception of her, then I think it's wrong in that if it was really an issue to begin with, he should have never initiated the relationship in the first place.
Okay.
I agree. I think that there might be a little like insecurity underlying there, but
Well,
if that's the only reason that you're breaking up with somebody,
is it insecurity?
or you just
If
get
Adam
tired.
22 goes, "Hey bro, her pussy's fire," and he goes, "Maybe I don't think this is such a good idea now," right? Maybe
Yeah,
this
tired of
guy
the
who lets
trolls.
other dudes hump his chick, if he's memeing on me
Nick,
on
that's the
Twitter,
wrong
maybe
split on.
not such a great idea, right?
Yeah, but if you're getting into it with a porn star, shouldn't you already know that like what you're getting into, like that's the territory that you're coming towards?
Temporary lapse in judgment, maybe.
I mean, yeah, that's on him, you know, but that's
What if she didn't disclose? Actually, he probably knew. But we have had girls come on the show who do OnlyFans or porn, or who are even have done, what's the courtesan? Prostitution, I'll just say it.
Courtesan?
Escorting, prostitution, who don't disclose to potential partners that they're involved with that kind of work. I assume he knew, though, so Isabella does raise a fair point. He probably knew getting in. Who knows why they actually broke up, but it's definitely not a good look for Adam 22 to be putting you on blast on Twitter saying her pussy, what did he say? Her pussy is fire. Yes, not a good look.
God, that's fucking hilarious, dude. That's the funniest thing I've seen in a week. Is that guy was like, "Congrats, bro." It's so
Adam
good over
22 is
there.
fucking hilarious. Like, you might not agree with him, but like Adam 22 is fucking
That's
hilarious.
the funniest shit ever. So he shaves this dude out of being with this porn star because he's like, "I fucked her." That's great. That's like one of the greatest things I've seen all week.
Well, he was getting dragged by a bunch of other people too. But let's continue. Any thoughts? We'll go around the table.
I agree with the ladies. I just feel like if you're going to be involved with somebody who does sex work, you need to know what it comes with, the turf, and you need to be able to handle, potentially having to see her online with other dudes or people coming at you.
But what if a guy is naive initially going in and he doesn't, maybe he's, doesn't know that you're going to have Adam 22 congratulating you on your girlfriend's pussy and how fire it is. Like I could see a guy who's a bit, maybe he's naive, let's say, when it comes to romantic,
I wouldn't expect that from I would expect that behavior from like a regular dude, but a guy who's a public figure or is making X amount of money, who's knows that's the turf.
It's just crazy to me. Like Sean Evans he's probably makes millions of dollars a year. He's got an incredibly successful channel. He's not a bad looking guy, not a bad looking guy. You gotta why are you dating a porn star, dude? Anyways, what about you?
I mean, I have nothing to add to their statements. He probably went in knowing, and then his ego got blasted online and decided to end it. That's basically
Here,
what it sounds like.
if you're struggling to come up with anything, he also broke up with her on Valentine's Day. Do you guys feel any sort of type of way about that?
So I just have I believe that men love to break up with women on Valentine's Day because they don't want to get them any gifts. So it's just an excuse.
So they're awesome?
What, the men?
Yeah.
No, it's awful.
Well, I mean, think about it.
Do it
if
2
you
weeks
know you were
before
going
so
to
I
break
can get
up
a
with
new-
her,
Yeah.
right? You know it's going to happen. Why wait till after you buy the gift?
He probably didn't buy the gift.
Right, that's the whole point.
Yeah,
But
so
then-
give her
then do
2
it
weeks before
before.
so she can find a new
Yeah, but what if he only
Valentine.
figured it out, the day before? He's like, okay, well, now this is perfect timing.
Well, then
I don't even have to
get
buy
a
the
gift
gift.
and just wait until after, and then
Yeah, buy the gift and then
No,
and
don't
then
g-
break
don't-
up.
don't
Yeah,
get the
exactly.
gift.
Don't buy the gift.
just break up after.
I don't know.
I mean, if some
Classic
type of
move.
problem happens to coincidentally come up on Valentine's Day, then I'm sure you wouldn't want to wait, because it's like, let's say you find out your partner cheated on you and it happens to be on Valentine's Day, then sure, you should break up with them on Valentine's Day. But you shouldn't specifically wait for that day to break up with them.
Oh, well, I don't think that's what happened, though, right?
Yeah.
Your thoughts on the Sean Evans story?
Well, I think if, as the woman in this situation, if I was her and that video came out, I'd kind of be, expecting it, and I'd have to take ownership of my choices, because I could sit there and be upset, with Mr. Hot Ones about this, or but that would be a waste of my mental energy. I would probably want to focus on what I could fix.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with.
Hold on, just a
Grid
sec.
One Motorsports donated $200.
Yo, Grid One, thank you, man.
Rule
Appreciate
number
it.
1 is sex workers are not date material. I will say it again for the cheap seats. There is no man out there that is not gonna feel a bit betrayed if another man can ask him how his deck tastes.
It's true.
That's
true.
That's your best super chatter, by the way.
Yeah, Grid One is an absolute legend. Oh, also, I just want to really quickly, we have you know, there's been some incidences recently, so I have some extra security here. You know, he's not in a German military uniform. It's a modern. This is a modern Chile military uniform. So any people who want to throw out any accusations that somehow I'm, you know, no, it's Chile. Okay. Anyways, your thoughts on the Sean Evans thing? Thank you, Grid One, by the way.
I think going into a relationship with someone, knowing what their profession is, you do bear a little bit of responsibility for consequences that might come after that. But I also don't blame him because, again, how would he have known that Adam22 was going to post a tweet like that? I might also question my relationship if something were to come out after the fact, and it made me feel that way. And I don't think the fact that he broke up with her on Valentine's Day matters.
Andrew, any further thoughts on the Sean Evans?
I think the Valentine's Day is just like the ultimate irony, but from my perspective, it's fucking hilarious. And Adam22 did something good on that one, I think. But that's just me.
Okay. We have, let me see here. Do you see this, Andrew? Step 1, open another tab on YouTube. Step 2, type in the fake Christians on YouTube can't stop lying.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with any
Step
of that
3,
stupid
enjoy the rabbit hole. Okay. This name looks familiar. Anyways, we have Grid 1 Motorsports, Evening Brain, excuse me. Good work on the panel. Enough red flags at this table to land all the planes currently aloft. Is that the ghost of 304 Tricks Past I see, or did you borrow the latest Android from Elon? Is it Ellen or Elon? I always fuck his name up. Elon Musk, right?
Yeah.
It's Elon. I don't know why
It's
I'm calling him
Elon,
Ellen. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Grid One. Wait, who's the ghost? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it. Let me see. Oh, we have a chat here from the Vamp Guy 10. When do Layla Jenner or Molly Little coming back on the podcast? I love them. Well, actually, I think Molly's coming tomorrow, and then Layla, we've been trying to schedule her back, but I think she'll come back eventually. Vamp Guy 10, thank you for the €100. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Let's see what else we got. What was the other thing we had to pull up, Nick? There was another thing we were going to react to. Actually, before we do that, so one thing I've been doing recently, does anybody here disagree with me on anything? Maybe you've seen clips of the show and there's something I've said that you disagree with. Maybe you've seen Andrew on the show. Maybe there's something you disagree with him on. So I like to start there for anybody who disagrees on anything. I think that's a good jumping off point. Anybody?
I do have a slight point of contention with your non.
Please tell us.
With your nonprofit.
Yes. Yes. Tell me.
To use your words,
yes.
I think it's a little bit in bad faith because getting real here.
Bad faith?
Yes, because I think that ultimately girls are just sending you their pictures of things you like, which happen to be big labia. I don't think it's a nonprofit.
All right, what's the story here?
Big labia matter, guys. The BLM, you know, yeah.
So I think it would be.
I've done so much advocacy for this movement. Like I said, I am the spearhead. I'm the spearhead. I'm a fucking trailblazer. There's no other dude standing up and saying, hold on, there's a fucking Kanye thing for this. Actually, fuck it. There's no other dude standing up defending women who have Audis. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. Now, you have to remember, I've actually stated in a rather sarcastic tone before, although I've cut it from my show intro because it tends to be lengthy. I say absolutely no ulterior motives with with it.
Yeah, you say that, but
Yeah,
I
I
don't
say
know
it, so it's
if
like
I
I'm not
believe
like
that.
secretive about my ulterior motives with that.
Okay.
But it's
I think because you do discuss, you're very, I forgot how you say it. You're a natural
Hashtag BLM in the chat,
beauty
boys.
supremacist. So I think it would be better.
Natural body supremacist.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So I think it would be better maybe. What if you just broadened it to just all, like anyone who's thinking of surgery or any sort of thing, they could all message you. I think
You know
that
what?
would
That's going to be my next nonprofit organization, but I want to start with something niche. I want to start with something a bit more niche because, listen, when I run for mayor of Santa Barbara eventually, and then eventually the state of California, I'm going to run for governor. One of my platforms is going to be I want plastic surgery. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to press. Sorry. I accidentally pressed a button. I'm going to ban plastic surgery in the great state of California. That's right. No more fucking BBLs. No more fake lips. No more fucking lipo. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
But what if it's like medically necessary?
Oh, there's medically necessary
like
lip
if you
filler.
have like a deviated septum and you need a nose
Yeah,
job.
that's fine. If it's medically indicated, I will allow
Breast
it.
reduction.
But it has to go through a review board.
Okay.
It's going to be a big government thing. There's going to be a review board to make sure that it actually is medically necessary.
It's gonna be like a lengthy 2 month.
But bro, there ain't
process.
ever here. Is there ever a medical reason to get a BBL?
I would say no.
No.
Probably
I would say
not.
no.
What about lip filler?
Lip filler?
Probably not.
No.
Yeah. So, whose vote are you guys down to? Do I have your guys'
No.
endorsement for the
It would
no
that
endorsement?
Be your first course of action is
Into the microphone, please.
No.
Yeah, no plastic surgery. I'd ban
That would
it.
be your first thing. You get
I'd-
into office, you have all this power. That's
That's
what
my
you focus
first
on.
thing I go to is I'm banning plastic surgery. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
If I
Priorities.
And I'm also banning any feminist studies programs at any of the public universities too. Yeah. Defunds the feminists.
Maybe start with that one.
Yeah.
I will say
Any
I
extremists.
don't really, I'm not a fan of body
of-
modification, but I wouldn't want to outlaw it because I just would prefer less government with, just do what you want to do. I just wouldn't recommend it.
Well, here's where you've confused me for a democracy supporter. I'm actually an authoritarian dictator. So if I did gain control in some way, look at this guy standing behind me. First off, do you see this guy? This is my second in command here. Okay, when I get power. First off, right now I'm in the sweatshirt, but wait until you see me in the military uniform. I look very sharp and I can be very convincing. Okay, I will convince the masses to vote for me, and then
Cap or no cap?
Cap or no cap?
Yeah, when you're in the uniform.
That's a good question.
That's what matters.
I think right now my hair looks pretty good, so maybe when I start balding.
So you're
I'll-
gonna be a no cap dictator.
no cap. Is
Yeah.
that there's those are the distinctions?
It's a thing. You're
Stalin
a cap or a
didn't have
no
it.
cap.
Stalin had
was
great hair.
He was a no cap dictator.
I would be a no cap dictator. If I start
No
to
cap
bald,
dictator.
I think I'll start wearing a hat.
I feel like those are the more popular dictators.
the no cap.
Yeah, no
was
cap.
was. What are the other no cap? What are some of the other no cap dictators? Dating podcast.
Well, it's hard because some of them, sometimes they're a cap dictator, right? Hitler was a cap or no cap dictator.
He was a half and half.
Yeah, he did both. Stalin, no cap dictator.
no
really,
cap.
For the
I
most
don't think
part.
sometimes I've seen him in the cap.
Yeah, but this is like for the most part,
Mm.
right, he was a no cap.
Mussolini sometimes had a cap. He had a weird one though. I didn't like Mussolini's cap.
Yeah, well, he was bald though.
He was bald.
Yeah, so that
He
makes
rocked
sense.
the bald head though.
He did. He
He
did
did
okay.
rock the bald
You guys want
head.
to continue this?
I'm trying to
We'll,
think. Who was the Spanish? Who was the Spanish guy? What was during World War
Draco?
No,
Or Franco?
Franco.
Sorry. Yeah,
Franco. What about the Japanese? Who was their?
I feel like
Who was the emperor?
I feel like
They
their
had an
emperors
emperor.
were no cap. Yeah.
They were no cap.
When they were in public.
Yeah.
And then
Speaking of which, I want the girls here related to World War II. I want you to name 3 Axis powers and 3 Allied powers, starting with Isabella. Go ahead.
In World War II?
Yeah, so 3 Axis powers, 3 Allied powers.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't take history.
In high school?
Sorry.
I did my freshman year, but that was
Have you?
like,
But there's a lot of Netflix.
yeah.
You don't
but
watch like the Netflix things, World War II in color.
I don't have Netflix.
hit the what? You don't have Netflix?
No.
You never just Googled the deadliest war of, just out of curiosity, like, let me check out this like catastrophic.
I have learned about it, and now I just don't remember.
Can you name one Axis power?
That's it. Well, I don't want to say something wrong, and then you guys all laugh at me.
We won't laugh.
We went to the same school. I didn't take history either, so I wouldn't know.
What school did you guys go to?
Pepperdine.
Pepperdine. Wait, is this college?
Yeah, and then we were both
university.
schooled internationally for high school,
Yeah.
so we never learned history. So,
Yeah.
So you were in Cairo, Egypt. They didn't teach about World War II, the Suez Canal. Wait, Egypt controls the Suez Canal, correct? Andrew?
Pretty sure they do.
No, we
You didn't learn about the Suez at all? The Suez Canal?
But that
It's very important in both world wars. I'll let you know, Isabella. Okay, tough crowd tonight. Okay. 3 Axis powers, 3 Allied powers?
I can tell you one.
Wait, can you show us your tats?
Yes.
Wait, into the camera here. What does it say?
Come down.
Is that like a drug thing?
And bipolar thing.
Good time. Oh, okay. Any other things you want to tell us about yourself?
I don't
Is
know.
that? Oh, and you have the arm tattoos. Is that like a bipolar reference?
Yeah.
Are you currently a little?
No, I'm just always like
You're just kind of
this.
mellow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Good
also
times.
getting over a cold too, so.
It's not medication.
What?
Is it
It's
the
not
Ebola?
medication.
Are you getting over Ebola? Is that it?
I no.
Did you have Ebola? Is what I'm asking.
No. I
Okay,
would never
just
wish
checking.
that on anyone.
Good. Neither would I.
Thank you.
I'm with you.
Okay, cool.
We're both good people. Okay. Wait. So okay. 1 Allied power, 1 Axis power.
What is that?
World War II.
What?
The
what?
Allied powers and the
Oh,
Axis
so
powers.
Allied powers would be like who the U.S. is allied with, or am I completely off?
Well, we can't just tell you the.
But I'm
countries.
trying to learn, and the Axis powers would be like.
So okay, World War II, right?
Yes.
You've heard of World War
Yeah,
II.
my great grandfather.
Okay, here I'll help you out. Allied, good guys. Axis,
Yeah.
bad guys.
Okay, I got that much, but
Okay.
I couldn't tell you. So what? So whatever countries we were chill with, are allied. I wouldn't say.
Who was part? Well, just one country from each.
Japan was an Axis.
Yes.
Yes.
And then I don't know who we were okay with because I feel like we pissed off a lot of people. So
Yeah.
definitely
pretty
not
close to the
definitely
Germans,
not
right?
Russia. The Germans,
Yeah.
no.
No?
Okay.
So they'd be on the other side?
Weren't we trying to kill the Germans?
Right, so that would be-
So they're the Axis
Yeah, there you go.
powers. Okay.
Good times. Okay.
Okay.
What about you?
Hard pass. I'm not going to do that to myself.
You've already named the 2 I would have known, so.
Well, let's go back to 3 then. Let's go 3 Axis powers, 3 Allied powers.
Me?
Nothing? Nothing?
No.
Just 1?
Dude, I'm not even American. I don't know. Like
You're not American? What are you?
I'm Bahamian.
You're Bahamian?
Yeah.
Is the Bahamas a U.S. territory?
No.
Or it's its own country?
Its own country.
Now I'm going to get
Yeah.
clipped for that one, not knowing about that. Okay. What about you?
UK, France, ally, Japan, Germany, and let's put Soviet Union for Axis. I don't know. Go ahead.
Well,
Soviet Union wasn't the Axis.
I just threw things out, so please move on to get over this question.
I think since she's named some, I feel like we can't really continue with the question.
That's fair.
Unless anybody wants to if any bonus points, a little
got 'em.
bonus credit if you can name any others that she didn't name.
Italy.
Huh?
Italy is an ally.
Ooh.
Axis.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. B. Gotta check
Thank you,
out
Grid
for a
1.
bit. Love
Oh,
Andrew's
hey.
haters in the chat. Such truly dedicated and delusional folk are rarely seen outside their asylums. Feminism has failed. The patriarchy is here to help.
Yo, Grid 1, thank you for tuning into the stream tonight. Appreciate it, man. The patriarchy is here to help, guys. Okay, all right.
He's right.
Anything for you? Any extra credit?
Yeah, I think Canada was an ally with the U.S.
Mhm. Yep.
England,
Yep.
and then Axis we've already said, Germany, Japan. That's all I can think of for now. It's been a while.
I was really
minute.
homeschooled.
Also, Italy, Mussolini. So, yeah, you know.
I was thinking of Inglourious Bastards, but
Donated $200. Question for the ladies. If you're driving 80 miles per hour, how long does it take to you to go 80 miles?
Isabella,
An hour.
if you're driving 80 miles per hour, how long does it take you to go 80 miles?
An hour.
An hour.
An hour.
Ditto.
He tried to trick you guys. Okay, I'm sure you guys all got that. All right. Thank you, LLL. Appreciate it. All right. So, disagreement. Anybody? I don't know if I thoroughly addressed you think it's kind of vulgar, the big labia matter thing.
And I don't take issue with that you like big labias. That's fine.
Oh, okay,
I
cool.
just think it's disingenuous. That's all.
Disingenuous?
Yes.
That
it's a.
But you do realize it's kind of like, you know the name of the organization, right?
I get it. It's a joke. It's the same abbreviation for
As another.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tough crowd tonight,
Unfortunate what
boys.
happened with that other one.
Big labias matter.
Anybody else? Any disagreements? Anybody disagree on anything?
all labia matter. So
Yes, I agree, but I think we need to really we need a movement for.
I was thinking about that the other day at the club.
At the club.
Your movement. Mm-hmm.
This episode feels like we're starting off like The Office a little bit. Feels. We'll get there, guys. We're gonna get there. It's been a little bit rough takeoff, but we're gonna get there, guys. Does anybody else have any disagreements? You've seen the show. Come on, Isabella. I know you got smoke. Let's hear it.
Well, I've seen the clips that Farha has been in.
Okay.
I don't remember what you guys talking about.
The specifics.
Why do you call her Farha?
Is that not her name?
Farah?
Farah?
Isn't it Farah?
Farah?
Farha?
It's pronounced Farha if she's Middle Eastern.
Oh.
But I'm not sure. Can't tell for sure.
Word.
Well-
Okay, cool. Well, we'll react to our next thing here. Guys, this clip went viral on Twitter a couple days ago. Nick, it's the Twitter... Wait, is it the Twitter thing? I think it's the Twitter thing. Go ahead, you can play it.
So if you're making $50,000, don't.
Hold on. Wait, pause. Put it at the very beginning. Go to the audio icon. Is it maxed? Fuck. Play it again.
So if you're making $50,000, don't date.
It's a little low, but
I'm just being for real. You're not ready to date.
Again, I'm with you.
You're not ready to. You're not ready to date because courtship costs.
Okay.
Everything costs. You can go for 22 walks in the park. Eventually, Shorty is gonna need a sip of something. She gonna be thirsty. This bottle of water is $3 in Atlanta. Let's not play. So if you don't have any expendable cash, don't date. And whatever that looks like for you, you might only make $50,000, but you live in a shoe, and now you got expendable cash. Or get you a bottom of the barrel bitch that's gonna date you when you have no money. If she doesn't have that expectation, and I'm gonna tell you this right now, enjoy it while it lasts, because eventually you're gonna wanna run. Because she doesn't stretch you, she doesn't make you the man that you need to become. She allows you to be the stagnant dude in the same jeans for days. You know what I'm saying?
Be cutting up.
I'm
You
just
talk about
saying. So if you're making $50,000, don't date.
you can pause it there. Sorry, guys, that the audio was a little low, but luckily there's subtitles. I'm sure you guys were able to hear it somewhat. Sorry, guys, if it was a little low. So going around the table, she said, if you're making $50,000 as a man, you should not date. Agree? Disagree? If so, why? Starting with you, go ahead.
I disagree. Well, I mean, me being 22, most people I know are either still in school or they're just getting their entry-level job, so they're not making that much money. But in general, I don't really think it should matter how much. You guys could grow together, or maybe the woman could be the breadwinner of the household.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see why making $50,000 means you shouldn't date someone. Sure, being in a relationship comes with expenses because you might want to go out and do more activities together that cost money.
Mm-hmm.
But you also you don't have to do that either.
Okay, your thoughts?
Yeah, everybody, I disagree. Everybody has to start somewhere. and I don't expect my partner to make more money than me or anything like that. I think like what matters is growing together. And of course, if the relationship is stagnant and it's not growing or going anywhere, then yeah, but making less than 50,000, that's stupid.
I mean, everyone deserves companionship, but you have to date a girl in your price range.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
So, I mean, you can't expect to like talk to a girl that's like used to going to like 5-star Michelin star places once a week and go shopping once a week, and all you can provide is Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A is grub.
Huh?
It's grub. Like
no, it's good. I'm saying, but you can't like lower someone's expect to like a girl to take you seriously when she's already used to a certain expectation.
What's your expectation?
My personal expectation?
Yeah.
I don't really like to give away my expectation so men don't replicate it, but I'll just say like
You're gonna have to like
I'll talk.
Share a little bit here.
Okay, like I mean, being reasonable, like maybe every other week, like a dinner date, you know.
5-star restaurant?
It doesn't have to be a 5-star restaurant, but somewhere we both want to try.
Okay.
Frequent vacations, princess treatment.
Princess treatment.
Yeah, I'm not too hard to deal with.
All right.
Yeah, just like a princess. It's not hard.
It's not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy.
Okay, so princess treatment. You said that. I'm trying to remember exactly what you said at the very beginning. There, you said something along the lines of, you shouldn't date outside of your price range. So, like, did you say what that is to you?
Well, there's no like. Okay, I would say like, for example, the activities that I like to do and I'm used to doing probably cost like anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000 a month for a man to upkeep. Sorry, the activities that I like to do and I like to partake in, just to eyeball, I'm not gonna be exact, but probably $5,000 to $10,000 a month just to upkeep.
What? But can you? So
What? What are you? Are you hang gliding off?
No,
of
like the
what are you
activities that
doing?
I do as a person. Yeah.
What, is he taking you zip lining in Cairo? What's the 10,000 a month?
No, I'm just like activities that I like to do, and then like with my partner. So like I'm saying, like I like to travel a lot.
Oh.
I'd love to go out to eat. Other things. So maybe 5 is a bit much. Let's say maybe like 3.
Hold on. You said 5 to 10.
Yeah.
So 5 was on the low end.
Yeah, because like what if we have a birthday or it's
a birthday?
That's why. I mean, that's at least $6,000, right? For a birthday.
Like I'm just saying, like things come up. So like you have to be able to like.
What comes
Car
up?
breaks down. You know.
Like car breaks down. Like it's summertime. You want to go on a vacation.
Wait, so if you're dating a guy,
car breakdown's different than birthday.
Right, but I'm saying there's occasions.
It's more expensive.
Wait, have you ever had a sugar daddy?
No.
Isabella, is she telling the truth?
Yeah. Everyone who I just entertained just happens to be nice to me. So
like I
And
think
rich?
she's like pretty more on the high maintenance side.
She's on the high maintenance side.
And I think she naturally attracts men who want to provide that high maintenance lifestyle.
What does it mean to be high maintenance?
I just like take very good care of myself. I'm very like strict with myself and my routine, and I have high expectations of what should be delivered, you know, when we're dating.
What should a guy deliver?
Like I was talking to somebody about this. Like I said, the frequent dates, the going out to eat, the romantic surprises, occasionally like the flowers, you know, like making sure everything is good in the house. Like if I need anything.
Sure.
Not too much.
Question for you on that. So if that's and you want a guy to start doing that from the get-go,
No.
pretty early on in the relationship.
I mean, I don't expect.
Is your current guy doing that stuff?
If I wouldn't entertain someone who wasn't like doing at least most of that. Yes.
So if that's kind of your expectations, you mentioned like flowers, providing for you, etc. If that's what's expected of the guy, what's expected of you?
Oh. I don't know. I never. I don't know.
But I mean, you were able to enumerate multiple things that you expect the guy to do. But what do you do?
I'm a lady.
He exists.
I'm a lady.
She's the
I'm
table.
a lady. I don't.
She's the table.
I don't bring anything to the table but an iPhone, as JT says. But anyways. No, I'm
At least she's honest.
I'm actually quite smart.
And he probably upgraded it, right? That's fair enough.
I'm actually a great time. I'm very smart. But you know, no one asks me what I bring to the table.
Okay. Can you tell us a thing?
Yeah.
What
do you bring? What do you bring?
I'm very business minded, so I feel like if I connect with a good person, like we can collaborate together, and like I can help you in areas of your business or potentially opening up something new.
Well, hang on, just real quick. If a guy is making spending $5,000 to $10,000 per month on you, do you really think he needs your help with business?
We can always make more money. There's never an issue with making more money.
Yeah, right, but it seems like he's already like fine.
No, but
in
I'm
that
saying like
department,
funding my business or going to do something he doesn't have the time to do.
Like what?
Like say if he wants to venture into real estate or maybe a certain area, I don't know, that he just has an idea in, but we only have 24 hours in a day.
Have you made a lot of money in real estate?
Pardon?
Have you made a lot of money in real estate?
No, I haven't, but I'm saying
well,
like...
then how could you help him make money in real estate?
Like, what if he wants to go get like a rental property or something, or like he needs someone to help manage it? I can go find the people. I'm just saying...
Do you have a history of managing rental properties?
I can learn, okay?
Well, but I'm just saying, like,
this is hypothetical.
How is this helping him?
This is hypothetical. But
but I mean, hypothetically, how would this even help him? Because you hypothetically have no experience hypothetically in any of these things. So how are you hypothetically helping his hypothetical business?
For example, so my degree is in marketing and comm, right? Yeah. So say, for example, I wanted to go open up a marketing agency that could potentially bring in like $20K a month in revenue. I can ask my man to help me start up the business, okay? And
it sounds like he's doing something for you.
Yeah, but potentially I'm going to give him earnings down the line.
Right?
Yeah, I don't mind
maybe he invested in your business and
contract.
maybe you give us something back, but maybe not.
Okay, but no one complains.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is...
Yeah, but I'm saying down the line, like, you can learn things, you know, over time.
Yeah,
and be like,
but
babe,
what I'm saying is if this guy already is spending this kind of money, he probably doesn't need your help in business. And then you say, but wait, if you invest in me and my business, then I'll gain enough experience for down the line, maybe I can help you. Doesn't that seem like a really bad deal?
But that's why nothing's expected of the lady. The lady is just there.
You just exist.
Right.
$10,000 a month.
But don't men want like more
$200 popped back in and wow.
Yo, good
is it
one.
a
Thank
shock
you,
that these girls want a lot and off a little? To the ladies, what do you offer a man other than 3 usable holes?
Let me get back at him because I don't think I communicated this properly. Like, as a woman, you are expected to do things.
Oh, are you answering?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
As a woman, you are expected to do things. Keeping the house clean, keeping things in order, making sure he's good when he comes home from work, food, blah, 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 blah. You're supposed to not have a bad attitude. I agree. There's fundamental things. But I'm saying I've never encountered a guy, or at least entertained someone, who has sat there and asked me, what do you bring to the table? No masculine man asked that question.
Why would that be a hit to masculinity?
It would be a hit to masculinity.
Why?
because you know that a woman is there to compliment you and she's an asset to you in terms of like
doesn't sound like you're an asset. It sounds like you just cost $10,000 a month.
But we said 10,000 was hypothetical, right?
No, that wasn't hypothetical. That was your answer. That was not the hypothetical part.
I said something like maybe like between like $5,000 to $10,000 a month in extra expenses. You have a wife. You know how much you spend on your wife a month?
Yeah. It's not $10,000.
Okay, but I'm sure you're at least probably spending a couple grand on her with going out to eat, vacation, stuff like that.
No, we put all that towards kids.
Well, I don't have kids, and I don't date men with kids.
Yeah, no, I get it, but what I'm saying to you is that if we're...
Hold on.
Nickelodeon donated $200.
Thank you, Nickelodeon.
Have
Appreciate
you
it,
ever
man.
looked up the price of a gift and gotten mad your boyfriend didn't pay enough on you? Toxic attitude. BTW, video was just a black Carla Elia. I wonder if she supports poor eugenics too.
I don't even know what that means.
What does that mean?
Yeah, actually Nickelodeon, Andrew, actually he helped me kind of craft the argument with, I'm trying to remember what it was, but basically she said that broke men should not have children, and Andrew, you pointed out to me that that's basically a eugenics program.
Yeah. That's eugenic in nature. So, but back to this.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you, Nickelodeon.
And I'm not even picking on you. I'm actually just trying to understand, right? Just trying to understand. When we're asking what you bring to the table, you're like, well, I'm a good human being. That's what you're saying. I'm a good human being. And it's like, okay, but he's a good human being, and he's spending $10,000 a month. So when you're asking, what do you bring to the table, right? Since it's strictly a materialist worldview that you have on this, it's strictly material. So you're saying,
oh,
Grid One Motorsports
Thank you, Grid
donated $200. A man making that kind of money does not have time for such nonsense,
okay.
and hookers are cheaper.
Oh.
You need to bring something to the table other than needing a man to pay your way.
Right.
But we don't need a man to pay our way. We have our own money.
Yeah. But what he's saying, he's actually making a really good point. So let me try to frame it better.
Thanks for
saying there's only a material mindset here. The material mindset is, well, it's expected that I provide a material dinner and I clean the house, and these are all material things. The expectation from him is that he provides material with way harder, right, $5,000, $10,000, in order to complement things that you desire, right? So they ask really, when they're asking, what do you bring to the table? Saying, what do you complement that he desires? What is the material thing that you think that you bring to the table that is desired by the man?
Well, unfortunately, most men just kind of want a trophy. And I think that's the most material thing ever.
That's it?
That's not it, but then deeper than that, most men obviously want peace. They want, someone to come home to and someone to speak to. But
it doesn't sound like a trophy. It sounds like something else.
Okay. I don't know if you live in LA.
No.
Okay. I know a lot of LA girls and who get crazy things monthly from their boyfriends, husbands, or whatever. They don't do anything but sit on the side of their man and be pretty. So I'm going to say from that end of the spectrum, those men are just looking for a pretty face to walk around in a business meeting. But someone who maybe wants a balance of that or different, they want a woman who not only takes care of herself, but is going to add value to his life in a way that he can be comfortable in the home and like come back to the home and be peaceful with her. That's
what you think the value is? So if we were to say, for instance, one of these women that you're talking about, who is a trophy for one of these men in LA, what's the difference between her and a prostitute exactly?
I think ownership.
Ownership? Couldn't she walk away from the relationship even easier than the prostitute could? At least with the prostitute, there's a contract, right?
No.
Well, there is, right? It's still a contract. It's like you hand me money, and then there's sex involved.
Yeah, but
so couldn't the trophy like walk away even easier than the prostitute could? So I mean, well, like, what's the actual distinction here between I just exist and I'm just here to be a trophy? And I mean, it just sounds like prostitution, essentially, right?
Ask the men. I don't know.
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't know, man. I just observe. Because at the end of the day, like the wives in those situations, when they get divorced, they walk away, with a big sum, and the prostitute doesn't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know.
That's a really good point. They do. But I'm not sure that that's helpful to the relationship dynamics that we're talking about here.
I don't know what's helpful. If the men are happy with doing what they do, then let them do it. Who are we to judge?
I don't quite understand your question exactly about it, because what she brings is a relationship and someone to spend time with, emotional support, all the things that come with a healthy relationship.
No, she doesn't. She's saying that there's a material existence which is there, and her job is to do nothing except just to exist for the material relationship, because that's what men want.
No, I'm not.
That's what she said. Right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there are certain standards in a relationship that to even be in a relationship, this is the bare minimum standard. But of course, if I'm in a relationship with a man, I'm bonding with him. I'm doing things for him. We're there together. It's a companionship.
So what's the expectations? That's the question. What do you bring to the table?
The expectation for him?
For you.
He just take care of the house, like take care of business. Know?
That's the expectation.
What is your wife's expectation? I don't know.
My wife's expectation?
Yes.
My wife's expectation was to give me children, take good care of my children, and to obey. That's the expectation.
Okay, well, I would obey my partner for sure. The children part, I'm not looking to have children anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yes.
But when you say obey, what do you mean by that?
Like to be respectful and to be submissive to your man.
That's respect and submission is different than obey.
What do you
What's your
mean by
definition?
Well, obeyance is I do it when I say to do something, you do it. And if I make a decision that you disagree with, ultimately I have the final say, and you don't have one.
Oh, that your wife has to abide by that?
Yeah.
Why doesn't she have a final say?
Why would she?
Well, does she not offer anything to you that would
Sure,
allow
but
her to have an
but it's up to my
opinion on
choosing
something?
whether or not I intake that and agree with it or disagree with it. But ultimately, if I disagree with it, it's my decision.
So you're the one with the javel.
So
A
it's
javel?
dictating
Or a gavel?
A gavel.
A gavel? The judge? No. It's in a Christian marriage, man's the head of the household.
Okay.
So when you guys first got together, was she already like that, or did you have to like bring up these ideas that like she
If
has
there wasn't an understanding from at least near the beginning of the relationship that was the expectation, yeah, that wouldn't have been a relationship.
Okay.
So the question is, I think what's missing is that I think men value virtue, and I think women don't give a shit. I think that they mostly seem to value material instead of virtue, and so this is where I think the disconnect is.
I don't know how you can say that.
Well, I just said it.
There's men. There's like you could generalize and say men are very materialistic in like America.
How are they materialistic?
Fast cars, the designer clothing. Men are materialistic as hell.
These preferences for things which are material. However, men value things above the material.
So do women.
What?
Children, when that happens, sometimes your
That's
religion.
material.
Anyway,
experiences, family, friends, community.
Yeah, what are the higher values though? Like things like integrity.
Yeah.
Things.
That should be at top of the list.
Well, why wasn't it then?
I was just doing
Kinda
things
lost in
first.
If it should be at the top of the list, why wasn't it at the top
that
of
was
the
a
list?
weird way to frame it.
Yeah.
It's not a weird way to frame. There's material, there's non-material. Virtues are non-material.
When you said virtue, then I kind of realized what you were saying. But of course, integrity, honesty, respect, like all these things are
Accountability, all of it. Like,
All of those things are super important.
correct.
Okay, but so the disconnect that I see, this is what I'm saying, is it just seems that men seem to take accountability for those virtues a lot better than women do, at least in the modern era.
it's a
Not
very
disagreeing with
broad generalization.
Yeah, because it's broadly and generally true.
Do you have
If you
like
want to make it more
statistics?
hyper-specific, I'm happy to do it.
Do you have any like studies?
Do you
on
have
that,
a
or is that just
study,
your opinion?
a sociological study? Let me tell you about sociological studies. First of all, 60% of them, basically you can dismiss right away. And do you know why? It's because of what's called the replication crisis. So what's happened is there's two major fields which are non-scientific. They're called soft sciences. The first medical field, the second sociology. These are the two which are the worst affected by this. The problem is that most of the studies in sociology can't be replicated. Most, not some, most of them can't be replicated. So anytime somebody says, what about my studies and my sociology? Problem is, it's a soft science because of controls. So I dismiss a lot of it. And I probably should. Most people should probably dismiss a lot of it
So
because of replication.
You're just speaking off your experience.
Well, observable intrinsic reality, and I have an observance to history as well, but even if we were to use modern data, right, bring up whatever you want, we can get into it.
I mean, you're basically saying women are inherently inferior when it comes to virtue.
Yes.
The Whatever podcast.
Yes. That's what I'm saying, yes.
The views expressed by the guests on Whatever podcast do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast.
Show me where women go and fight for their country and die for it.
That's not, everybody has their own role.
What's their role?
I mean, aren't you, I mean, you're like a red pill guy.
Yeah,
You realize
I'm
like
not a red
men
pill
and
guy.
women
What
are
is their
different,
role?
right?
So while you're off fighting for the wars, we were given the role to take care of the home, to take care of the family, children, all of that.
Oh, yeah.
That would be our
I
role.
mean, what a terrible job. You had to do the same exact thing that you were already doing before men went and fought a war.
Do you
But
wish
that's not
that
the
was
point.
you? Yeah. Like what?
Andrew, are you trying to get my channel canceled? What are you trying to do here? Andrew's trying to get my channel and by the way, Andrew's just joking about all of this. Maybe not.
I'm funning.
Yeah.
That's all.
Wait,
Just funning.
I do want to try to narrow down a little bit because you mentioned a couple
And no,
words
not
here.
red pill.
Oh, and we
Christian
were
ethicist.
We were going around the table getting everybody's reaction to that video. So the one where she said if you make 50,000 you
Grid
shouldn't
1
date.
Motorsports
We'll react to
donated
that right after Grid
$200.
1's chat here. Thank you,
Men
Grid 1.
value women for theochastity, providing them with children and peace from the world. If you are argumentative, high maintenance, or simply self-absorbs, no good man will have you. Be better.
I really like this super chatter, by the way.
Thank you, Grid 1. Appreciate it. So okay, we're going around the table, getting everybody's reaction to the original video that we saw. Go ahead. Well, I think we start with, and we do. I want to come back to you a little bit, but we'll get everybody's reaction.
Was I gone during this video?
Oh, did you not watch? Was she gone?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were here when he's referencing the video where the woman was saying $50,000 a month.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $200.
Nice, LP.
These
thank you.
304 are high maintenance as fuck. They don't bring shite to the table but expects guys to pay for their life. You are not that special.
Oh.
Get the fuck out of here. Hashtag get the rocks. Hashtag free Nick number 8 at 18.
Hashtag free Nick.
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
I feel like this might have been directed at you. Do you want to respond to?
I just think it's so funny. You should get your money up and then talk to me.
Okay. LP, you heard it from her. You got to get your money up.
I mean, you realize he just made his point, though.
I really don't care because my life goes on. Like, I'm good with or without the comment.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying you realize that you made this point.
He can win on the internet. It's cool.
So are you saying he's taking a W?
Like, take your internet win. Like, this is real life, buddy.
Okay. So the video that we were reacting to, essentially she just says, if you make $50,000 as a man, you should not date. Agree, disagree, why?
Disagree. That seems very specific. I guess I don't know the context, but I would say disagree. Anyone should be able
There's
to
not,
date.
I mean, there's
well,
really
I think the broader point that's trying to be made is he's saying there's a standard, and if you're under this threshold standard for the amount of money which can provide a good material existence for another person, that you probably shouldn't be trying to date other people because you can't provide for them. That's what the statement actually is about.
Okay. So I believe there would be multiple facets in which you could look at. So if it's, I mean, you should look at age, what their intentions are in dating, if they're just looking for a partner for fun, or if they're looking for a future spouse, then it would be a little more complicated if they're wanting children. So there would be multiple things you should look at, and it's a broader question. I mean, if I'm just going to answer it broadly, yes, you should date, but it would be personalized when you're looking at the other factors.
Yeah, I get it. I get that you're saying each individual situation is different. That's always true. But what she's saying, she's just talking in generalities.
Yeah,
and
so if we're talking generally,
she's saying,
then yeah.
so from a material view, right, if you're not able to take care of another person, or you're not able to meet whatever the perception of standard is for taking care of another person, should you even be dating? That's what the argument basically is.
Gotcha. And we're speaking just materialistically?
She is.
Okay.
Yeah, she is. So she's saying $50,000 where she's at's not a lot. A bottle of water is $3. Then you have all these extra expenditures.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're under this threshold, you probably shouldn't be dating. That's what she's saying.
Yeah. Okay. So we're speaking generally. I'm just going to say, yeah, you should be able to date.
What about you?
Yeah, I think it's baloney, what she said. And I would think she would consider me a bottom of the barrel B, as she put it.
She did say bottom of the barrel, yeah. She
because
did say that.
I only date blue collar gentlemen, and some of them make less than $50,000, and they are good men, and I think she's full of it. So.
All right. And she's gone. What about you?
I personally think it's an unfair statement. I would actually kind of compare it to what if someone were to make a video, like a man were to make a video saying, if you're over 150-pound women, don't date, lose some weight, and then you can date. I feel like that's not really fair. I mean, people can have their own, I guess, preferences, but I don't think people should be shamed or barred from joining the dating market just because they don't make a certain income.
Any other thoughts on this, Andrew, on the video?
Well, the problem is again, these they're always focusing on this kind of hyper materialist worldview, and it's insane to me. And so, you know, this woman's entire prism is based around, well, if you can't do this for me, then go fuck yourself, basically. Right? That's what she's saying.
Right.
And the silliness to it is like it's self-centered and it's selfish, and ultimately this kind of sense of only me has led to this kind of decadence that we're dealing with right now, with just an overage of materialism. Nobody looks at any type of spiritualism. They look at nothing behind it. It's just pure material. And so, yeah, that's what she's speaking to.
Okay, cool. We got a couple chats here I need to get through. We have Dave Runner. Chick in blue, you bring nothing to the table but sex. You are an overpriced word. Fap. Do you want to respond to Dave Runner?
I love the comment. Think what you
Man,
want to
they're
think.
going hard
I said
tonight.
that everyone deserves love and companionship. I never disagree.
Yeah, let's get. What does that mean?
I
Everybody
never
deserves
disagree.
it.
Like, no one should be barred from dating if no matter what
Yeah,
you
but that's
make.
different than deserve.
What about serial killers?
Wait, what?
You know, like if you were
Okay.
politically correct.
Even, you know what's interesting about serial killers is there's this term called hybristophilia.
Did you ever start a conversation with, you know what's interesting about serial killers?
Yeah.
Should that?
Yeah. But there's this thing called hybristophilia, attraction to, I believe, like people who are criminals or criminality. And this is much more pronounced in women than it is in men. Women are like, not all women, but women are much more likely to be attracted to men who display criminality than the reverse, which I think is interesting.
What's
You
it
guys-
called?
Hybristophilia.
Hybristophilia.
I believe, let me Google it. I believe it's like a sexual attraction.
It's like why all the serial
Hybrist-
killers have. They get married in prison, and women write them letters, and yeah.
Being sexually aroused by a criminal offender is, and it seems to me that women are writing a lot of love notes to serial killers and murderers, and
they do
that's
that.
interesting. That's interesting. Oh, we got Visual Dawn.
donated $200. Brian, since you style yourself as a World War II buff, name at least 2 admirals and 2 ships
I'm gonna get in
involved in
trouble
the
here.
Battle of Midway.
In the Battle
Also,
of Midway.
What is your favorite World War II book? Andrew, name 3 judges in the Bible.
Well, Andrew just got up, but okay, so 2 admirables and 2 ships. Okay, holy fuck. I know I have. Oh, thank you, Grid One.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200.
Why are these men so mad at me? What did I
Anyone
do?
who needs to get their money up, it is the 304 in blue.
Oh.
A man who can get better for less money, trouble, and time. Reevaluate, or the only person that will get their money up is the divorce lawyers.
Why did I piss all you men off? Like, what's up? Because I got
invoked their.
I invoked your anger, and I'm
have
glad.
invoked their wrath.
Because like I got my bank account is good too. Anything else is extra.
chilling.
I'm not even saying I want y'all. Like I'm good.
Oh, so okay, to answer, thank you, Grid One Motorsports. Visual Dawn, I have to name 2 admirals. Well, okay, Admiral Nimitz? Was Nimitz an admirable? I'm just gonna keep saying it's an admirable. Admiral Nimitz, was that, or is it General Nimitz? I think I'm sorry, guys. I obviously know nothing about World War II. Admirables. And then 2 ships. Bro, how are you gonna ask me to name 2 ships? Guys, you think my primary focus with my historical research has been the European campaign, okay, the European theater of war. I really didn't study the Pacific all that much. I was more of a, the European theater, I was more interested in that. I know a little bit about, the North African theater of war, so if you want to quiz me on the North African theater of war, I can, Suez, okay. And then what else did you say? Favorite World War II book? There's a World War. What do you mean? Are we talking? When you say favorite, here I'll pull it up again. Just so. Actually, it's fine. But when you're talking favorite World War II book, do you mean fiction or nonfiction? Because I got some books back there, ready to go.
He does.
Okay. Anyways, thank you. By the way, with the chats and TTS, typically we can only do like 1 question per. So, and Andrew's up right now. So, okay, we have candid answers. Andrew's arguments are circular. Oh wait, I'll wait. Okay, I'll wait till he's back, because if Andrew actually wants to address this, while we're waiting on that, hold on, guys, 1 sec here. Oh, Nick, could you go twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you guys for those. What's up, Nick? Clips, guys, go to our Clips channel. Mods, spam this in the chat. Whatever second, guys, we're trying to get 1 million subscribers over on my Clips channel. Whatever second, we're 75,000 subs away, guys. We're so close. Get us to 1 mil on our Clips channel. Thank you, guys. All right, let me get some of these chats out of the way. So, not out of the way, just read them. Excuse me. Max is corrupt. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. I believe relationships should be built on mutual respect and genuine connection, not financial benchmarks. I make $185K a year. Oh, good for you, man. And I would not deal with a financial black hole like you. Pass. Do you want to respond to Max is corrupt?
Firstly, Max, $185K a year is not that much money. Secondly, I'm not going up to somebody and being like, you must make this much money. I'm just being
Wait,
like...
what accent was that?
It's my real accent because he's pissing me off.
What's your real accent?
Oh, it's a Bahamian accent.
Do you know?
Yes. Like,
Wait, can you say it one more time just like that?
What? What'd I say?
The way you said it.
I don't know. Like, come off if I get angry. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, I am not going up to people and asking to see your bank statement. Like, I just know that I'm not going to be with somebody who's a bum. That's all.
185K is a bum?
No, I never said he's a bum, but I said 185K a year is not that much money to be flexing on the internet.
Oh, I see. Would you date a guy who makes 185K, or is that not enough?
I mean, he's like in his 20s to like early 30s, maybe.
Wait. How old's the guy you're currently dating?
This is a lot of too much questions.
Whoa. How come on?
Oh, he's not old at all.
Oh, how old is he?
Like early 30s.
Can you do that again?
Early 30s.
Early 30s? Oh, early 30s.
Yeah.
And you're 22, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, what, a 10-year age gap about?
Somewhere around there.
Okay. So, wait. But did you say 185K is, like, is that not a lot if you're 32, for example? Like, if your guy currently was making 180K, you wouldn't date him?
No, I wouldn't say I wouldn't date him, but I wouldn't think that's a lot of money.
100. I think does that put you in, like, the top 1% of earners? If
pretty close.
Dude, you know how expensive LA is? That could be gone so fast.
I mean, what's the rent in LA? Like, what, $3,000 for a decent one bedroom? You get a decent one bedroom for $3K, right?
Yeah, decent one bedroom.
Maybe not like super luxury, but it'll be decent.
Stuff adds up fast, man.
Oh, there are actually a lot of people living in LA who make $100K a year and they're living paycheck to paycheck.
I mean, Santa Barbara is actually worse than LA.
Oh. I would like to point out that, because it is California, so it is crazy, but if your man didn't pay so much for you with fancy things and dates and whatever, you guys would have a lot more money. You could invest it. You could, because if you put that money, instead of buying a fancy birthday or a fancy dinner, put that money into like an investment account, you could make a lot more in the end.
Dogecoin.
But you don't think, if hypothetically whoever said man is, you don't think we already have investment accounts? Like, no one's going to go do this if we don't already have the money to save. Like, yeah.
I mean, I suppose. But I'm just, if you calculate how much money he spends on pretty frivolous things, you could ultimately, if you put that much, like, you would have exponentially more money. But you could buy a house.
Life is meant to be enjoyed as well. It's a balance.
All right.
Well, I just want to say, I know you mentioned a lot of people in LA are making 100K a year and just barely getting by paycheck to paycheck. But if you look at what Americans are actually spending their money on, a lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck because they're spending so much on things they don't need, but they don't even realize it. And then they blame, the cost of living is too much and everything. But if you go and look at your individual bank statements, you'd see how much people are spending on eating out and buying clothes and activities they don't necessarily need, when they could be cutting back and saving all that money, investing it. And that's why so many Americans right now are poor and living in, crazy amounts of credit card debt because of frivolous spending. So.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's great.
Thank you. All right, we got more chats here. Okay, listen. Sometimes, we got trolls in the chat. They're gonna be vulgar, but I'm a man of my word. If we say we're gonna pull up your chat, we're gonna pull up your chat. David Kinzer says, the chicken, all caps by the way, the chicken blue is an overpriced, his words, not mine, don't shoot the messenger here, prostitute, fap.
I don't know why y'all are so angry. I literally didn't say anything like that bad.
You have awoken their ire and their wrath and their avarice.
I'm gonna just be quiet then.
Can
All
I-
right.
oh.
Let me just get this chat. We have Andrew's arguments are circular, but he seems to stop at the place where it favors his personal worldview. So childish and toxic, just trying to stroke your ego. You have a lot of growing up to do.
So all arguments are circular. If you weren't so fucking stupid, you'd know that.
Oh, okay. All right. There you go, candid answer.
But now that's a candid answer for you, candid answer.
Candid answer. All right. There you go. All right. Shots fired. Okay. Oh, we have Visual Dawn. Okay, Brian. Which British Special Forces unit was founded by David Sterling during the North Bro, this is come on, bro. Andrew, name 3 judges from the Bible. Okay, I'll go first here. British Special Forces, I don't know.
What was the question?
Name 3 judges from the Bible.
No, what was your question?
Special Forces unit founded by David Sterling during the North African campaign.
I have no idea either. Just depends on specificity.
What are the British? Are those what's the name for the military for the?
I think in World War II they're referred to as commandos.
For the British Army?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well, they have the SAS.
I'm getting schooled.
They had the SAS, and then I think they had commando units. But
okay.
I'm not sure.
He was asking about 3 judges from the Bible.
Yeah, Samson, Gideon. I don't know.
Oh,
maybe Elon? Elon, maybe?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have infinite singularity. Excuse me. Thank you. Good to see you back in the chat. To the critic, your argument against Andrew is fallacious, relying on ad hominem attacks rather than logical refutation. Accusing him of circularity while engaging in non sequiturs reveals the lack of substantive critique.
Yeah, could have at least made an argument so that we could have both been circular about it, right?
Candid answers. You could have. Didn't happen.
I'm not even mad at candid answers. He's just trying to engage. Right?
Yeah. All right. I'm trying to remember where we left off. I think you might have gotten up when we were going around the table on the $50,000 thing. Do you have anything you want to weigh in on this?
I don't think that's a good reason, like arbiter, for whether you should be with someone. I think it's more about your connection with somebody than money. But obviously, if somebody's not making any money and they're not moving towards that, then you are going to need money to support a family, to support yourself. So.
Sure. Okay. So going back around the table. Wait. Before you get up, let me just go around the table on this.
We got security.
Yeah, we got. So you mentioned earlier that you want princess treatment, correct?
Or to be provided for to some extent.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
Donated $200. Hi,
Hey.
I'm Envy and fairly new here.
Thank you.
By all means you may sneeze as my presence bless you all. So Brian, might you in detail explain hoflation? I've heard you've a wealth of supporting info about it.
I feel like this is kind of... yo, thank you for the TTS. Appreciate it. Hoflation. Basically, I mean, the way I've had it explained to me and kind of my understanding about it is... The example I like to give is basically... Oh my God, it's something... I haven't used this term in a minute. So the grandfather... God, I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting a new job. I'm a terrible host. I get it. I see your comments. Okay. Oh, thank you, Candid.
Dance has donated $200.
I'll get back to it.
There is a difference between circular and tautological. Finish the book next time instead of stopping when you think it proved your point.
What does the tautology have to do with anything I just said?
Yeah, what's the tautology?
There was nothing I just said that was tautological, and ultimately, basically, all arguments are circular. You're
All
still,
circular.
to be perfectly candid, give you a candid answer, you're still a fucking idiot. But wait, hang on. You're a fucking idiot and you're stupid. There's your tautology.
Oh, wow. Okay. Shots fired. Okay.
Is that tautological enough for you?
All right. Wait, so, okay. Hoflation. All right. Oh my God, I can't. It's not even coming to me, guys. But basically, that it's something like men have to work. Oh, okay. It's men have to work 10 times as hard as their grandfathers did for women who are 20 times as worse as their grandmothers. That's hoflation. That's hoflation.
Mike Davis
Hey,
donated
it is from
$200.
Mike Davis. Thank you, my
Andrew
friend.
Wilson got the energy of an overnight drive-through worker.
Uh-oh,
Girls'
he's coming
financial
for you.
advice is BS. The trick isn't to spend less but make more. Forget these hoes.
Whoa.
Be like Mike Davis, who married the money.
God. Bro, why is the TTS, to the panel, the TTS has been very, a little rough tonight. They've been a little vulgar, a little mean. Mike Davis, he's usually very polite with the women. He works at a Burger King. So okay. Thank you, Mike. He owns multiple Burger Kings. I don't know. Do we still have that photo of him anywhere? It's been a while since we've pulled it up. Nick, if you can find that, Visual Dawn, who asked the question about the hoflation? Yeah, it was, it was NVME. Thank you. Yes, basically, hoflation. Here's another way to look at it. Basically, women are always going to be attracted to traditional treatment from men. And there's tons of these clips of like liberal women who are outwardly liberal. They got color in their hair. They describe themselves as progressive or liberal or Democrat. But they make these TikToks and they're like, well, I'm a liberal and I'm a feminist, but like I want the conservative guy who doesn't have conservative values because I like the kind of treatment they provide to me. They're providers, they're protectors, etc. They're going to fall into their more traditional role when it comes to dating. But you have these women who, despite desiring traditional treatment from men, want to be modern traditional women. They want to take revealing and provocative photos and blast them on the internet, whether it's Instagram or whether it's doing sex work, whether it's OnlyFans. They want to go out to nightclubs and dress up all skimpy. They want to have a bunch of casual sex in their 20s. And then in their 30s, they want to finally settle down after they've had their fun and have racked up massive body counts and then find a nice guy to settle down with. And that is hoflation.
Okay.
Nobody. All right, it's gonna be pulling teeth tonight. Okay. Wait, pull up Mike Davis. Did you get it? Were you able to find the photo? Oh, guys, this is Mike Davis. Look at it. He works at Burger King. He owns like 150 Burger Kings in the greater tri-state area of New York, that area. So yeah, he's he's doing well. All right, thank you, Mike Davis. Good to see you in the chat. We have Rick Bungle here. Brixan, do you have any dating advice for gay men? Would love to hear. Well, I don't know what's going on tonight.
I have some. Don't be gay.
God, Jesus Christ. You're going to get me canceled.
No. Well, that would be my advice.
Okay. From the women on the panel as well, dating is extremely hard for gay men. Is it? Or are you just, this is probably some fucking troll thing. I hear gay men have it maybe it's pretty easy when it comes to getting sex with like Grindr, that shit.
I hear it's hard to get a committed.
It's hard to get a committed
partner.
Relationship.
That's what I've heard.
I thought it was. I thought dating for gay men, they had it pretty easy.
I don't know.
I don't know about dating.
I would have asked my brother.
Well, any dating advice for gay men? He's asking me specifically as if I would have some sort of
insight
on this. I would say, Rick, you ought to wear a bunch of flannels. That'll do it for you. Okay, thank you, Rick. That will get you all the men. They like the what's it called? The
lumberjacks.
Thank you. Okay. Here, let me pull this up. Visual Dawn, Last Chance, Brian. Who are the two opposing generals in the World War II North African campaign? Ladies on the panel, name 3 countries besides the United States, Canada, or Mexico. I'll answer after they go ahead.
Oh, Luxembourg, Oman, Italy.
Russia, Germany, and China.
Greece, Turkey, Morocco.
Ghana, Kenya, and Morocco.
Sorry, what was the question? I'm sorry. Just 3 countries at all?
Other than U.S., Canada, Mexico.
Yeah.
Okay. Italy, France, Spain.
Algeria, Libya, Tunisia.
Okay, that was good. Okay, so Rommel, right? Rommel was
That was the Desert Fox.
Yeah, Desert Fox. I don't know who the British or... I mean, initially I believe it was primarily the British forces in North Africa. I think... Oh, my God. Later on, I'm pretty sure the United States came in.
donated $200.
I only know Rommel.
You can tell I got to Andrew because he isn't even trying to sound smart. The more you slam me, the more childish you sound. Your poor wife, you fake being a Christian to feel superior.
Well, I mean, anything else? You just literally sent in, what, $600 because you're mad at me? I have this effect.
The TTS is... They want smoke from everybody on the... I'm getting attacked for my apparent lack of World War II historical information. They're attacking Andrew. They're attacking everybody on the panel. So, okay.
They want blood for the blood.
They want... Yeah, dude. The TTS wants fucking blood tonight. Holy shit.
Yeah, I feel a little left out. I was thinking I'd get more fat comments,
no.
but no.
You have summoned... I'm warning you. You've just summoned... the trolls.
I've trained for this. I'm good.
You're ready for the onslaught that's about...
Yes, my boyfriend and I have been practicing at home.
Oh, okay. He's just been degrading you?
Well, I mean, that's a little extreme, but he's preparing me.
Actually, that's what we should tell the girls, like in our pre-show information we send out. By the way, if you have like a boyfriend or something, or like you're on a Discord, just have them degrade you for 5 hours. That's to prepare for the whatever podcast. That's what we should start telling the women. Okay, so I'm waiting until she comes back from the bathroom. I think she's probably doing peyote. No, just kidding. Something in there. I was asking about princess treatment, but some TTS has come through. But do you want princess treatment going around the table?
What does that entail?
Well, that's what I was going to ask her what that is, but what's your sense of princess treatment?
Like, isn't that subjective? I don't know what that means.
Well, what's your sense of receiving princess treatment?
But what is that? I don't understand the question. Like,
to be treated like a princess.
Just like provided for?
I don't know. I don't do that shit with girls. So I don't know. You shouldn't ask me.
I mean...
We'll have to ask your friend once she's back. She's lingering in the bathroom, but... Yeah, we're looking for you. Oh my God, bro, it's pulling teeth tonight. Okay,
Hello.
Somebody mentioned something about crazy things. Oh, that was for you too. Okay, you mentioned princess treatment. What does that mean? Princess treatment?
I think it's just a term for being treated well by your partner.
Here, scoot your mic to the edge of the table. Scoot your mic to the very edge, please. Go ahead.
I think it's just a term for being treated well by your partner, being treated like a queen and being honored and attended to by him. Should all women be treated like queens? If you're not doing the things that you should do, no. But if you're a loyal, submissive woman, and you make your partner happy, yes, you should.
Do you think all women are queens?
I think every woman in their birthright are queens, but some women don't act like it, and in turn, they're not treated like it.
It's always, but there's, you mentioned princess, you mentioned queen. These are all things related to like royalty, and it occurs to me that like most people who it's the whole queen princess thing is like sort of the mirror opposite of like guys who call themselves like alpha. That's like my view of it. And it's like, come on, queen, princess. Let's be honest, all these girls who claim to be queens and princesses, at best they're maybe the court jester. I don't think
all it means is just fine.
Or you're from like a lower house. I've recently watched Dune. Like in Dune, you have the greater houses, the Landsrat. The Landsrat. So you have the great houses and the lesser houses. Even then, and most of these girls are probably just, who claim to be queens or princesses, are probably just peons in the grand scheme of, the.
Are you doing Dune houses now?
The spice trade, like Arrakis.
Yeah.
Like, what do you guys think about like dating on Arrakis? Like, it's kind of like you have the. I'm sorry, guys.
What does that mean? Arrakis?
Arrakis, my Dune.
Yeah.
Have you guys, Dune,
Oh,
Timothy
is it from
Chalamet,
no.
Frank Herbert, the
No, sorry, I haven't seen it.
best-selling science fiction book?
There's a lot of blue-eyed people on Dune.
Good times. Okay. I shouldn't be upset that people don't get my kind of retarded.
Candid Answers
movie
donated
references.
$200. Honestly, all good. Long time a listener and I make solid
he's
7
a
figures a
supporter.
year. Lately the conversation has been turning malicious.
Oh.
The male guests are condescending and it doesn't help.
Hey, I've been
Engage
nice.
positively.
That's been Andrew.
Wait, what?
I'm kidding.
All right, fair enough, Candid Answers.
Oh, he's a nice guy. All right,
nice
thank
guy.
you, Candid Answers.
We'll
Thank
try
you.
to make it more positive.
I'm going to
for
make
you.
it more positive, okay? Let's make it more positive
All right.
tonight, guys. It's not my fault. It's the TTS. It's been a little. You guys have been a little goblins. The TTS tonight, eh? Goblins. Okay. Where were we? We're talking about the princess treatment. Yeah, like court jesters at best,
Well, I think every woman should just find a guy that makes her feel like royalty, That's your job as a woman to select the right guy.
So you
Yeah.
treat the men like kings then?
Yes.
And obey them?
Yes.
Even if you don't want to do what they're saying?
Most of the time.
Oh, well then, yeah, that's not treating them like a king.
But I've never encountered a man that makes me do something I'm uncomfortable with doing.
Never?
No. Well, I've never
Here's an
obeyed
example.
someone. Yeah.
I don't want you. Do you go out to bars and clubs with your girlfriends?
Not really anymore, no.
When's the last time you went to a bar or club
I was at the Super Bowl last weekend. I went to Vegas.
with your boyfriend?
No, with my
Oh.
cousin and her people.
I mean, Super Bowl's not a great example, but let's say your boyfriend, you were wanting to go out to a bar or nightclub. Your boyfriend was like, no, I don't want you going out to bars and clubs.
I would respect that.
All right. There you go. Show's over, guys. Thanks for tuning into the Whatever Podcast. All right. She agrees. Okay. Here, let's go. Okay. So princess treatment. Did you define
What if it was like you got money that was willed to you and he said, yeah, give it to me so I can invest it in something that you don't want me to invest it into?
No.
Yeah. So that
According to every man, I'm broke. My money's
What?
my money.
And his money is.
Our money.
Oh, that
Oh,
makes
you
sense,
missed that,
yeah.
Nick. Okay. Can you say it again?
My money is my money and his money is our money.
You know that's a meme, right? Like that's literally a. You're not saying that ironically, are you?
Oh, I've heard people say it, but I just believe that's true. You shouldn't be in a woman's pocket.
I've heard men say that unironically before too.
Like they
They said that exact thing. Like her money is her money, but my money is our money.
Most men say that in like a
No,
dismissive sort of
he was
way.
being
like-
100% serious. Like, actually, I've heard 3 men say that recently. Being
My
like,
money.
3 men say that?
Yeah, no, weirdly enough, yeah, like that exact quote, like in the past, 6 months.
I want to add also, I've also heard that been said by men, but I also want to give context that I am from a different culture, so it is kind of
Can you
more
tilt your mic down a
acceptable.
little bit?
Yeah.
No, can you tilt your?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in terms of the context I've heard it in, it's a little bit different since in my country, that's kind of just the societal expectation.
Wait,
of-
what's your country?
I'm from Algeria.
Well, you were born there?
No. I'm born in Canada, but I was raised by both my parents who are Algerian, and they grew up there, so they raised me with Algerian
I see.
standards.
Okay.
And I've also spent a lot of time in Algeria.
Okay, got it. Okay. So the princess treatment. You also said something like you want $5,000 to $10,000 a month.
I never said I want that. I said there's the activities and stuff that me and said partner do would probably go be around there,
I wonder if there's.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Women hold the keys to sex, men hold the keys to relationship. You are not choosing a man, he is approving or disqualifying you.
Oh.
This is why feminism has failed you. Repent, the patriarchy welcomes you.
Thank you, Grid 1. Repent, the patriarchy welcomes all of you. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Let's see here. Am I gonna get? I feel like people are so dumb. They're gonna. Maybe I should be more like optically aware. I feel like people are so dumb. They're gonna assume that he's wearing like a World War II military uniform, and then like, but he's not. Your thoughts, Andrew?
I mean, it's pretty fucking awesome, honestly.
It looks
The
cool,
uniform.
right?
Yeah, I like the uniform.
It's a Chilean military uniform, but I feel like people are so dumb. Oh, why do they have, you know, a German World War II uniform? You know, because people think he's got the field gray. It's the field gray. All right, whatever.
I mean, you're in it now, right?
Yeah, it's done.
There's nothing you can do about it now.
He has to stay there the rest of the show.
Yep.
By the way, Rick, so Reed is over 100, TTS is over 200. Thank you, though. Oh, Nick, were you able to pull that up? I accidentally hid Rick's. You'll have to find it in the live. You'll have to find it in the live. Okay, princess treatment. So the 5,000 to 10,000.
That's the activities that would come with it, you know,
You can pull it up, Nick.
like I said, like if you and your partner go on vacations frequently, or if you guys go out to eat, or you know, like if you guys are getting like spa days, you know, just life activities.
Would you date a guy who wasn't able to provide you with those things?
No.
Okay.
Because I think it's difficult. Like, I think once you've been exposed to a certain standard, it's kind of difficult to go back.
That's true.
Now, if I wouldn't
That's
say no,
true.
because sometimes you meet somebody and you're just infatuated with them, or you see a lot of potential in them, but
They have to be extra amazing, though.
they have to be extra amazing.
I mean, it's actually, you make a very good point with that, and this is a differential that I've made, a point that I've made before. So one of the differences between men and women is men are able, and you guys feel free to weigh in on this after I make my point. So if a man tries to hit on a girl, hook up with a girl outside of his league, instant rejection. Like you're not getting a 5-minute conversation. You're not getting a date. You're certainly not getting casual sex. You're not getting anything more. Men, if we try to, let's say we want to try to sleep with a girl outside of our league, instant rejection. That's not the case for women. Women can very easily sleep with men outside of their league, and that can be on looks, it can be on socioeconomic status, it can be general status. For example, a woman who's got 500 followers on Instagram, she's a nobody, can go and hook up with a professional NBA player, NFL player, whatever, so long as she's even averagely attractive. It helps if she's good looking, right? So what ends up happening is you'll have like a 19-year-old girl in college who, if she's so inclined, can go fuck a guy who's a millionaire who can provide her with a certain lifestyle, or she can fuck a famous dude, she can fuck a guy who's high status. She may very well not ever be able to get commitment from that guy. So you mentioned, well, there's no going back. So how does a 19-year-old girl go from dating an NBA player who's flying her out and he's, you know, whatever the case is, he's got a really nice place, he lives alone, heated bathroom floors, no roommates, to, oh, the 20-year-old guy at my college who lives in a dorm, who's got a roommate, not a housemate, a roommate, how's she going to go back, how's she going to go back to that?
You really can't, honestly.
Yeah, you're fucked.
You can't.
So what do you do when you're 35?
You should be married by then.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're not.
I mean, but why can't you go back?
You can.
That's the question.
Like, why is it an issue if you go back?
Well, you can, but my theory on this is that once you've dated a certain caliber of man, that's kind of going to be your benchmark, whether
Your
conscious or subconscious. And then the guy who you end up perhaps being with, the guy who you can actually get commitment from, you're going to almost hold that guy in contempt because you almost feel like you're settling, when in reality, despite your ability to procure casual sexual relationships with men who are really attractive or who have a lot of money or who have high status, of course these men would never commit to you. The guy who's actually on your level, you're going to think that because you were able to secure those men for, albeit casual sex, you think that that's your level, that's your league. But that's not your league. Your league as a woman is the man that you can get commitment from, the man that you can get marriage from, not the guy who you can fuck. Because you can fuck a really high status dude, you can fuck a rich guy, you can fuck a really hot dude. Does not mean you'll be able to get commitment from a guy who's on that level.
That's very true.
Mm-hmm. I can attest to that. I unfortunately have a very high body count, and a lot of that happened in my 20s because I slept with a lot of gorgeous men, admittedly, but they didn't want to wife me or girlfriend me because, let's be honest, I was a fat slut. Sorry. So I think that now at 35 and unmarried, I
did not see that coming.
I'm so sorry. You're disappointed.
I was blindsided.
Yeah. And I think that's partly because, I had to get real with myself and be honest about where do I fit within this market, because my market is based off of what do the men that I want, and do I meet that, yes or no? If yes, great. If no, I need to change my expectations.
Well, aren't men who are usually like making like more or in a higher status or something, like say like a basketball player or something, like they're used to partying and like going out and stuff, so like they're not really looking for commitment, and if they are, it usually comes with I don't know the word, but like,
can you scoot your mic this way a little bit?
Like infidelity,
yeah. And like, which then like the woman usually has to make a choice to be okay with that or not.
Are you saying that,
I don't know where I was going with it, there was a point to it, but.
Well, are you saying that some women would prefer the divided attention of a hyper attractive, hyper successful guy versus the 100% attention of like a normal average guy?
No, I was just saying that like that men who like make more money and stuff, like, where am I going with that?
Have
like,
options, and
they have
are gonna
options,
exercise
and
their
like
options.
they're not usually like, in my opinion, they aren't looking for that commitment or that seriousness like right away, they're more inclined to go fuck around, just like us women can be more inclined to go fuck around.
Is that the case for you? More inclined to fuck around?
No, I'm not more inclined to fuck around.
Well, that's what you said. You said women, just like us women, who can be more inclined to.
In general terms.
Do you think some women are, well, of course, some women. Do you think women are inclined to fuck around?
I think both men and women are inclined to fuck around. I think that it comes from both genders, sexes.
And the high value or high earning men, they have like untamable lifestyles. Like, you're gonna have to get used to like them. Like, you can't tell them what to do. Like, they're gonna be out till when they want to be out. Their friends are probably cheaters. The Instagram following goes crazy.
The Instagram following goes crazy.
Like the girls that they follow, you'll have a heart attack. Don't even go look through it. Never look through their phone.
Why would you want that though?
Like, you have to like
awful.
just like mentally like shut off that part if you want to. For most men who are making a certain amount of money, yeah, you got to shut that off.
Well, I think I don't care how much money you make. I think it's a major L as a dude to be following a bunch of Instagram chicks.
Oh, they're following him back.
Cool.
That's the bad part.
I don't know, maybe I'm weird when it comes to social media, but I don't follow like anybody on social media.
That's good.
I don't follow dudes, I don't follow chicks. Like, I think it's super weird though when like you got dudes who are just following a bunch of girls. That's kind of weird.
I agree, but I'm just saying, like, this is what I've experienced and observed.
We call those simps though. So, what?
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Good times. Wait, okay, so I'm trying to remember what we're going around the table on. I don't know. I feel like
Princess
I kind of.
treatment.
We were talking about princess treatment. Anybody who here wants princess treatment? Just a yes or a no.
Sure.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
No.
Look,
No.
please speak into the microphone.
Yes, but I don't qualify.
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
My husband treats me like a princess, I would say.
Okay.
So I like it.
All right.
Yes.
It's beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Good. All right. You also said crazy things. You've seen crazy things in LA, because when we were initially asking you about the $5,000 to $10,000, you said, well, whoa, there's way crazier, arrangements. What have you heard?
What have I heard and what have I
What's
seen?
like the craziest, maybe not the craziest arrangement, but like.
So I don't know this girl personally.
Does Isabella have a crazy arrangement?
No.
No crazy arrangements,
no.
Isabella? Okay.
I don't know this girl personally. She's a friend of a friend, but we were talking about the other day about how for Christmas, like, she got mad at her boyfriend because he got her a G-Wagon and she wanted a lamb truck, and then he left her. She left him.
That bastard.
And she took the G-Wagon.
Wait, did you tweet about this?
No, I didn't tweet about this.
You didn't tweet about the G-Wagon?
No, I didn't tweet about this.
Maybe I saw something else on Twitter. Some girl was
he just really fucked up on that one.
And
right?
he's like really upset about it, yeah.
Huh.
That's insane.
Shame on him.
Shame
on him.
He should have came with that lamb truck.
He should have came with the year.
Okay, good times. I'm going to get into my show notes here. Let's see. Some of you were so kind as to provide some pre-show notes. Actually, the last thing here for you, Haley, you said
Hallie.
you wanted to... Hallie?
Yes.
Oh, like Hallie Berry,
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Oh, we have Grid 1 here.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. As a high-value married dude, I have never cheated.
Never cheated.
304 in blue is completely Californicated. You need to get out if you want a happy life. No high-value man does anything you describe. Those are F-boys.
Oh.
Thank you.
So Grid 1 here.
That wasn't that bad.
Grid 1 here. There's some dispute.
Grid
when it
1's
comes
fucking
to,
awesome, and it's true. It is some bizarre California mindset as well. And yeah, the best way to get happy in California is to get out of California.
I think it's time we got to move the podcast out of here. Oh God. Okay. It's a fascist uniform. No. Hold on. I first off, it's a Prussian. It's a Prussian. You pull it up. Normally we don't. Chilean or not, it's a fascist uniform. Morales, Chile was the terminus of the rat lines. The Chilean army was stacked. No. First off, Chile has a rich history of taking from the Prussian military, tradition. So the Chilean Prussian genesis predates World War II. I will have you know, sir. Anyways, you can hide that. But I should maybe have another thought if I want him. Should we have him throw on a World War I military uniform? Would that be? I don't know. Maybe it looks Soviet. Does it look a little Soviet? It might look a little.
Yeah, bet none of them would care if it was a communist uniform. Yeah, it's fascist. What about a communist?
Yeah. What if it was like Okay. All right. You wanted to talk 50-50 in relationships. I assume you're not in favor of 50.
I'm not in favor of 50-50.
Let's go around the table on that. 50-50 in relationships. Agree? Yay? Nay?
I used to be very 50-50, and then I met other people who, not that they didn't allow that, but I guess they made more money than me, so
Okay.
I couldn't really make it 50-50, and they offered to pay for more things, so I just kind of was okay with it being like 70-30.
70-30?
Yeah. But if I was with someone and they specifically told me they wanted it to be 50-50, I would be okay with that. But like, for example, the guy I'm dating right now, like, it's definitely not 50-50. It's probably more like 70-30.
Do you guys live together? Well, no, you've been dating for a week. I assume you don't live together.
No.
Okay. So when it's 70-30, like, he buys dinner, you buy dessert type shit, or?
Honestly, it's
100-0.
No, it's probably like more close to like 75-25. But he offers a lot more. Like, he will pay. Okay, for example, like, we went to Vegas. I covered the hotel for the trip. He covered almost all the food and drinks.
Okay.
So, like, what he paid for was more than what I paid for the hotel, but it was still like I still contributed a little bit.
You've been dating for a week? The gym story. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or it's been
you guys
like
met
2.5.
in the sauna.
Yeah, it's been over 2 weeks.
And you just went to Vegas, like week 1?
No, we were already like hanging out. Like, we weren't in an official relationship, but we were hanging out.
Oh, how long were you hanging out for?
2 2 months before we made it official.
Oh, so it's only, but so you were like hooking up with him and stuff before?
Well, we were going on dates.
So hooking up?
I mean, first we just went on dates, like to eat or something.
Your friend's snitching on you over here.
Totally.
No, it's just the way she said it. We went on dates.
Dates.
Yeah, dates.
No,
Dates.
like we would go out to eat. We went to like Din Tai Fung.
And then
we
he'd
went-
drop you off and give you a ass out hug at the end of the date, and that nothing.
Well,
that was
no,
it.
but like it's like
You're officially boyfriend and girlfriend as of 1 week ago.
2.5 weeks ago.
Excuse me, 2.5. Oh, wait. Okay, getting different stuff here, but or no, wait. You're right. You did say 2 weeks. I got my notes mixed up. Guys, first off, don't talk in a fucking sauna. Never fucking talk in a sauna, guys. It's just rude. And the other people, were there other people in the sauna? Or was it just you and that? Oh my God.
No, everyone's always talking in there.
Really?
Like I've met a bunch of people in there. I met some random like YouTubers and TikTokers.
How big is a sauna? Is it a big sauna?
It's probably like
Fit like what?
It
Like
could
this? You
fit
could fit
this
like
table.
10 people? Yeah, I've been in a sauna like that. You don't talk in the sauna with, you don't do it. It's bad sauna. Can we
Etiquette?
Google if it's bad sauna etiquette? Hold on. Talking. It's like talking in an elevator. Hold on. It's worse than talking in an elevator because in an elevator, you get out after 10 seconds. In a sauna, you're trapped in there. You're sweating. It's fucking miserable. Hold on. Talking in sauna
you can leave
etiquette.
at any time.
Hold on. I got some fucking etiquette here on saunas. Avoid talking loudly or engaging in any other noisy activity that may disrupt the tranquility of the sauna. Let me see. Sauna etiquette. Please be as quiet as possible. They say quiet. Talking in the steam room / sauna is rude. There's some Reddit posts on this. Sauna etiquette 101.
This is being selected.
Quietness. Quiet. No, there's a lot of people saying, here, let me ask the chat. Chat. Pull up the chat, Nick. Yo, chat. Those of you who sauna, one in the chat if it's rude to talk in the sauna, 2 in the chat if it's normal. It's cool to talk in the sauna. 1 in the chat if it's rude to talk in the sauna, 2 in the chat if it's...
I see a lot of rudes.
Is it rude? How about just rude, not rude? Rude, not rude. Is it rude to talk in the sauna? Not rude.
A lot of ones.
It's a lot of ones. I think it's rude.
A lot more ones than there are twos.
The worst thing is like someone will come into the sauna. It's not as bad if it's like people. I still don't think like if it's 2 people talking and they know each other, that's still bad. But if somebody starts talking to you, and I'm trying to be quiet in there, fuck you.
That happens like almost every day.
So you'll be in the sauna and somebody will start talking to you? What hellscape of a gym do you go to?
24-hour fitness.
Of course. Join a YMCA.
I'm not doing that.
Join a YMCA or some Equinox or some shit. 24 hours.
You really have some really strong opinions about this sauna thing.
Listen, I remember I was plagued. I would go into the sauna. First off, these idiots fucking, let me tell you about the sauna for a little second here, guys. Very related to dating, okay? Get this right. These fucking idiots will be like so fucking stupid. They'll like leave the door open, so just all the cold air. Oh, I forgot to close the door, you fucking idiot. And then I went in the dry sauna. There was a dry sauna, a steam sauna. These fucking idiots would come in. There's a sign that says, don't put water on the dry. And they would bring in their water bottles and start pouring it. That's why I have a sauna at my house now. I dropped $3,000 for this was years ago. I just couldn't do the public sauna anymore. And I kept getting sick. I don't know, it's breathing in that hot air with half naked men and women. I wouldn't date. If a woman talked in the sauna, if she told me, no, let me double down on this. If I was married to a woman for 10 years and then like we just never saunaed together and we were on vacation and we get into the sauna and she starts talking to me in a public sauna, divorce. I would divorce her if she started talking to me in a sauna. That's how fucking ruthless I am. What?
What did the sauna ever do to you?
It's not about the sauna. It's about the people. Guns don't kill people.
What traumatic
People
sauna
kill
experience have you had?
People talking.
People talking in the sauna. It was very traumatic. You get these guys coming in, start telling me their fucking life story in the sauna, and they start asking, "Oh, what do you do for work?" I'm like, fuck. I'm done.
Yeah, they're just being friendly. Well, if you really don't want to talk to anyone, that's when you put your AirPods in. People do that at the sauna all the time.
I always wear my headphones.
I don't want to put that into the sauna. They're gonna melt.
They don't melt.
Okay, fine. They don't melt, but I don't know. I need my ears clear of any obstruction when I'm in the sauna. Okay, I need to. In case anyone tries to attack me in the sauna, I need my faculties. I need to hear any threats.
I have a solution. You should just, those who don't want to talk should have a special sign for the sauna that says, no talking.
No, that should be the default, okay? It should be the default of the sauna. Nobody should talk. If you go in there with your friends, you shouldn't talk to your friends. I don't want to hear about your fucking adventures the week before. Oh, you're going to talk in the sauna? Oh, no. Shut up.
This is very antisocial sauna behavior, Brian.
I'm an introvert, okay? I can't stand these inconsiderate sauna people. Okay, moving on. What were we talking about? I don't remember. Okay, we got to chat here.
We said 50-50. No.
Brixan, I'd love to hear the young man in the military uniform and his take on dating and politics. We need to hear his opinions. He actually doesn't speak English. He's from Chile. He's a Chilean national. So he can... he only speaks Spanish. I'm sorry, Rick. I wish I could oblige you. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Okay, let me get through some of mine. Wait, let me just check here. Okay, we're going to get through some pre-show notes that everybody provided. We talked about the cheating in relationships thing. Are high-valued men allowed to cheat? Do you think they are? Wait, does your guy you're seeing, he fucks other women, is what you're saying?
Not that I'm aware of. You know, we've had these conversations though, and basically what I've been told / my understanding is that cheating is not cheating cheating is not cheating if they're able to tell you beforehand or give you or have an honest and open conversation.
So you're in an open relationship?
No, this is not me. This is not. I've been told this by a lot of I guess high value men. You know, they want to be able to tell their wife that they've cheated.
Mm-hmm. They're just trying to fool you with that speed.
I don't stand by it, but you know.
Well, if you I mean, this is where I certainly disagree with like the red pill. Is if you've made a representation to your partner that you are monogamous and that you're faithful and loyal, and you go and have sex with another woman, one, that is definitionally cheating, and it's wrong. But some of these guys will sort of, I don't know if the term's Mott and Bailey, or shifting the goalpost, but they'll say, well, no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm upfront about this. I expect loyalty from them, but I am going to, I tell them that I'm not going to be loyal to them sexually. Which, I mean, I've heard some of the people in the red pill space make varying points about this, but they will say that, for example, I mean, it's actually a good argument that men and women cheat for different reasons. That's something that can be talked about. But
I also heard that men are able to cheat without emotional attachment, and then if women cheat, it's not emotional.
Or you mean it is emotional? Yeah.
And then we'll have to break up.
Well, yeah, I do think there can be differences.
Right.
Like a guy could be totally checked out of the relationship if he's cheating, or I think he could still. It might not.
I just think it's wrong altogether.
Yeah, I'm not recommending cheating, but I've definitely heard like if you've told your girlfriend or wife that you're going to be monogamous and loyal, and you have sex with another woman, that's still very bad to do.
I agree.
So, yes. Good times.
think we're all on the same page there, which is
Okay, here, I'm going to get into my notes. Lizzie, going to Lizzie here, you said in your youth you made, and these are your pre-show notes here, you made a lot of poor choices that make it impossible for you to ever be considered traditional or chaste. I know you touched on it a little bit. Can you tell us what those poor choices were?
Oh boy. Sorry, Mom. Well, high body count. I'm sure we'll get into that later. I did cheat on a couple guys, one when I was 19 and one when I was 21, and it was wrong. They were good men, and I'm sorry I did it. Those are the main ones. And I think also just having an overinflated ego, because I fell into the trap where I thought, oh, you know, these guys are sleeping with me. That means something. It doesn't, unfortunately. So, yeah, I think that's pretty much the main...
When did you have the change of heart?
You're 31 or
35.
35.
Yes.
Okay.
I would say, because it was a gradual process, and it's been expedited substantially since meeting my latest partner. He's changed my life. I love him so much. I am the luckiest. I feel like the luckiest girl in the world that I found him. Thank goodness. But I would say 28. 28 was when I first, because I think that was the beginning of what they say of like hitting the wall sort of thing. So I looked at myself, and I just, I looked at what I wanted to do, being a mother. I'd be happy to be a stay-at-home mom. I'm open to that. In California, it's not really practical, but yeah, so I'd say 28.
You also wrote...
Was this for... Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, is this change of heart for practical reasons, or was it for other than practical reasons?
I'd like to say it was other than practical, but I'll be real, it was practical. I was realizing that I was, I was just full of emptiness and loneliness, because I would spend time with these guys, and even up until recently, I've always said, oh, I don't regret it and whatever. And I mean, whether I regret it or not is kind of irrelevant. But
well, it's relevant.
Okay.
That's why I'm wondering which part is pragmatism and which part is why I actually made a mistake that I'm ashamed of.
I think that I'm ashamed of cheating. That one was an easy shame. I wish I hadn't done that. I'd say that the high body count for a long time, I would say even right up into meeting my latest boyfriend, I kind of wore it as a badge of honor. But I think what also really changed is that my current boyfriend has a daughter, and she's 10, and so I have to now translate everything that I'm doing into, if she did that, what would I think about it? And I'm like, oh snap, like that would not be good if she did a lot of the stuff I did. So.
All right. You did say you slept with way too many people.
Yep.
You said you lost track
Yep.
of your body count. Your guess is what?
My guess is around 100.
I think you said here in the notes over 100.
Yeah. So, I have, I'll just say over 100, yeah.
You also said you were very risky with your sexual behavior, did not always...
Use protection, yep, should have, really bad.
And you mentioned the cheating. And I do, look, I actually want to applaud you for being open and, saying these things. A lot of people would not be willing to disclose this sort of thing, so I certainly applaud you for your honesty.
Well, it's not about me. Like, I came on this podcast, and I know, like, I might get canceled for some of what I say, but I'm trying to do what's right.
I don't think you'll be canceled. Andrew might get canceled. I might get canceled for having this Chilean military officer. Okay. He's gone AWOL. He is... okay. I know you wanted to talk about... in your notes, you said you wanted to talk about dating as someone who is overweight. A question for you, though. Have you always been overweight your adult life?
Yep, the whole time, pretty much.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there anything specific that you wanted to... Because you said you'd like to discuss dating as a... Your words, not mine. Dating as a fat woman.
Yeah. I get really frustrated with the fat acceptance movement. Because on the one hand, I get it. You know, I'd prefer to not have random strangers come up to me and verbally express their opinion of my body shape. That would be preferred. That being said, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't have health issues and I'm just as healthy as someone of one of these ladies' body weights. And that's all baloney. And I refuse to say that something is true when it is not. And I'm also not going to say that a person who doesn't want to date me is fat phobic. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I think it is a totally reasonable thing for a man to look at me and have that be a concern. I think it's a biological and logical choice. I get it.
Don't you think too, when you're talking about the fat shame thing, that it's not about random strangers approaching heavy women in the street and talking smack to them. That's not really what it is. It's just a matter of what society wants to push towards as a standard or as something which is promoted. That seems like it's a distinction, right? So I don't think anybody was ever like, yes, run over to heavy women in the street and be like, hey, fat, you know what I mean? Nobody ever was saying that. They were just saying that, you know, on the other hand, kind of pushing people towards the acceptance of overweight women as being some kind of standard or as some kind of good for the world.
Yeah,
that's what it's about.
I think that's morally irresponsible to do that. And I've said this before in private, but I think that it's as unhealthy to have a woman who's exceedingly underweight on a magazine cover as it is having Tess Holliday on a magazine cover, because they're both extremes of unhealthiness, and I would prefer to see normal, healthy women. I think that would be the best thing for society.
Oh, yeah.
Solid.
That was beautiful.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
The pragmatism part, though, kind of going back to this, you said that you held, and I'm just wondering, from the promiscuity side, were you promiscuous because you were always heavy, and so that was a form of male validation?
Yeah, I think that was definitely the trap that I fell into. Yeah.
And is that why you wore that as a badge of honor?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
You also said in your pre-show notes that you were a feminist in your late teens and early to mid-20s. Now you consider yourself an equalist. I'm very disappointed with how feminists behave these days and do not want to associate myself with such hypocrisy and sexism. And so I guess my question to you is, did you used to hate men?
No.
Oh, okay. At least that's good. That's good. Do you think feminists are sexist?
Yes, I do.
Towards
some
men?
Some feminists, I think, are sexist to men.
Okay.
I think it is, you know, there was a woman on here a while ago, and I forgot her name, but she had she was a plus size lady. She had sort of a off the shoulder tan outfit. Anyway, and she was like, she had all these tweets where she was joking around. She's like, oh, you know,
yep.
Men are so terrible.
Andrew was there for that.
That was atrocious. I thought that was atrocious thing to say.
It was.
And the way I think you can...
That was the gangsta drug running woman.
Oh,
Yep. Yeah. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Because I think if you would have reversed the sexism, this is a good way, I think, to figure out whether or not you're saying something that's fair. If you reverse the sexes and it sounds really bad, then you know it's really bad already, because yeah. And I also think, as someone who only dates blue collar men, I think that blue collar men are totally disrespected, and you know, I think that, no offense, but a lot of women like yourself, you want, you know, someone who's can treat you like a princess and pay for all these things, but there's a lot of blue collar men that, yeah, okay, they can't buy you diamond earrings and fancy cars, but they are hardworking and they are good men and they make great husbands.
They have like good morals.
Exactly, yeah. Not all of them, of course.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Going around the table really quick, who here considers themselves a feminist?
Like, do I believe in equal rights for men and women?
Well, I think that's different than what feminism is, but I know people have different definitions of what feminism is.
So what's your definition?
Well, he doesn't need to give you his definition to have you define whether or not you think you're the thing or not the thing.
Well, I think that the term feminist has become a more negative term.
Saved by
Nachu
the
Navo
TTS.
donated $200. I'm still amazed you've slept with over 100 people. If you could only choose one option, would you have rather waited until marriage, or slept with those same 100 people?
So this is a great example of what I mentioned, where I'm thinking of my stepdaughter when I say this. I would rather have waited until marriage, and I hope she does the same.
Okay. Thank you, Nash Nabu, for the TTS. Appreciate it.
So, as I was saying, so yeah, the term feminist has a different definition than what its original definition was. And the original definition was what I just said, that it's like fighting for women and men to have equal rights. But now, so many people on the internet have made it this term that women should have more than men, which is kind of backwards. Mm-hmm. So I don't believe in that. I don't think women should have anything more. I think it should be equal.
Going around the table.
In the traditional sense of feminism, I would say a little bit yes, but I'm not very sided one way.
No.
No.
Nope.
No.
Into the mic, please.
I don't identify with modern Western feminism.
Andrew, are you a feminist?
I am not.
Okay.
What is an Eastern feminist?
I personally I don't know if there's such a thing even as an Eastern feminist, but I don't think that the things that feminism here in the West have become about currently are actual real issues. I think that, there's a lot of women out there crying about, hey, we can't show like our armpit hair, we can't free our nipples on the street, while there are women now who still don't have access to education, who don't have access to their own bodies, who are being married off at 12 years old and younger. And I think that those issues are far more pressing for women than not being able to show your boobs on the street.
You mentioned, actually, that's the only right that I can think of that men have that women don't, is the ability to go shirtless. I cannot think of any right in the
They don't
U.S.
even have that right. It just depends. It's all
yes,
it's all
in some cities, yes, the women can be topless. Interestingly enough, though, even if it's legal, women aren't like chomping at the bit to go topless in public. So
it's very like performative, I think, what's going on here.
Yeah.
I think women have gotten so many rights and so many privileges here. I see a lot of women, like people that I know personally, complaining about these, topics that aren't so important, that are not life or death, and things like that. And I haven't heard them say a word about women that are getting circumcised in Africa, tortured, things like that are being raped in Congo, Sudan, enslaved. Oh, I'm so sorry. Things like that.
People have difficulty. Never mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. But there are real issues that are going on where women are being, just actually tortured and
So why do you think
victimized.
modern feminists don't give a shit about them?
Because I don't see anyone speaking up about these issues.
No, why do you think modern feminists don't give a shit about them? They clearly don't. What do you think the motivation is?
I think because the society we live in here in the West is very self-centered, and there's no sense of community, and it's all about me. What can people do for me?
Yeah.
What can the world do for me? Oh, I don't have these things that I want, materialistic things most of the time. What can they do for me? Versus, these other women, these other people around are suffering. What can I do to help them? It's all about ourselves. And I think we've gotten so privileged here that we've just started inventing things to be upset about and creating problems when there aren't things to complain about that much. There still are things here, but still are things going on here, but
yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop there. It's hard for me to express myself
That's good.
in English.
That's good. Well put.
Really well
put.
said.
That was beautiful. Okay, so.
And I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm sorry to cut you off, Brian, but I've seen it with my own two eyes. I've seen things going on the other side of the world that are completely unfair, and women being barred from going to school and being barred from even leaving their houses and being forced into marriages and things like that are awful. And does anyone here ever say anything about it? No, they don't care. They just are mad because, I don't know, what was it? There was this issue about the things on the street being called a manhole. They were like, that's not fair. Are you serious? That's not an issue. You're fine.
You know what's actually funny about that? The whole policeman, Fireman, manhole.
So are you wanting to export feminism then to solve those issues?
I don't know what the solution would be, but I do think that there has to be maybe a human rights thing more so than feminism.
But that's what feminism was, right? Was egalitarianism is a human right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's the question. It's kind of it's kind of an odd thing, right? So you say feminism leads to all these bad outcomes. And the bad outcome is all these selfish people doing all this selfish shit and trying to figure out problems that they're going to invent. And then you say, but wait, look at these other places where there's all these problems going on. Shouldn't we export the thing that caused all the problems over here in order to solve all the problems there?
Yeah, I get your point. It is very complicated. If there was, just because of how humans are, we are very selfish and greedy, and it's kind of, you give someone an inch, they want to take a mile. So I think it is an interesting conversation to have about how can we give these rights and get these women in other places, the things that are essential without it getting out of hand as it has over here, which...
Can that be done?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone knows.
That's the question, right? It's like, can that be done? I don't think that can be done. I think when you're talking or you're saying we need to export the thing that caused all these problems to solve all those problems over there, it seems like it just connects with brand new sets of the same problems that you're trying to solve here. It's like, does that actually work? Does exporting Western values to fix these Eastern problems work? Not really.
Well, I'm not sure about exporting Western values specifically, but I do think that...
Well, what's feminism if it's not a Western value?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Western value. So it's like it doesn't work. It doesn't work to solve whatever these, kind of perceived issues are.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you brought up arranged marriage, right?
Yes.
You have a problem with arranged marriage?
I personally don't have a problem with arranged marriage. But I do think that
because it's a system which can work, right?
Yeah, I actually, in my notes, I wrote that I'm actually, I think we should destigmatize arranged marriages, but I think that there are conditions. So obviously both parties are consenting, both parties are of age. I think if it's the thing where it's, parents kind of being like, we think you two would be a good match, meet each other, talk, go out a couple times, see if it works, and then if those people are down for it, then great. But I don't think it should be this thing where we found you a husband, you have to marry him, and you have no say, or will hurt you, kill you, kick you out, things like that. But I've seen arranged marriages work in my own family very well, and there haven't been any issues or any concerns that have come up, and they weren't forced.
Right, so just because these are Eastern values doesn't mean that they're bad values or that Western values need to be exported, right?
Yeah, I think not all Eastern values are bad. I think a lot of Eastern values actually are rooted in good things, but again, human nature, you give someone a little bit of power, they tend to take over and want more and more. So I think that things have kind of gone out of hand in the East as well in terms of power and things that, morals and things like that of virtue and all that have gone to the point where women can sometimes be overprotected and shielded inside just to uphold those values.
With your definition of feminism, since I guess you're a feminist, right?
With my definition.
What is your definition? Equality between men and women?
Equal rights.
Okay, but so you think we're currently still fighting for that, correct?
In the U.S. or in the world?
Well, I don't know about the current state of equality between men and women and in
it's like the United
Luxembourg,
States.
Or I don't know, United States.
Having lived in, a developing country with a more patriarchal society like Egypt, if you compare that to when I moved here, obviously women have way more rights here.
Sure.
I think, there are still some little things.
But so do men, right? Men have more rights here than they do in Egypt too, don't they?
Yeah, in some cases, yeah. I think a lot of people just don't have a lot of rights in general over there.
Rights don't exist?
It's not that they don't exist. It's not
where do they
North
exist?
Korea. It's...
Do rights exist?
In Egypt?
No, do they just exist at all?
Yeah.
Where?
What do you mean?
Can you point to one?
Well, you know, like in Saudi Arabia, women recently in the recent years, they just got the right to vote.
So they got a right. So it didn't exist before they got it?
Yeah, they didn't have the right to vote
Right,
before.
so it didn't exist. So rights don't exist. They're just things that are given to people, right? They're entitlements absent duty. They don't actually exist.
Well, it's like men had the right, so it existed in the first place.
Men didn't have the right. There was no right. There's no rights. There's no such thing as a right. It's completely made up social construction. It's arbitrary, completely meaningless.
So
It's
like
just,
in the first 10 amendments, when they talk about your rights, like right to bear arms, your right to a speedy trial. Like
do you have a right to bear arms?
As an American?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you bear a nuke?
No.
No, you can't. I thought you had a right to bear arms.
Well, it like to an extent, like there's still governing laws, especially within
I
each
thought it was a
state,
right.
too. I mean, well, that's for you to talk to the.
So it's not a right? It's something besides a right.
A conditional right.
Conditional right? Does that mean we can put more conditions on the right until it doesn't even become the right?
I guess if you want to.
But then there's no rights. It's just all made up. It's just made up nonsense. There's no
Well,
rights.
I mean,
At the
yeah,
time-
technically it is made up because someone had to write.
That's
the 10
right. It's all made up.
amendments.
You wanted to come
I was
in?
just going to say, at the time that right was written down in the Constitution, there was not nukes, so.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, there's just massive warships that could cannonade an entire coastal city and
good
blow it
word.
to fucking smithereens.
Cannonade. I like that.
But you can't own one of those either.
Actually, I probably could if I had the money. I could probably buy like a ship with cannons on it. Do you want to become a pirate with me, Andrew? Sorry. Derailing. Sorry.
I'm just saying.
I mean, you have the right to bear arms. It doesn't mean you can just mass murder.
You're a little too far from the mic.
What does the right to bear arms have to do with mass murdering?
Well, you just brought up an example of mass murder with the giant warship.
No, that wasn't an example of that. It was to express to you that even if the technology did not at the time exist for whatever these limitations you're putting on modern guns, it's totally irrelevant because there was technology which was still highly powerful, which could take out entire coastal cities. Even then, at the time, right then.
So arms includes, what does that include exactly?
That's a good question. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Right? Just like freedom of speech, does that only include printing press because that's what they had at the time? It's my question. So we're talking about rights. I don't think there are rights. I think that they're fucking made up.
Well,
I've never had anybody demonstrate to me that there's an actual right to do shit. What is a right?
Well, by your logic, as just saying like, oh, rights don't exist because it's things people made up, and you can almost say it's like a social construct.
It
you
is.
say that about literally anything in the entire world. Like
No, you
the
can't.
Well, yeah, because the government was technically made up by people.
Yeah, you
the
could
people
say that
made
the
up everything,
government-
like even the written
Sure.
language, the alphabet.
But
like-
democracy is a social construction. Communism is a social
Well, yeah,
construction.
then
These are all
literally
governmental bodies.
everything.
But material things do exist. This microphone exists. You could maybe say calling it a microphone is a social construction, but it does exist. This is material and exists.
Well, yeah.
Rights are not material. Rights do not exist absent the mind. They're just things that exist inside the mind, right? So that's why when people are always like, my right to do, but you don't have a fucking right to do shit. It's just made up nonsense, ultimately.
I mean, it's made up by your government,
What's made up by your government?
your rights.
So then your government can make up that you have no rights?
If they
I mean,
wanted to, they could.
unfortunately, yeah.
Well, then there's no rights. You just have something which is an entitlement that they're calling a right, right? So they say, you
Well,
can do this until we say you can't do this. So what makes it a right? Doesn't that seem like it's just a privilege? You're just being allowed to do
I
something?
think you're getting into semantics. I'm not quite
Semantics are
sure
super
what you mean by
important
rights.
for concepts. So yeah, it is semantics. Semantics are important to concepts. So if you have a concept of right, I want to know what a right is, and I want to know why you think people have them. What is one?
I think what
The right to education.
The right to education.
Let me maneuver here a little bit. So, the question though for Isabella: what is one right that a man has in the United States that a woman does not? Because there's feminists, there's massive women's organizations, feminist organizations in the United States. Feminism has major systemic and what are the two buzzwords people use? Systemic and institutional power in this country. And if feminism is about, equalizing the supposed rights between men and women, what are the rights that feminism is fighting for women to have equalized between themselves between men and women?
Well, when I said that I believe in equal rights, I wasn't only talking about the United States.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the United States. So, Are there currently in the United States any rights that are afforded to men that women do not have?
I'd have to look into it more.
So you're purporting to fight for something, but you're not even sure what
around
specific.
The world, because I haven't lived in the U.S. for very long, so I wouldn't even though I'm technically American, I wouldn't claim this as my country.
So you're currently doing advocacy for Egypt? I'm just
not
confused.
Advocacy specifically. I'm not going out to protest all the time and donating to things, but of course I'm not gonna say I don't think that they should be equal there, because I've seen what she said. She's seen people women have all their rights taken away in whatever countries. Similar things happen in Egypt where they're not treated very well, and that's okay over
right.
there.
But I don't know. I'm not really interested in speaking about Egypt.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. I
Okay.
mean, you didn't clarify if I just meant about the US.
Were you treated badly in Egypt?
Worse than I was treated here.
Yeah, what does that mean, though?
I was harassed pretty much every. Oh, sorry.
No. But I've heard some not very positive things about Egypt.
Yeah.
No offense, since you lived there for a long period of time, especially Cairo. I've heard it's not great.
Especially
that's why I'm
hard living
curious.
there. It's a difficult country to live, especially when you come from a Western country and then you move there afterwards. Of course, I will acknowledge that I did have it better than the average citizen or person living in Egypt, because I was an expat.
Okay.
So, expats, of course, they're going to have it better than the average Egyptian living in Egypt for the most part.
All right. Well, moving on with my notes here, we were talking. Oh, your blind date, Lizzie. Tell us about your blind date.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, it was the only, because I pretty much get along with pretty much most people, but this was the one time where no second date on this one. I agreed to meet for drinks, and I show up, and instantly I could see that we weren't a match physically. I think we were in terms of just biological looks, but he was kind of wearing this sort, in the Matrix when Neo wears that long coat, the black coat, that one. Yep. He was wearing that and these kind of interesting glasses, and I was in a summer dress, so he looked kind of weird. And then we went into the bar, got the drinks, and he proceeds to tell me that he is a vampire who has died 7 times. And I'm a no BS kind of gal, so I was like, okay, that's not gonna work for me. But I was already there, so I was like, all right, I'll complete this date here. And then we're going to leave, and he's like, oh, can I come with you to your place? And I was like, no. He's like, okay, can I escort you home? And I was like, you can escort me to the bus depot. And on the way there, he told me that his last girlfriend had a restraining order against him, so that was like a nail in the vampire coffin, I guess. So that didn't work out at all.
Who set you up on this?
I don't think we needed
blind date?
anything past the vampire.
Yeah, who set you up with a vampire?
That's fine.
Did you mention the whole he died 7 times?
Yep.
And he's a vampire?
Yep. So big time bullshit meter going off on that one.
Last girlfriend had a restraining order?
Yeah.
On him?
Allegedly, that's what he said.
Were you trying to drink her blood or something? What was going on there?
You didn't try to mess with him a little bit?
No.
Wouldn't that have been hilarious? Just been well, do it an 8th. Let's see what happens.
No, it wouldn't have been genuine, and I try to be genuine, so no.
You said it was one of the few times you did not hook up with a date.
Yeah, no. Sorry.
No second date.
No. Mm-mm.
You kind of, I'm not going to lie, you could have at least, I don't know, you're kind of missing out on at least one sexual encounter with a vampire. I'm just saying, you said your body count's over 100. You should have thrown a vampire in.
You're right.
Why turn down a vampire?
Because unless it's, what was that movie?
Wait, did he have the teeth?
He did not.
He didn't have the teeth?
So that's another problem.
This fucking poser. Fucking step your shit up. That's fucking amateur hour, dude. How are you gonna claim you're a fucking vamp and not have has anybody seen True Blood? How are you gonna fucking oh, you know what? It could have been the vampires in True Blood. They can hide their fucking fangs. So maybe he was that type of vampire. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, wait, what was that movie with the Wesley Snipes? Blade?
Oh.
Maybe he was... I don't know.
He was the daywalker.
He dressed like one, I guess. So that...
He went to his date dressed like Blade.
A little bit, yeah.
Wait, did you know before going on the date that he identified...
No.
What about... how did you meet him? Dating app?
I did, yes.
Was it like vampire dating app?
Oh, God.
Vampsmeet.com.
What dating app was it? Christian Mingle?
No, it
was probably
wasn't.
Christian Mingle. Farmers Only?
No.
There's a lot of vamps like on these fucking...
So this was the...
Like, that's a real thing?
There's Christian Mingle and there's Farmers Only. It's a real thing.
No, vamps.
Yeah, there's people who identify. We had the dog lady a couple shows.
Yeah, I've seen that Fruit Loop stuff, but there's
we need a vamp girl on this show. I want to talk to a vampire girl. Yeah, people identify. Andrew, there's other. Do you know otherkin? Therians? Do you know about Therians? They think they're dogs and animals and shit.
You had a
Therian.
girl on here who thought she was a dog, didn't you?
People want to pretend to be vampires. For some of them, it's a lifestyle thing. For others, it's a kink.
Can't you bring those fucking people around when I'm in the studio?
Bro, I'm trying. Listen, I've been trying for months to find a vampire. If there's any female vampires watching the show, we'll have you on. The closest we got a couple shows ago was some blood witches. We had blood witches, which was...
See, that would have been great, too. Bring on the blood witches.
Wait. I think we were...
This, like,
that
nice
was the week we were going to have you, dude. That would have been so good.
That would have been good.
Whatever. Okay, let's see. What else? Topics you wanted to discuss. We hit body. I think we talked about the fat shaming, body positivity. You said dating hot takes. Not wanting to date me because I am obese is completely... Isabella, kindly get off your phone. Not wanting to date me because I am obese is completely understandable and fair.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Not wanting to date me because I am ran through is also completely understandable and fair.
Agreed.
You say you're embarrassed as a woman by how delusional, selfish, rude, entitled, and unself-aware Western women are overall. Yes. You also say you wish you could take back your promiscuity. I feel it is my responsibility to be honest and accept the outcome of my choices.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Which, interestingly and ironically, I have found that, case in point, I'm in a very happy relationship that actually being self-accountable and being honest has in fact helped me in the dating world because, okay, yeah, I've been a floozy, but at least I'm an honest floozy.
That's, yeah, you know what? Somebody said this recently. When it comes to, I think it was, I don't know, so honesty is very important. Honesty is very important. And yeah, so. Really quick, you did say not wanting to date me because I'm ran through is totally understandable and fair. Mm-hmm. I want to open this up to the rest of the girls on the panel here. So, she says, totally fair if a guy doesn't want to date her because of her body count. So, do you object to men caring about a woman's body count, starting with you? Go ahead.
I don't really think it should matter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean... I don't care about what someone's body count is. I think it can remain private between you and your partner.
What do you mean it can remain private?
Like if you guys want to talk about it, then you can.
Would you withhold that information if somebody asked you what yours was?
No.
Oh, okay. But so you don't care about body count, but do you object to men? Let's say a guy cared about your body count or another woman's body count and didn't want to date her because of that. Do you object to that?
I mean, it kind of just depends.
On what?
If, let's say, the man is a virgin and also wants to be with a virgin, then that's pretty understandable if they both want to lose their virginity to each other.
What if the man's not, but still wants one?
I mean, he can have his preference. I think it's a little weird to specifically only want a virgin.
Well, hold on. Okay, so it could be a virgin, but let's say it could also be a woman who has a low body count. 1, 2, 3 partners.
I think it's...
Is that weird too?
No, but I think it's only weird if, let's say, the man's body count is very high and he's only seeking a woman with a low body count.
What if it's 10? His body count is 10 and he wants a girl who's got a body count of 1 or 2 or 0.
I mean, I just don't see how it should matter. It's not like if you go on these dating apps, there's like an option, because you know they have preferences on there. There's not an option like, oh, I want someone with this, like less than this number of bodies or this number. Like, is that something you're going to ask someone on their first date?
Sure. I would do it. I'll do it before the first date. slide into my DMs. What's
But
your
even
body
if it
count?
wasn't, even if it was a second or third date, like, who cares then? You're still going to ask, right?
Okay, I mean, like, you do you. Like, I'm sure if that's what you want, or whoever hypothetical person wants, and they, you know, go on all these dates with different women and find out their body count and then reject them after finding out their body count, then after a certain number of women, maybe they will find that one person who doesn't care about their high body count or whatever their body count is, and then will also have a low body count, like what the man wants.
Okay, so you said previously, though, that you object to a guy who isn't a virgin. Let's say a guy has been with 3 women and he wants a woman who's a virgin. Do you object to that?
Well, is he actively seeking a woman, like they have to be a virgin?
Yeah.
That's a complete deal breaker.
Yeah.
I just think that, like, why do they want that? Like, it's a
Yeah,
little
but who
weird.
cares why they want it?
It just seems a little bit strange, like almost like because I know a lot of people fetishize people who.
Yeah, but who cares?
are
What if
virgins.
it's just a fetish? Who cares? Like, from your purview, why would you even care?
Well, because I think fetishization is a little bit weird. Like, people fetishize me all the time for being Asian. I stay away from those people. I think it's weird.
Being
Yeah.
fetishized.
Wait, so
for
do you think
being
it's
a
wrong to have
virgin.
like a racial preference?
I don't.
Like,
I never said it's wrong to have a racial preference. I think it's weird to completely shut out a race because of your preference. Like, let's say you meet someone who isn't your like normal racial preference, but you happen to get along, you have that connection, and you're open to seeing where things go, rather than just seeing like, oh, they're this race, I'm gonna immediately cut them off because that's.
Let me
not
try
my
this a
preference.
different way. Other than personal feelings, how you personally feel, do you have any objection to any of this? Do you have a single objection to a man with a high body count wanting a woman with low or no body count, or somebody wanting to date within only races? Other than just me feel, do you have any other objection besides my feelings?
I guess not, but I still. I mean, I know you said.
So
not
then if
use the word
another guy
feel.
says, yeah, but I feel differently, then you're basically...
I mean, people can do whatever they want. My personal opinion is that it seems a little weird.
You mean your feelings?
weird. How is it weird?
Like, which thing specifically?
The guy who's slept with 5 women who wants a virgin.
Yeah.
Well,
Why is that
just
weird? And
actively
how?
seeking a virgin only, and that's a complete deal breaker because.
Sure. Let's say
you're-
that's the case.
Well, I'm not saying all of them, but it's pretty common for someone who is actively only seeking that's a deal breaker. It's like a fetishization, and they want to be the only.
Okay, well, let's say in the
person
cases
who-
where it's not a fetish, they're not fetishizing it. Let's say it's religious.
Well, if it's religious, it should be on both ends. Like,
Why? Well, what? Wait, what? Why?
well, because like, let's say, I mean, I don't know, like, what? Educate me, enlighten me. Like, which religion?
Well, I mean,
is
you
it?
said it. I'm just asking you. Like, why
I don't
would
know,
it?
like,
Why would the
I have met
precondition of
people-
because you're religious mean that it has to be on both ends?
I didn't say it has to be, but I think it would make more sense if you would rather be with someone
Right,
who's a
but
virgin.
it's not a fetish. Let's say somebody has what they consider a divine command. Right? And I'm not even specifically saying Christianity, anything like this, but let's just say a person believes they have a divine command to marry a woman who's never been with anybody else. That's their divine command. Now they're not in fetishization territory. Do you have any objection to it at all?
I mean, I guess not, because people can do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
And, like, they can, like, there's someone for everyone. I'm sure they can find someone who agrees with them and has the same values and mindset as them. So, like, who am I to object?
Yeah. So there's really no objection to it. Other than you just kind of like are grossed out by fetishes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think for that situation it would only be considered a fetish?
Not only, but I'm just saying there are a lot of people out there who do fetishize virgins because of whatever reasons. Like they think that it's pure, or like they want to be the first person to like enter them or take their virginity.
What's the difference between a fetish and a preference? Like
Yeah,
a sexual preference versus a sexual fetish. What's the difference?
So the difference is if you have a preference, this is kind of what I was saying before, like there's someone you prefer but you're not completely shutting out someone else because of it. It's just like, let's say I prefer, I don't know, like strawberry cake, but there's only like vanilla cake around. Like sure, I'll have some vanilla cake, even though I'd rather have strawberry cake. It's like I'm not completely shutting out every other flavor of cake.
But if you only like strawberry cake?
Then but like I said before,
but is that a fetish? Because you only like strawberry cake.
It depends what your mindset is towards that type of person or race or like whatever it may be.
Well, forget all that. Just the strawberry cake, right? If you're just using strawberry, if that's the only flavor you like.
You draw the line at when it becomes obsessive. Like I have met you can go ahead.
I just wanted to say the difference between a preference and a fetish is when you sexualize something, and a preference is just something you prefer.
Yeah, but can't you sexualize something as a preference?
Wait, say that again?
Can't you sexualize something as a preference?
Can't you sexualize something as a preference? I'm not
like
I'm
what
not
if
quite
you're
sure
like what if you're having what if you only like certain sexual positions as a preference? Is that a fetish?
It might be like a kink.
No, because that's probably not, because it's like that. It's not like, oh, this is the. Maybe if it's like, okay, I'm doing doggy style and then that's what gets me excited and that's it. Then maybe that's a fetish, yeah. But I mean, you might prefer that style because it's more comfortable on your knees. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to distinguish what we consider to be a fetish and what we consider to be a preference.
Maybe we can come back to it. Let's continue with the panel. Do you object to men caring about body count?
Yes.
Why?
Because why should it matter? Like why I don't really know why I object to it. I just know that it is odd, and it is.
Why is it odd?
Because I'm not gonna go up and be all up in your business about like wanting to know about how many people you've slept with, and if I am, that's not gonna be a deal breaker. You know, that's not gonna change my mind about anything, because you could have a high body count for like other reasons and stuff like that.
But I mean, are there some things that...
Augmented Autist donated $200. A man or woman seeking another with a low body count is not fetishization, it is predatorial.
Oh.
They are seeking control, which is easier achieved with someone who lacks experience.
Yeah.
I agree.
What evidence... I mean, it's hard to engage in a conversation with the TTS, but what evidence do you have for that statement?
My feelings. It's just all feelings.
But did you finish your point? Or I think I was actually asking you, I think I asked, why is it odd?
Yeah.
Why is it odd? Speak your mind.
Well, I think I was answering that because it doesn't, like, a high body count being a deal breaker for someone, I don't know where to grab the thought from.
You just don't like it, right?
I personally, yeah, and it has to do with my feelings. Like, yeah, I personally I think it's odd. I don't understand it, and I think that's why I don't have a lot to speak on it.
Now let's say for a second that there are men out there, because there's tons, who don't approve of the LGBTQ just based on their feelings. Is that okay with you?
No.
Oh, it's not. Oh. You know, it's almost like your objection here doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, and I'm hearing it not make sense as it's coming out of my mouth.
Moving on. Go ahead.
The question is, why does, if I think...
Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
Yes, I think it's just weird, and like, how would you even know the person is telling the truth anyways?
Okay, but let's say you knew what her body count was because perhaps you were within her social circle and you knew that she had been with multiple men.
Okay, if you're finding it out.
But let's assume you know the truth, right? Why is it weird? That's the word you used, right? Why is it weird?
Okay, I think it's more weird, like a guy like basically borderline harassing you for your body count. Like that's weird. But
okay,
if you already knew,
if I agree to that, if a guy was harassing you for the answer,
yeah.
But that's not really what we're. Let's say a guy has a good faith reason for not wanting to date a woman with a high body count.
Okay,
He's not harassing you for the answer.
That's understandable. Like if I think if it's
well, no, you just said it was weird.
Okay, I was thinking more from the aspect of like the lens of like someone being like, "What's your body count?" Like da 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 da, and some men, like I see some stuff on the internet like, "Oh, if a lady has slept with over 10 men, she is no longer wifeable." Like let's be real here. Like that's probably about average.
What? It's about what?
It's probably like about average, like especially in today's society. Now, like if it's like a crazy number, then I can understand you having discernment. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't want a guy that's been all around the world, and I'm embarrassed to go out with you.
Wait, hold on, wait. You're embarrassed. You would be embarrassed to date a guy who's slept with a lot of women, but when men don't want to date women who've slept with a lot of men, it's weird.
No, when I'm saying like a lot, I'm saying like in the hundreds, you know?
Yeah, what's considered a lot? Because it could be subjective. So what do you consider a high body count?
I mean, I would say over 10. You're getting into a high body count.
That's
what if you're
unrealistic.
old? What if you're
It's
like
not
50?
unrealistic. You guys just don't need
unrealistic.
to be. What's that?
What if you're older? You're like 50, 80 years old. Do you think it should still
Well,
be
I think age plays a factor here, but I think over 10 look, it's not insanely high, but I would say you're over 10, yeah, it's high body count. Now there's women, for example, who have 50 or 100 who that's also a high body count, but I think once you get over 10, you're in the kind of getting into high body count territory. Okay. But it's weird. Why is it weird? She said it was weird. I don't know what she said. Why is it weird? Say what you want to say.
I just feel like it's none of your business, like anyone's business to like know what anyone's body count is, like, and quite frankly, like I wouldn't even want to know from another guy, because then like if it's a number I don't want to hear, like I'm not gonna like you anymore.
All right, well maybe we'll come back to that. We'll continue going around the table. I want to get everybody's answers. Go ahead.
No.
You don't object to?
No.
Okay.
I don't object.
No, I think it's fair to, for that to put you off. But I would also say that maybe.
Sweet Tooth, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Maybe.
I would say that maybe don't discount somebody because of that, because that's not, necessarily. I mean, you could really miss out on somebody good who has a past that, maybe doesn't align with your virtues, but also maybe they've grown from that. And so, yeah.
I'd probably still discount them, but.
I don't object.
Oh, okay. So just to bring it back, why is it weird?
It's invasive.
What's invasive?
The whole body count phenomena.
What do you mean?
To like.
Here, let me paint this. Let me give you a scenario. Let's say the guy doesn't even ask. He just knows because you've been friends with, maybe he's been in your social circle and he's known you for 3 years and he's known you've gone out to parties and bars. He's heard it through the grapevine that you've slept with 20 men in the past 3 years. He doesn't ask you outright. Is it invasive then for the guy to not want to date you because you've slept with 20 men in the past 3 years?
No, but I do think it's heavily judgmental.
It's heavily judgmental. So you object to judging people. Didn't you say earlier that your allowance, well, not allowance, but you need a guy to spend $5,000 to $10,000 on you a month?
I said that's the average amount of probably what it would come to if you're putting like fun things, like the average relationship expenses into play, but definitely not an allowance.
Would you date a guy who works at McDonald's?
No.
So you're judging
What kind
him.
of judgment is that?
That's
Right,
a judgment.
but no,
You
but-
could have been missing
but I-
out on like the best burger flipper ever, and you just pass him by. How judgy.
I don't know. I think body counts between like 10 to 30 in today's society is like normal, honestly.
Let me ask a different question I'm just curious about. Assume right this second you enter into this dating market. I don't know much about the dating market. I've been off it for a long time, and thank God for that. But let's say you enter into it right now and you were a virgin. Would it be invasive if somebody asked your body count then?
Yes. I still wouldn't tell anybody because I feel like guys take advantage of women who have low sexual experience.
How do they take advantage? How do they take advantage?
Do you think then that most women's answers, when they answer that it's invasive or they don't like it or this type of things, because they have themselves a high body count?
Not necessarily. I don't even consider myself to be in that category. I just don't think it's a man's business. Like, why? Like, what benefit do you gain knowing who I've slept with in the past? Like,
So we can disqualify you from dating.
Yeah, but I agree
No
with
one
what
had
she's
asked me
saying
that.
too. Because sometimes ignorance is bliss. Like, let's say hypothetically you meet.
Give me the red pill.
That's the blue pill.
Okay, let's
Ignorance is
say.
bliss.
I want to know so I can make a determination of, do I want to date this person? Yes or no. I don't want. Like, I would want that information. That way I can make a determination.
Yeah, but let's say in every single aspect of this one person, let's say you've been meeting people and it's never worked out with anyone, and you meet this one person, they're absolutely perfect in every single aspect, and then except this one thing.
But they have
that
a
you
body
find-
count of
that
100?
you find out later. Okay, not 100, but you said what you consider high is 10. Let's say it's
Well,
20.
I'm using the extreme. Like, I'm using the extreme on both sides. So the extreme is, this is the perfect woman.
Butler donated $200.
Thank you.
Since 1 in 3 women aged 16 to 30 has a STD now, and condoms don't protect from genital herpes, body count matters.
Yep.
Feminism turned your
herpes,
lady
yep.
parts into a radioactive wasteland. I'm gonna go vomit now.
Radioactive, by the way. Here, let me drop the nuke. Actually, Nick, could you click the nuke red? Click nuke red. Yeah, radioactive wasteland. There it is, folks. Look at that. Holy fuck. That's what it's looking like. All right, Nick, you can. Yeah, look. Okay. So to use an extreme on both ends, you're saying, well, the perfect woman, she's perfect in every way. She's a 10 out of 10. She's blah, whatever. But here's the extreme on the other end. She has slept with over 100 men.
Yeah.
That's a no.
But wouldn't you rather just not know? Like, you
Like
just
the-
you want to keep her as this perfect
No, I
being,
want the
and you don't-
truth. Truth über alles.
But let's just.
I want the truth
but let's
overall.
just kind of grant it though.
You know what?
And say
Sorry.
your preference is that you didn't know, because for you, right, not knowing is a thing that you would prefer.
Yeah. Because I
Would you say there
I
would
don't
be
really
any
care.
problem though?
Like, I honestly don't.
Would you say there would be any problem though for a person who did want to know? They did want to know the truth. Maybe
But-
ignorance is bliss for you is true, but maybe for another person, ignorance is bliss. Not so true.
Yeah.
But like, why do they want to know so badly? And with the thing with STDs, you
Why
can
do
get
you want
an
to be so
STD
ignorant
test.
so badly?
Literally.
Well, I just don't really care. It's not that I want that so badly.
Yeah.
And if like my boyfriend comes to me and is going to tell me his body count, I'd like run away and close my ears.
Right, but
and
your
everything.
pushback is, but ignorance is bliss. It's like, okay, that's fair enough. It's true. Maybe if you're ignorant about something and you didn't have any foreknowledge to it, you might go a certain way. Like, okay, maybe, but if another person had the preference to not be ignorant on the topic, what still would be the objection? Other than you just kind of think it's icky, right? That's really it. When you get down to the value judgment, in other words, aren't you guys really just saying, I think it's icky? I think it's yucky. There's not really anything else
No,
to that?
I mean, it's like someone's privacy, like their personal life. Like, to me, sex is something that's very intimate, and it's
Is
like
it?
private.
And that's-
Oh, is
Well,
it intimate if you have a high body count?
Yeah, that.
But,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
but I think I think Izzy and I kind of see similar to this on this particular topic, because we're not using this as an excuse to be promiscuous, and sleep with a bunch of guys. I'm just saying I think it's rude for a man to ask a lady, how many guys have you slept with?
It's not rude.
I recently actually spoke to a guy about this, and I think him and I like kind of agreed on the standpoint, like, we don't need to know each other's body counts, but if we both are in an area and you see somebody that you slept with, do me the favor and let me know. And we're in the same area, and I'll do the same.
That's
But, like,
asking you your body count, just in a different
no,
way.
but it's just like,
If you slept with a dude, could you just point him out? That's not invasive. but the alternative of asking you how many you slept
no,
with
like
is too invasive.
if we're
For real?
if we're like at a party or something.
That
just
sounds
so-
10 times worse to me.
No, just so they don't make a fool out of themselves and the person is there, you know. But like to go out and ask for a number like that's just
And
wild.
that's-
And I'll
that's
never
actually-
give it to you.
Just point out the person, right? It's like, what?
This
Come
is
on.
actually a great reason why men ought to date women with low body counts. So the likelihood of you being in a scenario where you're in the same room as another man who's fucked your woman, you're just almost making our argument for
Yeah.
us.
In fact, that's your demand. You're like, hey, I had a conversation with a guy,
no,
and he
but-
was like, look, if you've been in a room with other dudes that you've been,
No, but
can you
it's-
point them out? That's literally asking you your body count.
No, but stuff happens. Like sometimes you be like out at a party.
just
And,
happens.
like,
Yeah, it
someone
happens.
Who just happens, and you're like, damn, like that's.
You know how it is. You're at a party sometimes, and you're just hanging
You
out,
just
and
see
then in
three
walk in
people-
people you've slept
three
with. That's
people
how
like
it
you
works.
had
what?
sexual intercourse with at the party.
Adam 22.
Okay. It's
Wait,
if you have a small circle, like it's sometimes you see people out. It's true.
How many people in the small circle have you had sexual intercourse with? God damn.
Imagine like a college
Enough to point 'em out.
For example, like a college campus, like people in college be doing craziness. Like
That's true.
you bound to see somebody there. Like you should, like, you know, like it's not like that.
Look, okay. I'm still not sure why it's weird. I have a question for the ladies, though. Would you date a guy who had sex with men?
No.
Like they're bisexual.
Yeah, sure. He previously had sex with men. Would you date him?
I've never really thought about it.
Think about it right now.
I mean, as long as like I don't see what difference it would make if they're bi.
Okay. Are you bi?
No,
Okay.
I'm straight.
What about you?
I've been close. I've like kissed a bisexual man.
Would
but
you have a long-term relationship with a guy who's had sex with men?
Yeah, I think I could do it.
She thinks she could do
I think I
it.
could do it.
What about you?
Hard no.
But hold on. That's not any of your business. That's his
What kind of
past.
value judgment is that?
That is a value judgment.
Yeah, sorry. Nope. That is my business because that same individual's thing has been in like a man's thing, and it's really my business.
Well, wait a second.
yeah, no.
There's a little cognitive dissonance going on here. Because you're saying you have no right to know my past and what I ever did.
Yeah, my
And so what if-
straight heterosexual past.
So then
yes.
what if you're hanging out and you're dating a guy and you really like him and he's like the one and he spends the $10,000 a month on you, the whole nine.
But this
you
is
know what I
not-
mean?
this-
And
don't twist my word.
one day you just like pick up the phone and this guy's like, yeah, it's Chuck and I used to sleep with this dude. Would you dump him?
Immediately.
It sounds like a value judgment.
It does
a
sound
little
like a
bit. Sounds
value
like
judgment.
judgment.
Call it what you want. I can't be with a man like that. I'm sorry.
Going around the table, would you have a long-term relationship with a guy who had sex with men?
Depends on compatibility in other
thought
aspects, but no.
Okay, but no. Okay.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's a no.
Absolutely not.
Are we supposed to answer this one? I don't know. Okay. Well, okay. So some of you said body count does matter. Some of you said body count doesn't matter, shouldn't matter. You don't object to men caring about body count. So it begets the question, what's your body count? Starting with you.
Over 100.
From you, going this way.
I'm not answering because I think that should be private between me and my boyfriend.
I thought you said body count doesn't matter, shouldn't matter.
I mean, I don't know. I also said it's no one's business.
You don't have to answer.
Okay. What about you?
I'm genuinely not sure.
Range.
Like
Or over X number.
like no more than 20. So 15 to 20, I would say.
Okay.
Decline the question.
I thought body count didn't matter.
It's nobody's business.
Okay.
Ditto.
Private.
0, waiting for marriage.
I'm sorry, you spoke. You got, guys, please. We do need you to speak.
I said 0, I'm waiting for marriage.
Oh. That's really nice.
Good for you.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's marriage. Okay. It's interesting, though. You guys say body count
Well
doesn't
done.
matter, but you do refuse to answer the question. I find that interesting.
I think privacy, my right to my privacy is what is important to me, and I don't want to share it on the internet.
That's
May I
fine.
ask you
That's fine.
something?
I do think it's
I
interesting.
have a question too that
Yeah.
I'm just curious about, kind of folding into this.
My question is, I can respect your position, but then this podcast is famous, sometimes infamous, for asking these questions, you know? So I wouldn't go on it if that was my position.
Yeah, but I had the option to decline to answer.
Well, I suppose you could decline to answer every single question we ask you, but
Yeah, and then I'd probably, would never come back here. Wouldn't get invited back.
So some things just don't need to be on the internet. Like, if you wanted to be on the internet,
look, you don't have to answer the question. It's fine. It's just like it kind of, your whole position of, well, body count shouldn't really matter. Men shouldn't really care about it. But I also really want to reserve that information because you think you'll be judged on it.
Well, I have a different question I'm curious
yeah.
about. So all of you guys almost unanimously said if a guy had ever been with another guy that's like no, right off the gate, which by the way is awesome. But let
Andrew, stop! You're gonna get canceled, dude.
They're
They're gonna cancel you.
Let me
Andrew.
Let me ask this a different way. Should a guy be able to, or should a guy get together with a woman who has had same-sex activity?
with another woman.
With a woman. So a woman, it's same-sex activity with a woman. Should a man get together with her?
Men love that.
Double standards. Double standards. Hello.
It's a little different.
Oh, is it?
Oh, you think so?
What? No. What's the difference? If the standard is that you had a same-sex relationship, so that's a no-go. But if this sex had a same-sex relationship, that's a-okay.
I mean, that's up to you. You know what I mean? If that bothers you, but I don't think it bothers most men.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not, but we're still holding the standard here, right? What makes it a no-go for you guys? If a man was in a same-sex relationship, for you not to date him, what is that force that drives you where you're like, no?
I think masculinity and femininity are very different. So when it comes to same-sex relationships with men, like men and then women, I just think it's a lot more. It's a bigger leap to go same-sex with a man than.
That doesn't really answer the question at all. So, like, the question specifically is this same-sex activity between two men. You're like, no go, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough. Why?
Because it's very emasculating. In my
What if
opinion.
he's a...
That's pretty. That's kind of as emasculating as it could get.
That's it? It's just a masculinity issue?
Yeah, I think so.
There's no other
I mean, it's
underlying
also.
reason?
Yeah, I mean, let's not get into that, but.
But there is, right? There's other underlying reasons
sure,
there,
Sure,
right?
but that's, and also I don't know if that would apply to female same-sex situations.
Why?
Because there's different body parts getting involved.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
I just don't understand the standard, I guess.
If I can jump in on that, though. So if you guys are kind of repulsed by the thought of men doing that, then like the thought of you doing that with other men, that's kind of how we
look
feel.
at it, right? To draw it all home, that's the same way that we would feel the opposite
About
way.
you guys
Right.
being with
Other men.
it's not perfect. It's not perfect.
I mean,
It's a little
It doesn't
different,
map
but
on one-to-one, but
Yeah.
you could get the preference
you
here.
get it, right?
I understand, and that's kind of why I'm like, I don't really encourage promiscuity. Like, I actually prefer to be like with one person for long, extended periods of time.
That's beautiful.
But
Great.
to each his own. Like, it's your body, you know.
Speaking of which, this is actually why I refuse to date a woman who's had sex on camera with another man. Speaking of Sean Evans, call back to 2 hours ago. If a woman has had sex with a man on camera, that is a 100% a deal breaker for me. You're out.
Do you mean like a home flick or
You
OnlyFans?
are Out.
Afuera.
Out you go. Afuera. Where's my fucking soldier? Wait, how did that get turned on?
Do you
Holy
mean
fuck.
mean like a private movie or like OnlyFans?
No, he's talking about
public
public consumption.
viewing,
Yeah.
For public viewing. Yeah, of course. Okay, let me get into some of my other notes here from people. Let's see. We have. Wait, hold up. Who is this? Oh, okay, we'll come to that in a bit. We have. Remind me your name. Sophia. As somebody who constantly wants to challenge myself and the views I grew up on, I did have a short stint with polyamory, 2 guys and 1 girl.
Your question?
Was that just a one-time thing, or you've had multiple polyamorous relationships?
It was a one-time thing. It was with 2 hetero guys and 1 girl.
You were the 1 girl?
No, there was 1 other girl.
Oh, so this 2 guys, 2 girls?
Yeah, I mean, outside of me. Yeah.
Okay, so it was like a 4-way relationship.
Yep.
And so would you guys have group sex?
No. Individually.
But so would the women and the men sleep together?
Like her and I?
Sure.
No, the 2 guys too.
No, the 2 guys. No.
2 guys wouldn't, but the 2 girls would?
Mm-hmm.
And then you would be with the 2 guys?
Yes.
And then the other girl would be with the 2 guys also?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So it was basically just these 2 guys swapping you guys around, essentially.
It was, you can make it as crass as you'd like, but it was.
Well, I'm not trying to be crass.
Okay.
I'm just speaking plain.
Okay, yeah. It was a relationship like that, if you'd like to put it like that, but it was very communicative, very open, learned a lot from it, learned I'm very monogamous, and
okay.
I wouldn't do it again.
Wouldn't do it again? Okay.
We're all still friends. We care about each other a lot.
What made you want to get involved in that?
Well, I haven't seen relationships work very well. And the foundation...
You mean monogamous relationships? Okay.
Yes. And so I just wanted to see, okay, well, if monogamy is not working for the vast majority of people, maybe this is something that could work. Again, I didn't find it personally for myself that it could, but, and I didn't really see many positives other than the community and the good people that I met. The dynamic itself, I don't believe can work very well. It takes a lot of time, effort, and there can't be a mutual gain on everyone's end. Like it's just going to always be unequally divided.
Okay. You said that you'd like to see the divisive script of the show flipped. I would love to speak on the differences in beauty of men and women. What do you mean by see the divisive script of the show flipped? What do you mean, and how?
I think you know exactly. I'm just kidding, but you have very inflammatory topics. You take the same stances. When a woman may answer something, there seems like almost a very pursuant attack of her opinions and her goals, or whatever she's viewing. And so I believe the problem where we're at today, as many of us have stated, I think we are on the same page that this society and where we're heading now is not conducive for men or women. Mm-hmm. I believe we can have a lot more respect for one another, our individualities. We are all we're all different people. We all have different life experiences. And you don't need to respect everyone equally. You don't have to agree with them. But I just believe that it's very divisive. We're all thinking about ourselves these days, thinking materialist. I can't say all, I'm just saying what is propagated on the internet is that we're all very self-serving. You'll see the men
women?
go after women.
Okay.
The women go after men. Mm-hmm. And I believe there's a lot of beauty in the differences between men and women, and that we need to start coming together and seeing that instead. That's my...
If I can, I'll just... But so you're saying, the show, it's divisive. Well, I mean, I will give you that the show is certainly adversarial in nature.
Mm.
But you, as a person who wanted to challenge yourself
Mm-hmm.
because of your upbringing,
Mm-hmm.
of course you would want to have your stances on the different viewpoints you have challenged,
Mm-hmm.
right? That doesn't mean I agree with you. It doesn't mean you should personally attack people, personally go after people, but you should be able to go after stances and the things that people think. That seems reasonable, right?
I'm not saying it's unreasonable. I'm saying how you go about it is.
Who's you? You talking about the
how
show?
the
You talking about
internet
me?
can go about it, how you can go about it.
But okay, so how? How do I go about it? Look, I will give you that the show has an adversarial nature, but it's sort of a debate format.
Yeah.
And I try to, for the most part, be respectful. I'm not perfect all the time, but for the most part, I try to conduct myself in a 93% of the time respectful way.
Why don't we ever talk, like, you don't ever talk about men's body counts, or even ask us if it matters to us what a man's body count is? And I find that a little one-sided, so.
Well, we could.
Actually, we did.
When?
We, like right here in this conversation, it was asked, do you care about body count? They said, we don't care. It's nobody's business. I would work on both, right? I'd work on men and women.
No, the question was, is it all right for a man to ask you, what's your body count? That was the question.
Well, yeah, so the question was...
So if the answer to that is no, because it's nobody's business, I'm just going to assume that you would put that on the other side too, because if you didn't, that would be pretty inconsistent, right? Isn't it a self-answering question?
I mean, but the question wasn't asked. I don't think it is a self-answering question. I think it's worth asking, 100%.
Sure. Well, I mean, and my personal stance on it is, I don't think it's good for men to be promiscuous and sleep with a ton of women. I do think there are differences, though, and I do think promiscuity does have a greater negative impact on women. I think women have more capacity to be promiscuous, whereas most men cannot go and sleep with a new guy every single day of the week. Or sorry, yeah. Did I say that wrong? I don't know. Like, most men don't have the capacity to be sluts. Every single woman, if she wanted to, could be a slut. That's why I think the body count thing is gendered. There's certainly a difference there. Like, no offense to you, right? You said you've been, and I'm not saying this to attack you, but you've said you've been overweight most of your life. Again, I'm trying to put this in the most delicate way.
I can say it.
Well,
I'm the least attractive at this
No. That's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is, I think you said that your body count was over 100,
yes.
right? I would argue that your male looks equivalent would be incapable of having a body count over 100. And I'm not saying that to attack you or to be mean.
I'm so glad I'm not single donated $200. Those body counts are insane. Wife and I had one previous each, and agree it was a mistake. Find one, nail them down. Have the best sex / ever. What's y'all's orgasm to body ratio? 2 kids and counting.
Yeah, thank you, man, for the TTS. I mean, definitely, it's interesting that women will engage in casual sex because a lot of times you'll hear from women, they don't even climax. Look, you don't need to necessarily climax for sex to be enjoyable, but a lot of these women aren't even coming in their casual sexual encounters anyways. They're not getting any pleasure, so... Not to say that you need to climax to get sexual pleasure, but so to go back to your point, though, does occur to me that men care far more about body count than women do. If women do care about body count, I certainly don't object to that. If a woman's standard was, I wouldn't want to date a guy with high body count, I think that's totally valid. I don't have a double standard like, oh, women aren't allowed to have a preference on this. I do think it happens to be the case that women care much less than men do.
Yeah, so just giving you a distinction between descriptive and prescriptive. So it's not hypocrisy. He's saying descriptively, it seems to him that the way that men view this and the way that women view this generally is totally different. That men seem to view this as a preferential thing, and women seem to view it as if a man has a higher body count, they care about that less, whereas men care about it more. Prescriptively, he's saying, I think both should probably have low body counts, right? So he's saying that. So he's just given a difference between the description of what he sees as being reality, but the prescription is the same for both across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you said, Brian, is valid. But like, I personally, that would bother me if someone had a high body count.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, that's totally valid. And if you didn't want to
and understandable
date with them, or if you didn't want to date them because of that, that's totally valid.
Right, which is why I understand it from your perspective.
Okay, cool. What is divisive about the show? Go ahead.
I mean, your interactions or your reactions to some of the women's comments, how you come about.
Well, give me an example.
questioning. I mean, if you watch this with any sort of open mind, you can
Well, I'm
see-
sitting here when I'm doing the show, so.
I know. Do you ever reflect on how you interact with your
You're going to have to
panel?
give me a specific example because I can't answer your sort of generalized statement.
Yeah, yeah. Let's say, so one of the candidates you had on your previous shows, she had deferred or declined not to answer the body count question, and you were like, oh no, and you kept pushing her to answer it. And then when she did, you used that information against her later on. It was an attack.
Do you know which episode it was?
No, my God. Like,
Okay.
how am I supposed to remember that?
Okay. I mean, we get into the body count question almost every single episode. So
Indeed.
you're going to
you
have
asked
to,
me for a
because most of the time,
example.
here's how it normally goes. So I'll ask what's your body count question? And then maybe they answer. If they refuse to answer, I will typically push back once and say, oh, come on, you just said that body count shouldn't matter. Why? That's the extent of my pushback. So you'd have to show me the clip that you're referencing. It's certainly possible that I pushed back a secondary time. But so your assertion is what? That I was berating her? Because look, I've done 140 of these episodes. It's possible that I pushed back beyond twice, but I don't think I have.
Okay. And I will look through if you want the specific episode.
There's also this phenomenon that happens where because the internet's great at clipping, and you can make anything look like anything you want, essentially, with the right clips.
Yep.
If they get sent out, the whole internet's going to tear it apart, right? And it can make something which didn't even look bad look a million times worse just based on the commentary, things like this. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
of
But I participated in the show quite a few times. Doesn't seem like it's nearly as adversarial. Like, I've been in some brutal drag-out debates that are really adversarial. And for the most part, it's pretty chill format. There is some hefty debates, but even then, seem to back it off if it gets too heated. And it seems like what they're looking for here is just kind of the exploratory of the interpersonal sexual dynamics between men and women, which is super interesting to people.
And it is, and that's kind of what caught my eye when I first saw this podcast. I was thinking it was.
That's why you watch it.
Yes, exactly.
But don't you
and
watch it
many
also
other-
because it's adversarial and it challenges you, and that's kind of the thing you want, right?
Well, it's not challenging in a way that's very informative or something where it leads to an open debate with open minds, because it's what is this? What is your stance on that? And again, I'm not a podcast. You do a great job. I'm not in your shoes
not
because
offended. I'm not offended.
I'm just saying, obviously, I don't run a podcast of my own. I don't know, you've gotten where you are, obviously, because you're good at it.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I mean,
okay. You're however you'd like to describe yourself.
English is my second language, so I'm constantly stuttering and I lose my train of thought. I've got brain fog. So, I'm all right.
A lot of
Andrew here is the fucking debate god, okay?
He is.
Yeah.
When you're talking though about kind of, I understand what you're saying, right? But you're kind of coming at it too with an own bias of open-mindedness. Most of the world's not very open-minded. And the only way to really drive a point home to even expand a person's understanding of something is to engage in adversarial linguistic combat, right? That's the way.
You are very good at it, yes.
Like, that's the way it works, you know what I mean?
I'm supposing, and a lot of these questions are too, their personal preference. So because there's so many nuances in our experiences, it can't have a very strong debate one way or the other.
That's not true.
Okay.
Because
please tell me.
Even if you have preferences, right, you should still have consistency with the things that you do. Some kind of logical consistency or some kind of basis from which you derive your morality.
Values or
and values, things like this. And so the exploration here, you're talking about interpersonal relationships of any kind. They don't even have to be sexual, just interpersonal relationships of any kind. So you're really exploring what makes them fail. That's what people are so interested in, right?
Yeah.
They're not even nearly as interested as what makes them succeed.
If we want to talk about that.
But like, what makes them fail?
Yeah.
And so when we kind of dive into that, it seems like what makes them fail all the time is an inconsistency in living up to those values.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, like, I think that that's really something really worth talking about. And I think that that's why people gravitate around dating shows in general. I mean, what the hell I don't know anything about dating, but I still find it fascinating to discuss the interpersonal dynamics between people, just like everybody else does.
Yeah, and that's something where we could go down many rabbit holes of relationships and why they're not working out right now. If we wanted to start either on lack
Security
of
guard beer delivery.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Where's he? I'm just kidding.
I bribed him on the way in.
Before you do that, I will actually address the open-mindedness thing. You know what? You've called me out. I am actually, I'm not open-minded. I'm very firm in my beliefs.
The sauna.
My beliefs are, yes, the sauna is terrible. Body count matters. I prefer a woman with a low body count. Lip filler is gross. BBLs are gross. Fake titties are gross. I'm against plastic surgery. What else?
Makeup is a lie.
What's that?
Makeup is a lie.
Yes, makeup is a lie. I'm kind of against makeup, but I'm not like that hardcore with it. Actually, speaking of which, well, did we pull this up? We had I don't know if you guys remember, this is like OG whatever stuff. Nick, can you pull up the TikTok thing? We had a girl who came on the podcast and she talked shit on makeup and it went super viral. It got like 30 million views on TikTok. Nick, can you pull up the TikTok? It's a TikTok page. It should be the only TikTok page. It's one of the earlier ones. It's like early. And it got used as like you guys might have heard it if you're on TikTok. It got used as a noise that you can use, a sound, thank you, on TikTok. Over 17,000 women have used the sound from the original. Basically, we're not going to play it, but basically, and all these women in their they use the sound and then they do like a makeup application video to the sound of this woman saying that she's not a fan of makeup. Makeup it's bad for your health, blah, blah, blah. 17,000 videos. So, it's interesting. It's interesting, you know. You guys are, I think a lot of women are, I don't know what the right framing on this is. You are in some ways chained to your face paint.
I'm insecure.
You are slaves. You are all slaves to your face paint.
What do you mean?
And
by
you will
that?
defend. Wait, no. Here's how it goes. You are so hopelessly inert. Wait, oh my God. Wait. Can we? I don't.
You have Stockholm syndrome, basically.
Your Stockholm syndrome with makeup that you will like fight to defend it to the death. I don't know where I'm going with that.
All right.
But yes, I'm not open-minded. I have firm beliefs, and I will not. No one's going to change my mind on the body count thing. No one's going to change my mind on the natural body supremacy thing. It's just.
I don't think we're trying to. What I was saying is, like, when he said that's something we could discuss, and that's why people go towards these sort of dating channels, is because the human mind and experience is so vast and so different that it is fascinating to explore and go down those rabbit holes. That's what I would like to see instead of saying, oh, this, okay, fuck you. Just kidding, sorry.
But isn't that what they're doing? I mean, isn't
You
that what
know?
they're doing? Like it's such a long podcast. You have so many people on at the same time, all exploring those same topics. It kind of ramps up, right? So like, it's like a getting to know you phase, followed by okay, now we have some information. Now we can actually start to explore this concept.
Yeah.
And so it's like,
If that's where
doesn't
we're
that seem
going,
like it's that seems like it's the very format you're talking about?
Well,
I mean, it does.
Good. I'm glad it
that's
does
good.
too.
Cool.
Or are you on the, they're just there? Are you like, you remember the Freedom Tunes? Did you see the Freedom Tunes?
I don't believe so.
Where they're like, "That's stupid, bitch." That one. That was the tune,
doesn't
right?
sound like
That's
it'd
what
be
it.
up my
That's what it
alley.
was, right? It was like it was trying to make fun of whatever.
Oh, I thought it was funny. I don't.
Yeah, well, it was funny.
Yeah, it was
right.
funny, yeah.
But they weren't because they weren't really making fun of the show. They were just making fun of the concept of the reaction that people have, the visceral reaction, and understanding these dynamics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I think this is definitely, well, depending on the audience members, again, it's very vast. You have a lot of different audience members. I do believe they have similar stances in either the red pill or whatever this is. It could, it's good. Everything's good. I'm
No,
gonna
speak.
stop.
No. Come on.
No.
Be.
I'm good. Okay.
Just go ahead. Say it. Don't. What's the term? Don't.
I think maybe if there were, a smaller panel, we could dive more intensely into these type of topics. I guess I would love to see for your audience a change of course, really, like something where we could talk about how we would like to see the change, how we do benefit one another.
You are so right. Here's how we change. Women, stop being promiscuous. Men also stop being promiscuous. Maybe the fuck
is it? Dance moves. Some
I don't
dance
know what
moves.
she's
We're just busting
dancing.
out and dancing now.
Maybe like stop chasing after men out of your league, because that's what a lot of women do. What else?
No more talking in saunas.
No more talking in saunas, exactly. Maybe don't misrepresent your physical appearance on dating apps by using filters and Photoshop and caked on makeup, because men do
see how
care.
this is a little one-sided on what you're saying and very
Well, let me finish my point.
defensive.
Well, I mean, yes, I'm being perhaps a bit sarcastic in my tone, or maybe not even sarcastic, but
just over here turning into a skeleton, waiting for the pushback. Just kind of waiting for. You see how what you're saying is one-sided? Yeah, I mean, you could kind of push back. This is big opportunity, right?
Yeah, I'm letting you finish.
Well,
I don't
yeah,
want to
so
interrupt
it
our
would be
hosts
nice.
too often.
It would be nice, I mean, I'm not on dating apps anymore, but when I was.
Cable donated $200. Andrew, stop obfuscating. You don't know how to debate. You're obviously a fraud. Enjoy your vacation, and congrats on your baptism. Many years to you and your family.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the $200.
Okay, thank you, Cable, for that. Look, I mean, when it comes to dating apps, for example, right? When I used to be on dating apps, I'd frequently see women, every single photo they have, full face of makeup, filters, Photoshop. I think that's being incredibly disingenuous. Physical attraction is very important to both men and women.
I wouldn't disagree. And again, it's both sides. We're seeing, different heights, and
See, I've attacked. Actually, I want to interrupt you. I've attacked these two girls here. I've attacked their sacred makeup, and now they want to leave. Is that right? Because you literally said, "Oh, I want to leave."
No. Not about makeup. No.
Oh, but you do want to leave.
No. No. We just had a mutual code for listening.
What was your mutual code?
Our mutual.
It looked like a "let's leave in 5 minutes" code.
No, it wasn't 5.
Oh, 10? You can't get a straight answer out of this girl. Okay.
We have early mornings tomorrow.
We have
I
work.
mean, if you need us to stay, we can try to stay.
We can stay for as long as possible.
But I'm not trying to stay till midnight or
Well, it's
11.
Okay.
Or I don't know.
10.
Well, you said it ends at 10.
Well, we aim for 10.
Okay.
We aim to wrap at 10.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
We have a long drive.
Okay. Cool. It's always, I don't know, man. It's always interesting with I don't know how to explain it. I remember, okay, I'll give you guys a bit of background story on me. When I was younger, I was interested in acting. And I remember living in Santa Barbara, I would drive 2 hours just to audition to be on something. Everybody who gets to be on this show, you get to be on the show. I don't know if any of you have acted at all. I would drive hours to LA just for the chance, multiple auditions. And you got a lot of these girls come on the show. Oh my God! Oh, it's 2 hours away to Santa Barbara. I feel like people don't understand. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. Being on the show is an opportunity.
The length isn't the problem. It's just safety. Driving home when you're alert.
It's actually probably safer to drive the later you drive home.
No, I mean
if
you're tired, you want to be awake and alert when you're driving.
No, I get it, but it's just it's funny to me as somebody who would drive hours for opportunities without actually getting said opportunity, and then we literally, like the girls that asked to be on the show, we are handing you the opportunity to be on the show on a silver platter. You answer a couple questions, you get invited on. There's no casting call. It's very streamlined.
Very appreciative.
No, I'm not upset about that, but it's just interesting to me, like people, like we frequently get people, oh my God, I live in LA and 2 hours to drive to collaborate on this podcast is a bit too much for me. It's just like, okay. I don't know. It's just people seem like are just, I don't know. As somebody who like used to grind, like who tried that, like, I don't know, man. It's, oh no.
Well, I'm sorry to have offended you. Like we didn't.
No, I'm not.
You didn't mean it like that. We just mean being alert and
like
alert
I'm
and awake.
totally fine staying. Like I originally had the intention of staying the whole time, however long it took. I assumed it was.
Why you guys were gesturing like, oh, let's leave in 5 or 10 minutes. So I mean, so that's why I asked. Are you guys intending to leave?
No, we would just like to be out at a reasonable time, like maybe around like 9:45. That's all.
10:30. You know, I'll see what I can do.
Have work in the morning. That's all.
It'll go
Okay.
faster if we just move on. Like, it'll go faster if we can
Yeah,
just...
no worries. No worries.
All right. Going back to you. You said that you met a guy on a plane to France. Do you want to tell us that story briefly?
Anyone else? That was me. Okay, just kidding. That's pretty specific.
Time's ticking, you know. Please be considerate of the two guests here who have a long drive back to Los Angeles. Go ahead.
Okay, and what was your question there?
Do I need to prompt you again? Okay. You in your pre-show notes, you said you met a guy on a plane to France. Do you want to tell us the story?
Yes. So this was something that was, I think a lot of our dating experiences are pretty either bland or doesn't, again, this is very general or generalized, but something that sticks in our mind or makes us learn about ourselves or the world doesn't happen too often. I'll speak in my case alone. When we met, obviously we were strangers, but the really fascinating part is there was an ease of energy about both of us. I didn't initially find him attractive, and I had every intention of napping the entire time because I had been tired. But when we started talking, because there was a flow of conversation, because it was both very mutually open, we found ourselves talking about everything, dreams, inspirations, all of that, and just kind of fell into a comfort like we had known each other for a long time. And so when we got off the plane, we explored Paris together. He had lived there for a while, and he showed me some of his favorite museums. He picked me up a book. When I had told him something, he said he thought of a book that could help me out potentially, and we just it was very romantic. I learned that I could be all sides of myself with someone, and that conversation like that could be had with a stranger if there's mutual openness. So it was a really nice experience.
So initially the guy started talking to you, you kind of weren't about it, but he continued talking to you, and you kind of relented, I guess. And then you said, did you mention that you kissed at the end of the flight? Did you mention that?
Oh, no, we kissed by the end of the flight.
Okay, and then you said you ended up having the most French day ever when we landed. What's that movie from the 90s? Almost Sunset or some shit. What's that fucking movie?
No,
with fucking Ethan Hawke or something?
What's a French day?
I mean, going to museums, looking at art,
Did you see
making out in gardens, I don't know, eating French food and people watching at a cafe.
Okay.
It was nice. It was really nice.
Okay. Good times. So like croissants and baguettes, or what are we talking about here?
I believe we had like risotto or steak or something like that, and then wine, and that's the meal I remember at least. So.
Okay. All right.
But I don't know what else I could add. Sorry.
Okay. Did you see the Eiffel Tower?
Not with him. No, I did that on my own.
Oh, okay. All right. So, oh, and also just a point of clarification, not to fucking drag it back here. Okay. Isabella, you did reach out to us asking to be on the show, correct?
Yes.
You sent us the first message, correct? So it's fair to say if you've asked to be on the show, I assume you know that the show... Look, granted, I will admit, we do have a long podcast here. But you've asked to be on the show, I assume, knowing that we have a long show.
No, I like originally I had intended to stay for the whole time. And at first I thought it was going to be around like 4 hours. Then I looked at the most recent episodes. I saw they're like 6 or 7 hours long.
Yeah, we got to run long shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't have a problem staying for the whole, like, that's what I had originally intended to do.
No, I get it. It's just, people sometimes complain about the length of the show. And look, I get it. It's a long time to sit and talk, but I don't know. Some of you aren't like in the content creation game, so like you don't really have an incentive on that angle. But like there's girls who come on the show who like are doing it from a collaboration point of view. They want the promotional benefit of being on the show. Their Instagram's linked in the description. They want more followers, whatever it may be. Those people who argue, it's like, again, we're handing you a collaboration offer where you're collaborating with, I'm not trying to like, this isn't to brag, but just like okay, if a girl has 5,000 followers, it's like we're not receiving much promotional benefit from your appearance on the show. So it's like, to me, I remember when I was first getting into YouTube, I would have worked for free for like days for even a shout out from like a bigger YouTube channel. And these people, I'm handing them a collaboration on a silver platter, and they like so ungrateful, so entitled. So it's, I don't know. I just remember back when I was starting out on YouTube, I would fucking kill to work with a bigger channel. And these people come in and, anyways, whatever. So, yeah, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub, guys. And then, let's see, what else? YouTube channel. Go subscribe to our Clips channel. Guys, we're trying to get to 1 million. We're 75K away. Get us to 1 million, guys. Get us to 1 million. Thank you, guys. Mods, if you could spam it in the channel. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's see. We've gone over that. Let's go to, let's go to Isabella. Isabella, you have a septum piercing. Has that had any impacts on your dating prospects?
No.
No? Okay. Oh, we got...
Nashunabo donated $200. Brian, I think you should just stop inviting people on with friends. They get comfortable to do rude things that they otherwise wouldn't do solo. You've had insanely long podcasts with better guests.
Well, the bigger the friend group, the worse it tends to get, because they tend to, if it's like, unfortunately, we had a big group of friends on that witch episode. I don't think it's bad if it's a +1. I think +1 is fine. Once you start getting the 3, then it's, there you have a bit more leverage. But thank you, man. Appreciate the TTS. So the septum piercing, has that never been an issue? Okay. It is kind of like the telltale sign of a feminist. The septum piercing.
I mean, does anybody thought it was cool.
Anyone else here had a septum piercing? Well, you've got the double.
I thought I had one.
Oh, you had it? Yeah. You got rid of it? Mm-hmm. I don't know. No guys said you that.
I have all 3 piercings. I have a bunch of ear piercings. Like, it just...
Okay. I've always thought the septum piercing is a red flag.
Really, no one's ever said anything. The only thing I have gotten about it is people will think I'm bi because of it. But
oh, is that a thing? I don't know.
I didn't think it was a thing, but apparently it is. And then I just tell them I'm straight, and then that's like the end of the conversation.
Okay. We maybe we should ask the chat. Chat, is a septum piercing a red flag? One in the chat if it's a red flag. So actually just type red flag or not red flag. Red flag, not red flag. I'd just be scared that she's a commie feminist man-hater. Not saying you are. That would be, look at all the red flags there. My goodness.
Well, you can flip it up so it's hidden, and then you can just take it out whenever you want. So I could go meet someone while it's not there.
Yeah, but see, I want the red pill. I don't want the ignorance is bliss. I want to know ahead of time. I don't know if it would be a deal breaker, but it would definitely make me raise an eyebrow.
It's interesting. I've
Yeah.
never heard someone
Like,
say
how
it before.
much does she hate men? You know? Like, does she hate men? That's what it makes me think, you know?
Do you feel that way about colored hair too?
A little bit, yeah. It used
Depends
to.
on the cut, though.
It's
like it's not just the color of the hair, because there's all kinds of women who dye their hair, right?
Yeah.
It's if they cut it in like, there's no easy way to say it, but there's a feminist style haircut.
That's true.
Which
very
is
true.
like,
I had a mullet, but I was never a feminist.
That's kind of hot that you had a mullet. Can we see photos? Just kidding.
No, we saw on her Instagram earlier.
That was a mullet, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Subtle.
All
I mean,
right.
I wasn't going hardcore.
Yeah, as far as the colored hair goes, I remember back before, you know, the social justice warriors started popping up everywhere. It usually just meant she might have been just like an alt-rock chick. And it didn't necessarily say anything about her politics or social justice leanings or whatever. Usually meant there's probably daddy issues, but I can work with that.
I remember seeing an article that said mullets are the new, neo-Nazi red flag
For men?
for women.
Wait, women with mullets?
I'm not positive it was men or women, but
Okay, good
I
to
just
know. All right.
didn't know where that was coming from.
well, you know, everything's the new, you know,
Oh, yeah.
flag for that. But the thing is, I'll say this. If you ever see one of the like 60-year-old chicks who have the glasses on and they have that short hair and it's blue, yeah, that's like always a feminist every single time. It's like their dress code. You know what I mean? Put on the glasses and they go out and then, you know, they screech the top of their lungs and they always have blue hair and it's in that short Leslie haircut and it's like
You're going to get canceled, Andrew. You can't say that.
What'd I say? I didn't even say anything bad that time.
I don't know.
Didn't even
I'm
say
just
anything
watching
bad.
out for you, Andrew. I'm just watching out. I don't want you to get canceled. Okay. Holy fuck. Did you see how that computer just came at me, bro? Holy fuck, bro. It just came out of nowhere.
Computer's almost got canceled.
Jesus fuck. Holy fuck, dude. Just fucking came out of nowhere. Okay. Tattoo check. Isabella, you have a couple tattoos. Can we get a rundown on the tattoos? What's the one on your arm?
This is a code for a word that's kept secret.
Are you?
Oh, sorry. This one's a code for a word that's kept secret.
Can you hold it up to this camera here? Is that
It's Roman numerals? Yeah.
It's a. Are you in a cult?
No.
Does anybody besides you know what it?
My family members.
Do your family members also have like a similar tattoo?
They don't have any tattoos.
Oh.
Or maybe like
It's
one.
secret. Okay. Is it a date?
No.
Is it
Is
your
it a
social
code?
security number?
No.
Is it that each one of those Roman numerals represents a letter in the alphabet?
Yeah.
And which alphabet is it?
The Latin alphabet?
It's the Latin alphabet? So then we could just decode
Can we,
it, right?
can we
Well,
decode?
no, because
Chat.
it's not like 4 is representative of the fourth letter in the alphabet. It's like my own.
Is this a cipher? Is that what a cipher is?
Yeah, well, it would be a cipher.
Can somebody
well, I don't know if
decode
it'd
it?
be a cipher. It'd be code, though.
Okay, good times.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
you
wait,
won't
you
tell us.
said
You're
it's
not going to
not-
tell us,
No,
right?
'cause it's
Okay.
like for me, it's my own personal
Okay,
meaning.
that's
which
fine.
Is,
Any other tattoos? What are we working with?
yeah, I have one.
How many
Here.
What is that?
how many letters are in the
She's not going to tell us.
Latin
actually.
alphabet?
I don't think she's
no,
going to tell
no,
us.
just
She's
how
not
many
gonna
letters are in the Latin alphabet?
26.
He's trying to decipher your tattoo.
It's 26. How many? how many stamps do you have on?
I don't know.
You
Yo,
don't know how many numerals are there? How many?
yo, chat. Somebody decipher this shit right now. Somebody fucking cipher that shit. Decode it. Okay. We've gone over your tattoos. Are you tats?
I'm not flipping you off. It's
Yeah, I get it.
It's
what is that?
all very cliche.
Is that a? What
This is a arrow.
Oh, I
to-
thought it was like, what's that thing from Dune? Like the Jom de Gabar? Jom Gabber?
I'm
Dom
sorry, I didn't
Gabber? I
watch
don't know what
it.
it's called.
I didn't watch it, but
Okay,
yeah,
good
that
talk.
one.
Benny Gesserit, you know? Okay, good talk. Tattoos?
I have 3 tattoos. I don't know if you want to go.
Yeah, is it?
They're not exciting. Let's
okay.
see. Except
Counts.
for one, I suppose, has meaning. I have a monarch butterfly on my back, on my shoulder.
Wait, lower back?
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
I have that. I have a dolphin lower back tattoo.
Okay. Well.
It's in my crazy party years.
I also have 3 stars behind my ear because when I was 19 and I went into the parlor, I wanted to be cool like Rihanna, and she has those stars, and I thought that was cool, so I got that. And then I have a pink octagon on my foot, and that one actually does have a meaning. Nope.
You don't have to tell me.
Okay, fair enough.
Tats.
Yep. They're very faint and poorly done. They didn't quite get finished.
Is that a cross?
This is a cross, yeah. Butterfly
Can you get a
here.
tattoo on you that says "Speak into the mic"?
I'm sorry.
That would be nice.
Okay, butterfly here, rose that I can't show you. It's on my hip, and some poorly done finger tattoos that you won't even be able to catch.
Were those
on
in
camera.
prison?
No.
You got those in prison?
Something like that.
Okay, good times. What about you? Any tats?
I don't have any.
Okay, cool. Going back to Isabella.
I don't have any
no
either.
tats, yeah.
That's good.
I'm going to prompt you, Isabella. You said you dated an absolute psycho.
Wait, I can't legally speak of some of it because he was on the run and he just got caught, and we're awaiting trial, so I can't go into detail.
Oh, are you a witness?
No.
What do you mean you can't legally? Oh, are
It's an
you
active trial? I'm the victim.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, this just happened.
Does this have to do with the code?
Wait,
no.
so are you saying before he got caught?
Come on.
You could have shared the details.
Yeah, I would have been more than happy to do that.
Damn, bro. See, you reached out back in it was August or some shit.
Yeah.
It's taken a while for this. We're not going to get into that, but can you talk about? Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at this. I don't probably. Can I say it? Can I say what you wrote? And you can just say no comment.
No. Well,
I'll respect you. I'll respect if you want me to not.
It depends if you mention the illegal things or the non-illegal.
Well, he definitely did some illegal things.
Yeah.
But I would be saying them. So does that change anything? Because I could just read what you didn't. You definitely did not write this to me. I just assumed these things because I can read minds. I'm telepathic.
Brian,
You'd never wrote.
Brian's over here trying to tamper with an ongoing investigation.
Wait, but people, you're allowed, despite a proceeding for a criminal trial, a victim of a crime can publicly make statements. There's nothing. Wait, on advice of the prosecutor, did they say not to speak? Or is this just you feel like you shouldn't talk about it?
I think it'd be better not to.
And I'll respect that if you don't want to.
For just until it's over.
But because the reason I'm kind of I'm seeking clarification is you said because of there's a criminal trial you can't speak about it. But is it because you don't want to speak about it? Which again I will totally respect. But it's not clear to me if you've been what's the term when courts will. Not muffled, but they will
like a gag order,
or instruct you not to speak about a.
I haven't been ordered by the courts, but I have gotten legal advice to kind of not talk too much about
from your attorney,
very publicly.
From his attorney. Well, because she might not want to incriminate the guy. I can't imagine from the prosecutor's side they would say don't. Well, I suppose they could say, you say...
But they would give you an order, right?
I don't think they can bar you from they can't bar you.
Yeah, they can. They
Really?
can bar you from speaking about cases, yeah.
But they didn't bar her.
Yeah, they didn't bar her.
But I think she's coming at it from, she doesn't want to incriminate
the guy.
No, I can totally
No, you could, but you don't...
but I don't want to...
Mess the case up?
I don't want anything to go a certain way or have it seem like I'm potentially making anything up to get some big story to put online to potentially go viral. I want it to just be authentic in the trial and not have it somehow be twisted in any other way where it could be turned into like
Sure.
me lying or making
like you're
false
using it for fame
accusations.
seeking.
Yeah.
No, okay.
Because it's like these were like real events that happened.
Yeah, that sucks.
Well, sorry to hear you went through that. I don't. Truthfully, I'm not an attorney. I'm not your attorney, but I don't think, unless you've received an order not to do it, it's not clear to me if there would be any, certainly no negative ramifications on you. Can I at least ask, just for my own, did you continue dating him after the alleged incidences took place?
No. Oh my God,
Okay.
no. He went on the run.
He went on the run. Okay.
Well, I didn't want to anyways, but even if he didn't go on the run, I still, like, he would be gone, restraining order, everything.
Okay.
But yeah, it wasn't even an option anyways, because he was.
You said that. Okay, I'll move on. The chat wants me to move on, but you did include it. I bring it up because you included it in your pre-show notes. So,
Yeah.
But if it's off limits, I would like to. You said you wanted to discuss age gaps in dating and what is appropriate. So why don't we start with you, and I will open it up to the whole panel. Go ahead.
That's a good question. I think if the age gap is relatively large, and I know this can be subjective, it does definitely rub me the wrong way, whether it's the man that's younger or the woman that's way younger. Like, in both ways, it just feels a little bit predatory.
Predatory. Okay. I think before we weigh in on that, I do want to get the answer from the rest of the panel. So you think it's a bit predatory? Do you want to add to your answer at all, or?
No, I'll like let everyone else.
Okay.
speak.
So you feel it's weird. You think it's predatory. Okay.
It gives me icky vibes.
It gives you icky vibes. Okay.
How much of an age gap are we talking?
I mean, that's up to each individual, but
I don't know.
well, you're currently in an age gap relationship, isn't that correct?
Something like that.
What do you mean? Well, you said you're 22, he's 32, right?
Around there. Yes.
So what do you mean around there? He's older than 32.
Like 10, 15 years older than me.
How old is he? Just say how old he is.
I don't know. People are watching. I don't put people on blast. But like.
What's the age gap?
Like 14 years.
Okay, so you're 22, so he's 36.
About there, yeah.
Maybe it's more. Okay, well, just here.
Yeah.
You're friends with her. Do you object to her relationship? Do you think her relationship is predatory?
Well, so I've met.
Wait, did you just say a little bit?
What? No. I mean, like.
I might have heard wrong, but it sounded like you whispered a little bit.
No. I was saying, like, no, it's not predatory.
Oh, okay.
No.
So you're friends with her. She's dating this guy. Do you think that that's a predatory relationship?
Well, having actually met this person and like gotten to know him, no. So of course it does depend on.
So it's okay for your
person.
friends to have age gaps.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
For me, I also said it was subjective how big of the age gap it is.
Well,
for me,
Well, what if it was 4 years older than he is now? Then would it be too much?
Well,
But
okay.
I don't
for
think
me,
that's a large age gap, though.
What's large?
for me, a
I'm saying,
large
what's
age gap
large?
is if they're within 5 years of like one of my parents' ages. So like my youngest parent is my stepdad. He's 40. So yeah, I guess 35 would be at the like pushing it. Like that's a pretty big age gap.
So
for
me personally, I don't object to as long as they're both adults. But I would say that most people who do object to age gaps would probably find her age gap relationship objectionable. She's 22. Like I don't find it objectionable, but I think a lot of people would who object to age gaps would. She's 22 dating a 36-year-old, 14-year age gap.
Yeah, in this case, you just said it's okay because
I didn't say it was
for
okay.
older guys anyway.
I
you know?
was still a little bit concerned, like wanting to know what his intentions were. So it does depend on the person at the end of the day. Like you can make these.
So then they're not
generalizations.
predatory then.
No.
I mean,
They can't be predatory if they're not predatory, right? They're only predatory based on the individuals, right?
yeah.
So that could be true about a 22-year-old, 23-year-old could be predatory.
So just for context, I mean, I was interested in somebody before who was a little bit older than 35, 36.
Mm-hmm.
And that felt very predatory.
Because of the individual involved.
Because of the individual.
But you said you were interested in him.
Well, both vice versa, right? But I'm saying the dynamic itself kind of felt very predatory, right? Like
why?
Like, you know, like we just didn't have anything in common. Like going out, the looks. What do you mean the looks? You know, because.
But you said you were interested in him.
We were both interested in each other, but I'm saying like that relationship compared to like this one now feels very different. Like I don't really even notice the age gap, but I do prefer older men. Like I don't think I could date somebody my age.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so why was that specific one predatory?
We didn't have anything in common.
So if you don't have something in like, so let's say a 23
why
and
would
a
you
20
be interested in him?
But let's say a 23 and a 22-year-old have nothing in common.
That was just one of the things.
Is it predatory to not have anything in common with somebody?
No. That was just one of the things. He like aged poorly, so like.
But you said you were interested in him.
I was interested
How is him
in him
aging
at one
poorly
point.
mean he's predatory?
No.
What?
I said it felt weird. Like maybe feeling weird is a better way to describe it. But the dynamic just did not flow very well.
But you said it was predatory.
And it felt inappropriate.
Yeah, but that's the part, the inappropriate, predatory, whatever that is, right?
Right, because I think when I first started engaging with this person, I kind of had a blinders on to the actual age gap itself, because everything was just going so great and so quickly.
So you ignored the age in lieu of what?
And in lieu of
stuff and shit, stuff and things.
No, just it was very.
Was it for stuff and things?
It was very exciting.
Was it for stuff and things? Did you ignore the age gap for stuff and things?
I would say more experiences. It was very exciting.
But experiences like stuff and things?
I'll just give an example. I hope he's not watching this. I really do. So like, when was this? Last February, I was intending to go to New York for spring break with my friends, and I was just chatting to him about it. And he was like, no, don't go by yourself. Like, I'll arrange the whole trip, and arrange like a week stay at a beautiful
Here comes the things. Let's hear about the things.
It was just like an unforgettable experience, but a lot of attention to detail. Like, it was like, wow,
So for the material gains, you ignored the age. Hang on. For the material gains, you ignored the age, right?
But he was also a really, really funny guy. Dressed very well too. It's just after a while, I was just like, this is just not gonna work. I'm not very attracted to you at all.
So for the material gains,
I never told him to do this. He did this for me.
Right. No, I get it, but I'm just saying, like, well, I'm not attracted to you, right? This isn't really going anywhere, but thanks for the shit, right? Like, I mean, come on, right? Is that basically what happened?
I mean, after a while, yes, it did fizz out. Yes, correct. But compared to this one is like fresh and like sexy,
Okay. Getting everybody else's thoughts on age gap relationships.
General answer, no. Again, it depends on the individuals involved.
Well, of course, but.
I mean,
yeah.
Okay, all right.
I mean, again, keeping it genuine. There are times, like if I saw a 50-year-old man dating an 18-year-old girl, admittedly, I'd get the ick.
Wait, wait. Sorry. An older man dating a what?
Like an 18-year-old girl.
Oh, 18-year-old girl. Okay.
That being said, actually, listening to you on this podcast, I've learned I need to set aside my feelings and think about, okay, what is the morality of the situation?
Right.
So if I look at that, no problemo, they're both adults.
Right. So this is the thing, right? All the objections are always just, I don't like this. Why? I don't know. And it's just like, well, then I don't give a shit, right? That's just me.
I think the only valid maybe like argument you could make there is like your cognitive function isn't quite set in until you're about 25.
No, that's not even true for everybody.
I heard that was fake news.
It is fake news. In fact, the series of sociological studies, which you would be referencing to bring up the cognitive disparity between... But no, these are sociological studies. Neuroscience especially will be this inside of the neuroscientific field especially, what you're talking about is one specific part of the brain which isn't fully developed in a human adult female until they're 26
What did they say?
years
The
old.
prefrontal cortex, is that it?
That's one part, but the thing is like, but how much? Does it does it diminish your cognitive ability by 1%?
I mean, it rings true for me. I do feel like once I got to about 25, like
yeah, but you had a whole ton of experience.
Had a lot more ability to make better decisions.
But the problem with this is, let's assume for a second that every year you got older, it increased your cognitive ability or whatever by 1% or 2% or something like this. Some, kind of smallish type percentage. Now let's assume that never occurred. It just stopped at 2% less than what it is now, or 1% less than it is now, and you had the same exact 10 years of experience. You would still be way fucking smarter than you would be when you were 16 or 18 or 19 or 20. You would still be. So the question becomes, is it experience, or is it the fact that your brain's not completely 100% developed until you're 26 years old? That just seems absurd to me. It's like you weren't that much smarter at 26 than you were at 24 or even at 22.
Obviously, it's progressive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But is it progressive due to experience or because your brain isn't completely developed till you're 26? That's the question.
I mean, I think that is what the studies show, is that your prefrontal cortex kind of completely, it's sort
that's
of...
That's not even true for everybody.
Can we Google the whole 25
well, no, you can't, because there's
thing?
multiple data samples on this, and no, it's not showing that you somehow get like when you turn 26, the day you turn 26, you're like, oh, eureka, my brain's done developing. Now I can go get that man that I want. Doesn't that just seem absurd on its face?
No, I don't think it's like happens in one night.
Right. Well, it doesn't happen.
It
happens. It's a gradual transition. But if you're 23 versus 26, how much more intelligent are you because of your brain development? That's the question. I think it's a question of experience.
Versus 26. I think everybody.
But that's
would
a question
agree.
of experience, not necessarily a question of brain function. So I'm saying that
maybe both.
The distinction between your brain at 18 and 26, you'd have to demonstrate that it's so significant that if you were to leave it the same and give the same amount of experience between those two ages, there'd be some massive difference. That's what those studies failed to show. That's my whole problem with it.
I mean, I haven't actually looked at studies. I don't know if you have, but
I have. This comes up quite often, and that's my whole problem with it. It's like, well, let's see what would happen if we were able to demonstrate, well, we stopped it from 20 to 26, and they have the exact same experiences. How much of a different person would they be? That's a much larger question. So I'm not willing to just say, well, because the brain's not fully developed, the day they turn 26, they can go get what they
yeah, but I think at least you would agree that an 18-year-old probably isn't as good at making judgments as a 25, 26-year-old.
Well, then should they be able to vote against a 26-year-old and cancel out their very well-informed vote?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't thought
You don't
about
know?
that.
Well, if they should, if you're saying that, well, the experience of an 18-year-old woman is such that she could never make the same type of judgment call that a 50-year-old man can, fair enough, then why should she be able to cancel out his vote?
I mean, I've never stated that I believe that she should.
That's why I asked, should she?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't thought about it.
Well, you should think about it, because this is the same type of argument. It's like, at what point are they an adult? And if they're an adult, are they an adult or are they not? And if they're not, when are they? And if they're not, what responsibilities should they have or shouldn't they have? Because I'm not willing to be like, well, Johnny, you can go to war, but you can't go after a 50-year-old woman. It's like, well, no, I'm not so sure I'm willing to make that call. Or, hey, Tim, yeah, sure, you got drafted, but you can't smoke till you're 21 because, well, society's just said it gives them the ick, right? It gives them the ick that you smoke, Timmy. Now, go over and fight the enemies of the United States. That just seems absurd to me. You know what I mean? So when I look at it, I'm like...
I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah, if this is an experience-based thing, right, well, 18-year-old woman could be drafted. If an 18-year-old woman was drafted, then is she cognitive enough and smart enough to go out with a 50-year-old man?
I don't think women should be drafted at all.
Yeah,
I think women should be drafted.
But if they were, but let's just say that they were.
They should be drafted.
Women like men were drafted. It's like, there's a war, right? We need you in the field. You're drafted, just like 18-year-old Johnny over there, okay?
I mean,
can she go for a 50-year-old man then? Is she smart enough then to make those decisions?
I think legally she should be able to. I agree with the legal age of 18.
What's the
we
moral?
have to set some age.
So what's the moral argument?
Well, the moral argument is like everything is nuanced. So I mean, you have to look at every unique
The
situation.
moral argument is that everything is nuanced.
I'm saying things have nuance. So
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
know things have nuance, but there's
we're
no...
just talking like, okay, here's stock 18-year-old girl and stock 50-year-old man. Like, I think there's a reason why people may get uncomfortable when they hear that, and I think it's valid. It probably comes out of a real...
Do you think that your grandparents were uncomfortable with that? Your great-grandparents were uncomfortable with that?
I
Because the
haven't
answer
asked them,
is
but
not really. It was not a huge social issue of the time.
I think it has been, actually.
No, it hasn't been. It was never a big social issue that there was these large age gaps.
I know back like probably like 2,000 years ago, it wasn't.
Well, let me give you a different example. Let's say World War II, by the end of World War II, France's male population had been decimated, mostly the young men, because they just had 2 world wars. The female population wasn't decimated. Age gaps were pretty wide, right? By necessity, how are you going to procreate, right? There's no other men except these. Is it immoral then?
I'm not saying it. I've never made the blatant statement that it's immoral, though.
Right. So I mean, is it situationally immoral, or is it just really that it gives you the ick?
I think it's situationally immoral. Like, to try, it's a slightly different situation, but I'll try and make an example. You know, if there's a kid, like, I have to be responsible with someone who's a minor in other dimensions. Do you know what I'm saying?
No. But I want to be charitable to what you're saying, so...
I'm trying to think of a good example, but like...
A minor in other dimension. Do you mean like their cognitive function is, if they're 18, is like that of a 15-year-old?
You have to look out for people younger than you, and
Yeah.
there's definitely a chance to take advantage of their innocence. So I think that's generally what we're getting at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there doesn't even need to be an age gap for that. You just take advantage of them anyway. At the same age, you can take advantage of them.
I mean, there's obviously a serious problem with taking advantage of people who are much younger than you because their lack of experience.
But there would be a serious problem for anybody to take advantage of anybody for any reason, right?
What do you mean?
So, like, let's say a 50-year-old guy is taking advantage of the naivete of a 19-year-old girl in order to, I don't know, get her to do whatever the hell it is that he wants, versus a 21-year-old guy. I don't see why it's immoral. More immoral just because the guy's 50 versus 21. I don't see what the difference is.
I would think he would know better than the 21-year-old,
He
but
might,
I would say they're both
but I'm
wrong.
just saying it seems like it's just equally bad to me. Doesn't seem like this
No,
was more
really?
bad to that.
Because like a 20-year-old doesn't have as much experience as a 50-year-old. I think they would know better.
Yeah, I get
that's
it.
just my general sense.
Yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying, but you could have a 25-year-old and a 24-year-old girl, and he is vastly more intelligent and vastly more experienced than she is.
Usually not, though.
But you could, right? And there's no ick there. The only ick would be in the distinction for age, and it's only due to like some kind of preference. But if we were to look at the immoral action of a 50-year-old man takes advantage of a 19-year-old girl, it's like, oh, yeah, that's bad. But if 21-year-old takes advantage of 18-year-old girl, that's still just as bad.
And also, as a 50-year-old man, wouldn't you want somebody who has a little more experience?
I don't know what their preferences are, but the question to me is not even, the question to me is not, why do you prefer this thing X, but whether or not, is this thing even a problem? So is it actually even a problem that a 50-year-old might?
You usually see people together who are roughly the same age. I think that's because they grew up in the same era. As peers, you tend to be able to connect on a lot more. So I think maybe that's why, okay, maybe something's off there. Maybe that's a red flag.
Unless this social circle becomes reduced due to external factors, like, for instance, war. If 40 or 50% of your male population, young male population, totally decimated, now you have these extreme age gaps. Now it's necessary. So in that case, is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Well, then if that's okay, you're really just saying there's nothing really immoral here.
I never said it was never
If there's nothing immoral, then why do we care? That's
because
my question.
It's a red flag. It's definitely a red flag.
Okay, well, now that's fair, right? You could say it's a red flag or something that you would look out for. That's fair enough. But I'm just saying I don't see a problem with it per se.
Not necessarily, which I've said.
Yeah.
So.
Your thoughts?
I think as long as both parties are consenting adults, then it's fine.
There you have it. There you have it. Going back to some of you who said that you find it predatory or icky, do you care to elaborate on your answers? How is it predatory?
So, well, I'd like to not exactly change my answer, but I'll add more. I think it's different if two people meet, they don't know how old they are. They happen to have a connection, and then, you know, like it happens to be a pretty large age gap. But if like an older man and an older woman is purposely going on dating apps and making their age range very young, like purposely looking for these younger women, that's when it feels pretty predatory, because you're actively seeking someone way younger than you, or if you have some type of age cutoff.
Wait, an age cutoff?
Yeah, like if you're like, oh, I don't want to be with a woman.
Would you date a 70-year-old man?
No.
What are you doing with this age cutoff?
No, I'm saying.
What if you didn't know his age? It would make it okay then, right? You only thought he was 45.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, let's say you meet someone and they happen to be, I don't know, whatever age cutoff. Like
a lot of men have like 30 cutoffs.
Or yeah, like 30. They're older than 30, and you're like, no, even though they're closer to your own age, that means you want them to be significantly younger than you.
So what if a man, he's in his 40s, he wants to start a family, okay? He hasn't been able to for whatever reason, okay? Maybe he's been like long-term in the military, maybe he has other things going on, right? He has not been able to, but he's accrued a ton of resources. So he starts researching, goes online, he's like, how can I have a nice big family? What are the things I should be looking for? Do you think fertile woman would be like one of those big criteria for that?
Well,
if you wanted to have a
there are
family,
other
fertility in women would be a big one, right?
What are the other options?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, even though the percentage of women that are still fertile is less as they get older, there still are some. Or if you really want children,
if you wanted to have 9 kids, you probably wouldn't want to marry a 30-year-old, right?
But if you want children that badly, you could adopt.
Yeah, but you could also marry a 25-year-old.
Well, there are also women who freeze their eggs.
Yeah, I know, but what if you, again, you could just marry a fertile 25-year-old too. You could be a 40-year-old man and go, well, she's 25, so I get the maximum amount of fertility. I want to have 7, 8 kids.
But then why weren't you trying to start that family and
Maybe
have those
you're
kids
just because you were
earlier
trying to accrue resources so you could. And then if the 25-year-old says, yeah, you have the resources, I really dig you, I think you're great, I want to give you 9 kids, I could not imagine anybody at this table could ever give me a single problem with that from a moral standpoint ever. I don't think it would even be possible.
Wait, I have a question. So,
well, let's let her respond before. Do you have a response?
Well, I want to hear what Hallie's going to say.
No. So Andrew said he doesn't think anybody at this table would be able to raise an objection.
I don't think anybody in this country could raise an objection to this from a moral standpoint that would be in any way coherent, but I would love to hear it.
If I can add on to your question, without raising an actual argument or objection, do you find the scenario that he painted predatory or icky? 40-year-old, 25-year-old.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
A 40-year-old with a 25-year-old?
Correct. Her prefrontal cortex is fully developed at this point. Bear in mind.
Close enough, anyway.
No.
No. Who cares? They're both happy.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Go ahead. What's your question?
I was just asking for a friend. Do you think that from a woman's perspective, having kids at 25 with someone who is 40 is disadvantageous?
I can't figure out how it would be disadvantageous from a logical standpoint. It could be from some kind of preferential standpoint.
How old is Henry Cavill?
His
like
sperm
they could
might
say,
have declined.
They could say, for instance,
40. Wait, can I jump in here really quick? You know who Henry Cavill is? Nick, could you Google Henry Cavill?
He said Superman.
Superman,
yeah, thanks.
The Witcher, The Tudors. If anybody, I don't know if anybody knows The Tudors.
A great actor.
Oh, I know him. Yeah.
Very handsome man, 40 years old.
Didn't he play Superman too?
Yeah, he's Superman.
Yeah.
So what was your question? The 40-year-old and the 25-year-old?
I was asking, do you think it's disadvantageous for a 25-year-old woman to have babies?
Let me ask, do you think it would be disadvantageous for a 25-year-old woman to have children with Henry Cavill?
No.
Well, do you think a lot of 25-year-old women would jump at the chance to be with Henry Cavill?
Hang on, forget that for a second.
Okay.
Let me ask this easier. let's say for somehow, I don't know how, okay, but they froze sperm from a guy from 1915 who died. Okay, 1915. They had the frozen sperm, and a woman wanted to become a mother, right? And she looked through, and she's like, "Oh, I really want this guy from 1915. I want to have his babies, right?" And so she like artificially inseminated herself, and she had the baby. Okay. Well, didn't she actually have a child then with a dude who's like over 100 years old?
No.
No?
Well,
Wait,
yeah.
I'm a little confused by this one myself.
Didn't she?
If you freeze the sperm, right, they're frozen.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's this 100-year-old like living man.
It's his 18-year-old sperm or something. I guess.
Well, what if it's his 50-year-old sperm?
I don't know. That seems like.
Or what if they froze it when he's 90?
But it's just sperm. It's not like you're having intercourse.
Yeah, you don't have a
with
relationship with that person. And like what you were saying earlier.
So then if that's true, then is that saying that you can be in a relationship with an 80-year-old man, and as long as you don't have a intercourse with him, and you just like, I don't know, he jerks off in a cup and you inseminate yourself, then that relationship then is fine? Or
no?
This is what I mean. It's like,
I think that
like she says there's all kinds of nuance, and I'm like, let's see if we can find the craziest nuance we can.
An 80-year-old jacking off in a cup is pretty crazy.
It's pretty nuanced.
Yeah.
Pretty nuanced.
Yeah, but can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
So you were grilling Hallie a little bit when she was talking about wanting these like material things from a man, blah, blah, whatever. And then she brought up children, and you were like, that's a material thing as well. And now you're saying...
The material conditions for children, yeah.
Yeah, and now you're saying, so you're like, oh, it's wrong. I don't know if this is what you meant, but this is how it sounded like, that it's not good to just seek someone for these material things. But then in your scenario, when you're talking about this 4-year-old man actively seeking someone younger just for the material thing being the children that you had stated before.
What happened is she asked, would it be disadvantageous for a 25-year-old woman, right, to get married to a 40-year-old man and have his babies?
Yeah.
I can't think of how that would be disadvantageous.
But I'm talking about what we were talking about like a couple hours ago.
Yeah,
like
but you're
towards the beginning
conflating
of the
two different
podcast.
things. So the question which was asked is, how would this be disadvantageous? I don't see how it could be disadvantageous.
I mean, I don't think it's disadvantageous per se, but I still think that, like, if the only reason you're trying to like build a relationship with someone younger than you is to have children with them, then that's like, why would you do that?
To perpetuate the human species,
like
so people like you can be alive?
No, but the other core values that you were talking about earlier, like integrity and loyalty and all of that, like...
You can have all of those things together.
You can, but what if you can't find that, and you only find...
Since
like, that's pretty hard to find.
Virtuously.
Okay, so you mean what happens if you can't find a virtuous woman at the age of 25?
Like, yeah, so are you just going to settle for someone who you don't have that same connection with, but they're 25, so
yeah,
they can provide
probably
you
not,
children?
no.
Or would you rather be with someone who's older?
Yeah,
who you share more values with, but they can't
if
give
you want to
children?
make the shift from whether or not it's disadvantageous, and you're talking specifically about the core of relationship dynamic for preference, and you're like, is the preference for this guy to only have 9 kids? If that's the case, then I guess he could compromise on his values. But if the preference is not that, if the preference is he wants to have 9 kids and a virtuous woman, then yeah, he might have to compromise on his standards. I don't see how he wouldn't be, you know, I mean, as far as looks and this type of thing. Or am I misinterpreting your question, or am I getting something wrong here?
Well, just because you were saying that, like, a 40-year-old man who really wants a family, like really, really badly, they're going to only look at younger women because they have a higher chance of being fertile and being able to give you those children.
No, I'm not saying they only would, but I would understand why they would.
Can I play devil's advocate from my original point
wish you
on
would,
this
yeah.
topic? So if I am a hot 25-year-old woman, okay, and this 40-year-old man wants me to have his kids, don't you think that he should be providing for us for me to even consider having his kids, or no?
I think that he should be in a position in which he can provide for the children and his family.
Especially at almost 15 years older.
Mm-hmm. Does that mean taking you to the Bahamas and giving you $10,000, or
I never said give $10,000.
is that $10,000 a month for you to go zip lining and hang gliding? That's providing for you and the kids?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Y'all taking my words out of my mouth. What I'm just saying, I'm just saying is, like, at that dinosaur age, you should you should be doing more than if I'm gonna go have kids with somebody my age. That's just my take.
That you should be doing more?
Yeah. Like
do you think that a man who is in his 40s, who by your own admission is going to have more resources than a man at 25, don't you think he'd be better to provide for your children?
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, then he is doing more.
No, I'm just asking.
He's just not doing more for you. He's doing more for the offspring, just not for you.
So by default,
you don't get the pearls. You know, the kids get new clothes. That's how it goes. You know, you don't get the pearls, you don't get the big diamond. The kids get the better school, the kids get the better education, kids get the better life.
That sounds like a sad life.
I will just.
It sounds like a sad life. To make the preferences the children over yourself.
No, why can't we all have a beautiful life?
I mean, beautiful. What? That's great. You could.
Right.
You can't. You know what? You can have it all.
Right.
You can have 5 kids and $10,000 Bahama vacations. It's just kind of everything you want.
It doesn't cost $10,000.
Princess treatment, okay? Princess treatment. A couple questions
just
here.
Dudes with bricks with gold in their pockets, just waiting. They can't wait to have nine kids.
Oh, a couple things here. Okay, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Go subscribe to our second channel, guys. Second channel. Clips channel, mods, if you can spam in the chat. Guys, we're trying to get to 1 million subs on there. Help us get to 1 million subs on our Clips channel. On the age gap thing, so just really quick, going around the table, I showed you the photos of Henry Cavill. Sorry if I'm fucking up his last name. 40 years old. Would you date him, assuming you're single, right?
No.
Because of his age?
I don't...
He's not your type. Tall, handsome, rich, successful.
I don't know what he looks like. I didn't see when you pulled him up. But I also don't know anything about him. Like, I don't...
If he had a swell personality to
go to the images tab.
Yeah, but like he could have a cool personality and whatever, and like we could have no connection, or we could have nothing in common.
You felt a connection with him.
Henry Cavill.
You felt a connection with this guy. Down. He was great. He was like, you felt like you met your spirit animal.
He's the same age as my stepdad.
You felt like you'd finally met the one, but he's 40 and rich, arguably highly successful and good looking.
He's the same age as my stepdad, and I could never feel like I would feel comfortable bringing him home to meet my parents. Like, it would feel weird to me.
I mean, that'd be a huge W to bring Henry Cavill to your parents, but okay. They'd be like, good for you. Okay.
He's not my type.
What's your type? Oh, we'll go around on types on this. What's your type really quick though?
No, my best friend says I like Muppets. I don't know if that makes sense.
Do they have the broccoli haircut?
Some.
You like guys with the broccoli?
I don't know.
What the fuck is a Muppet?
What's a Muppet?
Like, okay, so their faces are more round and softer features compared to like being chiseled and like.
Is this an actual like term, a Muppet, or did you just?
No, my best friend made that up.
Muppet.
Yeah.
What does that mean? They're just soft, Muppets. Feminine facial features.
Not like feminine facial features, just like.
Tell us a famous actor that we can.
Well, the guy you just pulled up had a very like chiseled face, so probably the opposite of him.
Timothy Chalamet, is he a Muppet?
No.
Is that a Muppet?
Who's the guy who plays Spencer from that
Big Bang Theory
show? No. No.
Spencer from that
Spencer Reed.
Show.
The scientist guy.
Is that? Can you Google that? Who's Spencer Reed?
I think it's Spencer Reed. From like
what show?
No, like NCIS or something. Like
Spencer Reed.
Criminal Minds.
Criminal Minds. This is a Muppet?
It's a Muppet.
So like kind of hipster-ish? Like looks like he went to a liberal arts college? Like... You want to pull... She like kinds of, I don't know.
Oh no.
A muppet.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't really care. All right. What about you?
No, not my type.
Henry Cavill? Bro, these girls are so... Okay, all right.
He seems really genuine, and I like how he carries himself. So yeah, plus he's Superman.
Yeah, for sure.
If you were single?
If I was single, I mean, on the look scale, he's not really my type, so.
Yeah, if I was single, yeah, he seems pretty cool.
Not people's type. Okay, all right. Okay. The other question I was going to go back to, a lot of you guys said predatory, right? And I'm kind of confused by that. One thing that's occurred to me is, going around the table, do you like tall men? Are you attracted to tall men?
Honestly, I don't really have a preference. Like, if they're above like 5'6" and above, which 5'6" is pretty short for a man, then I don't really have an issue.
You're currently dating a guy, correct?
Yeah.
How tall is he?
I think he's like 5'10", maybe
Okay.
5'11", like.
Okay.
With
What about
shoes on.
what about the guy who you can't really comment on? How tall was he?
I think 6 feet.
Any other boyfriends? You said you dated a guy for 11 months?
Mhm.
Was that the guy?
No.
How tall was your 11-month boyfriend?
Like 6 feet, but like I didn't
Oh,
like
that's
these
well.
people
That's
because
interesting
of their
that.
height.
Well, you say you would date a guy who's, but all the men you've been in relationships with, you said, well,
one
two of them have been
was
6 feet.
5'9".
How many boyfriends have you had?
I guess 4.
Okay, one was 5'9", so okay. But do you like tall men? Do you find tall men attractive?
Well, I'm already pretty short, so if they're
How
taller
tall are you?
than me, I'm like 5'3", 5'2".
I mean, okay.
Yes.
You like tall men?
Yes.
I've dated all heights, so sure.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
You're 5 feet?
5'8".
Oh, 5'8".
Yes.
You just ask him what the preference is, though.
Like, so you date a guy who's shorter than you?
I have, and
You-
I've dated same height, and I've dated taller.
You don't have any like leaning towards men who are tall.
Now, I wouldn't mind if they're a little taller than me. That would be my
She
preference.
wouldn't mind.
Nope.
Have you ever been on? Do you have dating apps, or have you ever been on a dating app?
Of course.
Did you ever filter by height?
No.
On any of the? Okay. Feel like a lot of cap, but okay. What about you?
It's not a deal breaker, height, but absolutely, yeah, I find tallness attractive.
What about you?
100%, and I don't think I could date someone shorter than me. My husband's 6'4", so.
And how tall are you?
5'10".
What about you?
Oh yeah, prefer taller.
Prefer taller. Okay. So I mean, using your guys' logic when it comes to the whole predatory thing, women who are attracted to tall men. So okay, you comparing men wanting to date younger, keyword adult women, keyword adult women, I think is as crazy as me saying women who want to date taller men are incestophiles.
Are what?
Here's why. You have some weird incestuous fetishization of your fathers because you want to look up to a tall man and say, take care of me, tall man. Protect me, tall man. You are incestuous and predatory for seeking out tall men to satisfy your perverse incestuous fantasies.
What if
Joke's on you because
dad
I'm
was
short.
Huh?
I'm short. I'm taller than my daddy. So what?
If your dad is short,
well,
no, but it's almost like
shorter than the daughter.
But it's almost like this, like, okay, you got me, Andrew. You probably got me.
But I mean, I did like the diatribe. I thought the diatribe
It was good. It was good, right?
Yeah.
No, but it's like what they really want to say is men are P words for being attracted to adult women who are young. That's what they really want to say.
I've
They
heard
want to say that men are P words.
Don't put words in our mouth.
Yeah.
Well, predatory, I mean, you're one step away from basically calling men who are attracted to 18, 19,
Well,
20,
what it really
21-year-old women.
It's Schrodinger's.
P-words.
It's Schrodinger's feminist.
It's-
What's referred to as Schrodinger's feminist, which is I'm a boss bitch, awesome, kick-ass 18-year-old. I'm gonna take on the world. I can vote. I can do all this shit. But then everything except, of course, date an older man, right? I don't have, because that's predatory, and they have way too much more experience, and just, poor me, they could just take advantage of me.
Honestly, the woman is at a huge disadvantage in age gap relationships. I'm going to be honest.
Is she?
Yes.
Should 18-year-old women be CEOs?
A huge disadvantage.
Yeah, should 18-year-old women be CEOs?
I don't think maybe
They can be.
They can be, but there's a lot of life experience.
Why shouldn't
needed.
they be?
Anyways.
Why shouldn't they be CEOs?
There's nothing wrong with an 18-year-old woman being a CEO.
Right, there's nothing wrong with an
It depends on how big the company is.
There's nothing wrong with an 18-year-old woman being a CEO. She's an ass-kicking boss chick at 18, right? She can do all that. Can an 18-year-old CEO date a 50-year-old dude? Is that okay?
That's not, no, honestly, it's not okay. Like, you don't understand.
No.
Like, the man has, like,
she can be in charge of a whole corporation?
No, but he has years of experience.
She can fire a 50-year-old but can't date him?
You don't know his dating history. You don't know what he does to women. Like he just had so much life experience to run game on women. You're putting yourself at risk.
I got a question. Let's say there's a 35-year-old man who's a virgin, and he doesn't have a lot of experience, and there's a 19-year-old woman who's a stripper who's had sex with 20 men. She's dated a bunch of men, had sex with 20 men. Who has the greater relationship experience in that situationship? I would argue
the woman.
That the 19-year-old woman is going to run circles around that 35-year-old guy.
Yeah.
So is she a predator?
Is that predatory?
No.
What?
I'm talking,
hang on. That's literally the same thing, just in reverse. What would make her not the predator?
When I say predatory for the age gap thing, because like I said, I prefer older men. I'm talking about guys that are like near like geriatric, like they need, like they have arthritis, and like a young woman, like that's just weird. Like,
but that doesn't make any sense.
When
you say what makes that person a predator because they have arthritis. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, like, I'm talking about a man who has, like, kids the same age as the girl that he's dating.
Yeah, what would make that predatory?
So basically you're saying you're comfortable.
I didn't say anything. I asked you what makes it predatory.
It makes it predatory because inherently that guy is a danger because he would sleep with girls that are the same age as his daughter.
Why would that make him a danger?
Okay, now you just asking me silly questions.
That's not a silly question. Yeah. You say this is predatory. I say, okay, great. What makes it predatory? If they have arthritis. Okay, wait, what? No, okay, that's not what I meant. I meant that it's predatory to date a woman who could be the same age as your daughter. Okay, why is that predatory? I don't know. They're not silly questions. Like, why? What makes them a predator?
Are you looking at your daughter that way?
No. What makes it predatory?
So it makes it predatory because now if you out here sleeping with, say if your daughter's 19.
It's like that genius level, by the way.
19-year-old girls, and your daughter wants to have a sleepover with the girls at your house, at the dad's house.
You mean
the girls can't come because you're a predator. You're looking at young women.
So wait, let me get this right. If your adult daughter were to bring other adult women over to your house.
19-year-olds?
You mean adults?
That ain't no real adult.
It's not a real adult. Wait, when you were 19, didn't you date older men?
No, I just really started when I was 21.
Oh, the difference between 19 and 21 is night and day.
I mean, that is from your teenage years to your adult years is like the most rapid progression of maturity, other than a newborn.
19 years old is the end of being a teenager, one. And two, if that's the case, then why are we considering teenagers at the late years to be adults?
I just think that a guy should not be dating a woman that is, or a young woman that's the same age as his daughter.
Know
that's wrong.
We know you think that that's bad. We know you think that that's wrong. We want to know why you think it's predatory. And so far, what we've gotten is nothing.
Okay.
No, just tell us why it's predatory.
I literally explained, like, if you can be comfortable with sleeping with a young woman that's the same age as your daughter, there's an issue with you mentally.
What makes you a predator?
That is someone take the mic. I don't know. I can't.
Can anybody answer what would make you a predator? Just like just making the statement, just making the assertion, it doesn't tell us anything.
And also, you're 22 and you're dating a 36-year-old.
Yeah, but like.
But if he was 38, he'd be a predator.
No. I'm talking about like a 50-year-old man and like a 19-year-old.
What about? But of course, in your situation, it's fine. You got this covered, right? You got this covered. It's just other women.
No,
what about you? Could you date a 50-year-old?
You know what? I don't want to air my business out here, but like, no.
Wait, you have dated a 50-year-old?
No. People have been interested in me that are that age, but like, it's just.
Would you take a trip to the Bahamas from them?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Let's move on. I'm trying to see where I am here in my notes. Let's see. I think we finished up with our notes here from Isabella. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, Isabella, you wanted to talk a bit about dating apps. You're not a fan of dating apps. Which ones were you on?
I have used, not for very long, but I have been on Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge.
Okay.
Just to see what was up. Like.
Yeah, and you said anyone can lie on there, and it seems like a safety issue if you don't have any mutuals.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's better to meet people naturally, like in an organic setting.
You are right. People can really lie on there, especially women who use filters, makeup, and Photoshop almost exclusively on your filters. You have a very good point there, Isabella. That's why I'm not personally a big fan of dating apps, is the misrepresentation when it comes to one's physical appearance.
Yeah, it's not just women either, it's men. And it's also not just physical appearances, it can also be like their whole personality and their life story.
What's up, Nick? Oh, okay. So men are lying wholesale on the dating apps?
Well, men and women. Like
going around the table, do you guys think it's wrong for men, for example, to lie about their height on a dating app?
Not that I think it's wrong, but it's like unnecessary because you're going to find out how tall they are anyways. So it's like, what's the point?
What's the point of wearing makeup?
Well, I mean, at least for me, like right now I just curled my eyelashes. I have some concealer on.
Oh, I mean, you've been invited on a recorded podcast, so I don't object to women wearing makeup for this podcast, but like in the sort of broader social sense, it seems to me that there's a lot of filter usage, makeup usage, Photoshop usage on dating apps.
I was going to answer you because like you're asking like why do women wear makeup?
Not really. But the question was like, would you have an issue with men lying about their height on a dating app?
Not that I think it's kind of weird. Like, why would you lie? Because I'm gonna see how tall you are anyway. So it's like that's like stupid.
It's a lie, right? It's a misrepresentation. It's not the actual truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think makeup is a lie? It's not the truth of what you actually look like. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but you can take it off. Like, you can't change your height.
Okay.
How you look with makeup.
What's that?
It's how you look with makeup. It's not explicitly lying.
How about this? Let's say a guy, he wore lifts in his shoes. He can take them off. You'll see eventually his actual height. And let's say you didn't meet him on a dating app, but you met him in person, and he was wearing 3-inch lifts. Would that not be really fair to the woman who maybe has a preference for dating taller men?
Of course.
Yeah.
So too should wearing makeup. Is that not fair to men?
But you can see the makeup on my face.
Like,
I can't see the lifts in your shoes.
You can maybe look at the heels of his shoes. You know, you should know that men maybe wear lifts. What's that?
Well, like, men can choose to swipe left on women who look like they're wearing a lot of makeup in their photos on their dating profile.
Okay, sure. I would also argue that some men who are perhaps on the younger side or a bit naive might actually believe that that face filter that women are using is actually like how they might actually look.
Yeah, but what is the
depending on the degree? Some face filters it's very obvious, but others maybe not.
Yeah, but usually face filters, they might just like smooth your skin a bit, but you inherently look like pretty much the same.
I mean, filters can substantially change your appearance.
I guess it depends what type of filter you're using.
I didn't believe that myself until I went on this show, and I'd watch it later, and I would literally see all the women in camera, and I'd go, none of those chicks looked anything like that in person. There's something wrong with my optical camera in my head, or like, you girls know how to look good on camera, because that's just me.
Is there a filter on this show?
No, just Maybe it's the lighting. I don't know.
I don't know.
No filters though.
I think it's unwise to use filters at all, but especially on a dating app. I mean, why would you want to do that? Misrepresent.
Or maybe men should start lying about their jobs.
But they
how much money they make.
They do
that's
do that.
wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah, we're saying that that's not good.
Can I tell a quick lying dating app experience? It's very quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, how old was I? I was probably like 18 or 19, and I had matched with this guy on a dating app, and he appeared to be in his early 30s, and I wasn't really bothered by that. And he took me out to a very nice restaurant. Ha ha ha, kiki, having a great time actually. And he gets really drunk. He's like 4 drinks in, and he said, "I have a funny joke for you." And I was like, "What's the joke?" And he was like, "I'm actually like not 30. I was like, "Wait, how old are you?" He's like, "I'm 42. And he started laughing. And I was like, that's dangerous. Like, why would you lie about that?
Did you finish the date?
Well, yeah, we were at catch. I was going to eat my food, but I never saw him again.
Yeah,
Wait, you got to finish the date, right? I guess.
I got a question for the girls. So, if I could wave a magical wand that just totally eliminated makeup, cosmetics, so it just leveled the playing field for all women. So there's just no women wore makeup. So conceivably, you would feel less inclined to have to compete by also wearing makeup. Would you be in favor of it?
What about like people who already have plastic surgery though? Because that's a cheat.
Well, yes, we.
That's
the
part
magic
of it.
wand.
Yeah.
Magic wand. Here's my pen.
Okay.
What's the fucking spell from Harry Potter? Jay Butler. The creature in blue has an inflated sense of creature in blue. The toilet paper I wipe my arse with ends up looking better than you. Wow, whoa, Jay Butler, pop a Valtrex for your herpes. And come, what had Jay Butler all of a sudden in 2024 has just decided to go just scorched earth.
What did I do to you?
What did you do?
Why are you so mad?
Who hurt you, Jay Butler?
Like what?
Who hurt you? Okay, if I could wave a magic wand and just all makeup gone, would you guys go for it?
Why not?
Yeah. Like, totally.
Are you gonna get rid of my acne?
No, you don't want to. What's that?
Are you gonna get rid of my acne?
Your acne
with
remains.
Your magic wand? Then no.
But all the other women with acne can't. They don't get to wear makeup
but then there's
either.
also women who don't have acne.
That what?
Then it's like it's still
So
it doesn't
everybody
really
can
even
have
the
acne
playing
and
field.
no
It'd be
makeup.
more, yeah, exactly. It'd be more even
Okay.
for everyone to have the option to wear makeup rather than no one, because there's people who struggle with like scars or like burns, acne, different things, and then they're looking at these people with clear complexions, and it could just be their genetics or whatever. They're just genetically blessed, and then it just feels like you're still going to compare yourself to them, whether you have makeup or
Doesn't
not.
makeup make acne worse?
No.
Really? It doesn't clog your pores and
depends.
I can make out with a girl with acne, or sorry, excuse me. I can make out with a girl who's wearing makeup, and her makeup will give me acne.
But what kind of makeup is she wearing?
I don't
How
know.
old
brands
is
they
it?
are. Yeah,
Oh, the brand matters. You're introducing artificial crap paint on your face. I don't care what the brand
NARS
is.
is like skincare and makeup put together.
Same with Clinique.
And like I'm someone like I struggled with like terrible acne.
Did the makeup make it
I didn't
better?
even wear makeup before.
Okay, so let's just say that you can have all the skin care that you need absent makeup as well.
Yeah, if my skin was perfect.
Well, I'm not saying your skin's perfect. So the point of his hypothetical is to just say this, saying you're competing either way. So if we absent the makeup from all women, right? You're still competing with other women, and if you have makeup, you're still competing with other women.
But to me, it's not about competing with other women. Like as someone who struggled with severe acne, and I had to go on Accutane and all this medications, products, thousands of dollars put into it. Like I really did it for myself because like it got so bad to where when I would look in the mirror, I'd want to cry. Like I didn't want to go.
Your makeup was
anywhere.
not a requisite for treating acne.
And no, because I wouldn't even put makeup on it because putting makeup on it made it look worse because then it just looks like a bunch of bums.
So what does that have to do with makeup then?
Well, yeah. So what I'm saying is that it still like I could at least get rid of the redness, and I could feel a little bit.
You mean with makeup?
Yeah, I could feel like a little bit better and not like a completely terrible like ugly monster-looking individual when I look in the mirror.
Right,
because I
but
hated my
he's
acne
just
so much.
saying that all other women who have that same problem would be in the same exact boat, right? They also would not be able to cover up whatever deficiencies they perceive that they had, versus
Yeah.
would be able to. So you're not in any worse position. You're just not able to put yourself in the best position.
I guess so.
Magic wand. Magic wand.
Okay.
All makeup disappears. Did everybody get to answer? I want to.
I didn't fully understand the question.
If just makeup was banned, all makeup disappeared, you couldn't wear makeup anymore, would you choose that reality or the current reality that we have?
To be honest, I'd probably pick the current reality. Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I think I would probably go with the magic wand.
I mean, I would stick with this reality so people have the choice, but day to day I don't wear makeup. So.
It would save time and money, so it'd be great.
Yep.
Good either way.
Either way.
No, I don't agree. I don't want the wand.
Yeah, well, I think it's different if it's all just now taken away versus if it never existed in the first place.
Yeah, if it never existed in the first place.
Then it would make no difference because no one would know. But if it's just now taken away, I mean, I know your whole point is to get at your looks and everything, but this would take away millions of jobs too.
Well, I kind of agree. If makeup,
I used to work in
filters,
makeup.
all of this stuff never existed, I think women would be in a much better position. Mental
because
health
it wouldn't matter in the
wise,
first place because no one
financially.
would have known or used it in the first place anyways. So
There would be no basis for comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So-
but you said there would be job loss, right?
Yeah, if you made
Okay.
all makeup disappear, it'd be all the people.
Yeah, the cosmetic
huge
industry
industry.
has a very strong interest in keeping women feeling insecure about their physical appearance so they can keep selling you crap to put on your face and sell you. I don't know how much. I'd like to go around the table on this. Maybe some of you spend less, some of you spend more. Maybe we could even Google how much the average woman spends a year on makeup. How much do you spend a year on cosmetics?
I don't buy a lot of makeup.
Okay.
I mean, I
Cosmetics.
think it's like you were saying, it's not something that I absolutely need. I don't put on a full face every day. I'm not one of those
That's totally
types
fine.
of people.
Sure.
But I still enjoy if I'm going to a nice event or a nice dinner, something where I want to look really put together and I put the time in to get a nice outfit, put on a nice outfit, do my hair. Then I want the face to match too. I'm not gonna just show up with all my acne scars and when the rest of me is done up, it's just not gonna look as put together. Not saying there's anything wrong with going to an event with no makeup, but for me personally, I would like to have that option to look as put together as possible.
Okay. Look, at the end of the day, these cosmetic companies want you to continue to be self-conscious and insecure about your physical appearance, and it's $1 billion I think cosmetic use, it's almost approaching, I don't know how much it is per year. I think worldwide it's $500 billion is spent by women on cosmetics. So of course these companies want to keep you dependent on the paint, as I'm going to call it. But you're so hopelessly dependent. This is going to get clipped. So you're so hopelessly dependent on the system that you will fight to protect it.
Okay.
I don't even know where I'm going with this. I guess I just want you guys to admit that makeup is a lie.
I don't think it's a lie.
You're misrepresenting your physical appearance.
But we don't even
Oh, speaking of what?
if people nowadays get procedures done so you don't have to wear as much makeup.
Yeah.
That's how the world works
okay,
these days.
I'm still against that too. You mean eyebrow tattoos
or that, or
eyeliner
you
tattoos?
get your facials once a month,
yeah,
or you
chemical
get
Oh.
filler,
Lip fillers, yep.
Morpheus.
Well, then, I don't know about some of that stuff. Are you getting into more of a skincare?
It's a balance between skincare and filler.
I think the difference is with makeup, it's within 30 minutes, you can have like a veneer. That's not like what you otherwise look like. Whereas if you're taking care of your skin, you're eating well, that's kind of different.
If I agree. Cut in here, I do think makeup is a lie, and because I do acting also, and I took masks and makeup as a class, and I could make myself look like a man. If I do different contouring, I can make myself look like a clown. I could do all kinds of stuff, and all of that would be technically a lie and an illusion.
Yeah, but that's kind of a different context. I'm not waking up and going to school in a clown makeup and trying to convince people I'm a clown.
I was trying to go to the extreme just to prove my.
They're asking if you're in the nuance here. You're asking really about deception. So just ask it a different way.
Well, I think the only way it's a lie is if someone is wearing makeup.
Not a lie, but a deception.
No, I was going to say I think it's a lie if someone's wearing makeup and you say you're not wearing makeup. That's obviously a lie. Like, you're trying to come off as if you just look like this with nothing on, which a lot of women really don't do that. And I'm sure if, like, you were on a dating app and you asked them, like, oh, I'd love to see your natural face, like, without makeup, send me a selfie, and they send you a picture of themselves.
They'd probably be insulted by that.
Maybe, but like...
A lot of women would be insulted by that.
Yeah, but if you really wanted to know and you really wanted to not be lied to or, like...
Well, it's not really anything that the woman is saying or doing. Here's what it comes down to. Physical attraction is really an instantaneous thing. So when you see a beautiful woman and perhaps her beauty is increased by some capacity through her use of makeup, you are tricking men in a way. Like, it's not like we don't look at a girl and we have like an intellectual thought process of like, we don't intellectualize, ooh, like her, oh, her eyelashes like are really make her eye pop. Like, you see her face, you've instantly made an assessment on her physical attractiveness.
If there's someone who likes to wear a lot of makeup very frequently, then why would it matter anyways if most of the time you see them, they're going to be wearing makeup?
Well, I think it matters for men because when they're looking at genetics to say, okay, if we have a baby together, what are they going to look like? Which also plays into plastic surgery because now you don't know, like, is my baby going to have those lips? Well, no, because they're not real. Or, is they going to have these eyes? Will they look bigger because of makeup?
Is that what men are thinking about when they're dating
women?
Like, oh, what are our children going to look like?
You're just moving into preference again. So it's like it's like this. Let's pretend for a second. I don't know where this would ever happen. Nowhere, right? But we'll just pretend anyway. There's some guy. He's 25 years old. He's a sheik. He's a prince, right? He's the most handsomest man in the whole wide world, and he has $1 billion in the bank. And he puts out this criteria for women. And he's like, I only want a woman who has this hair color and looks like this and has this eye color, and that's it, right? And so let's say she puts in contact lenses and she dyes her hair and she puts on all kinds of makeup to fit that appearance and then presents herself. And he's like, you're perfect. You're exactly what I was looking for. She's like, yay, great. That's what I've always wanted. And then the next morning, the makeup wipes come on. He's like, you don't fucking look anything like what it was that I was requesting. Did you deceive him? That's the question. Did you deceive him?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you set up this
yes.
expectation?
That's the whole point, right?
I just feel like makeup shouldn't be used as a mask. Makeup should just be used to enhance what you naturally have. So at the end of the day, like, I know I can be wearing a full face beat and I could take off my makeup at any time if I'm chilling with my boo and I'm cool. I don't look a lot different than I do without makeup. But to each his own.
Yeah, I mean, you said you look at these videos later and you said we look much different than we're being portrayed there. Like, do we look a ton different or do we look like...
Well, it's not every girl. I'm just saying a lot of them do.
I was just curious generally.
Yeah.
So it looks like you guys both have like hair products in. Do you think that doing your hair with hair products, just like doing your face with face products, same? Like, do you think
I
you're
just put a
being
little maple
deceitful?
syrup. I put a little maple... Wait, hold on. Sorry, repeat that.
Like, do you think you're being deceitful because, like, your natural self, your hair doesn't look like that, or else you wouldn't have to use product to make it look like that? So.
So I think that the distinction is that if I have my hair combed or I don't have my hair combed, there's not going to be a great intense distinction in what I really look like. Whereas I think for women, there's a huge distinction in what they actually look like.
Not always.
No, I didn't say always. Okay, but generally speaking, I think there's a distinction, especially if you see a woman who's dolled up. And then later on, you find out, oh, wait a second. You know what I mean? You really don't look that much like that.
Nick, can you Google makeup before after images tab?
Well, it's probably going to show the most extreme before and afters.
I think
Right, but can we, like, maybe there's extreme, but like maybe some women are operating in the middle somewhere.
I think you need to be more worried about plastic surgery than makeup.
I'm very much against plastic surgery too.
Because that's the highest level of
Although
deception.
I will say that I think like makeup, you can trick a dude, but like as a guy, if you find plastic surgery unattractive, I mean, I don't know.
Because someone could go get a fake nose, a chin implant, like do so many small tweaks, and like
Nick,
then you see their baby picture and it's somebody different.
Do you want all of it?
Yeah, it is.
Did you do makeup before after images?
Oh, I went to the makeup folder.
No. Google makeup before after.
There are also a lot of straight men starting to wear makeup now too.
Yeah.
And you know what? I would actually argue that the vast majority of women would find it, F11, please, Nick, would find it unattractive for a guy to wear makeup. They'd be like, why are you a pussy?
Who says that?
Most women would be like, I don't want to date a guy who wears makeup. You disagree? You think most women would?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't asked most women.
You
I
date a
wouldn't
guy
care.
who wore a full face of makeup? Really?
Sure, yeah, why not?
He's not talking about like
usually-
guy liner from a rock band or something. He's talking about, you know, a guy who's wearing real makeup.
Yeah, no, I've seen straight men, especially on TikTok. They'll like use concealer, line up their beard, line up their hairline, fill in their eyebrows a little bit, like maybe
It's
put on some
pathetic,
blush,
not
some
gonna lie.
powder, and it's enough to like make your complexion even, maybe like make your eyebrows a little more shapely. It's not like they're looking like James Charles.
Okay, here, go ahead, Nick. You can. I'm trying to find a good transformation here. That second one, the Pinterest one. It looks like she's.
Okay, that's OD, and honestly, that's glam. Like no woman who's, unless you're very
All
good
right,
at
we'll
makeup.
scroll down. Okay, here, the girl in purple.
She looks better than the before.
Girl in purple.
That's
Okay,
fine.
that's like I think that's you would see a girl walking around with that amount of makeup that she's wearing. That's not like excessive, I think. I actually think she looks fine without the makeup, to be honest.
Yeah.
Let's scroll down.
Like if
No,
someone has
scroll
that
down.
much glam, you're already gonna know. Like they're not gonna look like that because you can see how much makeup they're wearing.
Men don't have a trained eye for that, just so you know.
You can't
They
see
really
the
don't.
pores.
You can't see the colored like eyelids and the eyelashes.
No, we don't pay any attention to that shit.
We don't put on makeup, so it's
Yeah, we
like
don't
Yeah,
even
but
know
if
what the
you
hell we're
guys
looking at.
We don't know what
care
we're
so
looking.
much about makeup and so much about like
Well, it's
wanting
not,
the woman
first of all,
to
it's
have
not-
a natural
you can't
face.
attribute Brian's positions to these things to mine. So I didn't say a word about makeup one way or the other.
Then I'll
Yeah,
direct
I'm
this
the-
at
I'm just
Brian.
I'm the
explaining,
makeup hater.
I'm just explaining to you that I
okay,
can
here,
understand
let's-
that this is being utilized or can be utilized for the purposes of deception. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Yeah.
So in that case, in this case, you know, the women who are up there, some of them clearly can use this for deception. And no, I don't think that men pay that much attention. I don't think we really know the difference. If it's a gal we're meeting for the first time, I don't think we have any idea.
Let's pull up the tweets, Nick. We're gonna switch gears here. Hallie, we got some of your tweets. Scroll up, make it bigger,
Oh,
please.
not my tweets. I should have went private.
Okay, it's sad that men no longer value women with hustle, ambition, and education these days. So, question for you:
That was a while ago.
do you think men ever valued those things in women?
As I get older, no. But I tweeted that when I was like 18.
Well, pull it back up, Nick. 2021. So that was. Can you put us on the other side?
So I was 19, yeah.
So what? 2.5 years ago?
Yeah. And I
Okay.
was like mad. I was like butthurt like about like a situation, but like now that I'm like older, like yeah, I don't really think
okay.
men really value that at all.
Any women at the panel have any thoughts on that? Agree? Disagree?
You're saying men don't value women with hustle and education?
like, I would say like
Pull it up really quick again.
most high earning men know.
Okay, hustle, ambition, and education. So when it comes to men don't value it in women in terms of it making women more attractive to men. So I would argue that most men are not particularly preoccupied with your ambition, your money, your career success, your educational achievement, in terms of it making you more attractive.
Yeah, now I've realized that.
Okay.
I disagree.
Disagree?
I also
You guys
disagree.
feel free. This is like, I'm opening it up.
Yeah.
Wait, like your ambition makes you
Okay,
more?
here, I'll agree or disagree.
Disagree. Like, I believe that men do actually care about that stuff.
Okay, what about you?
Some men care.
Okay.
Most men do not care.
Most men do not care.
Do you object to men not caring about that, or do you object to that men don't really care about it?
Not if it
Okay.
doesn't relate to a personal relationship. No.
You said you've changed.
I said I've changed to now that I've realized that's the truth and I'm okay with it. But sometimes I'm like, I don't know. Say if I'm like really interested in a person and I know deep down he really doesn't care like what I do at all. It makes me a little sad because it's like, wow, like I have a lot more to speak about than, you know.
What do you do again?
I do marketing.
Marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you got a bachelor's degree?
Yeah.
Both of you went to Pepperdine, you said?
Yeah.
What did you get your bachelor's in?
I didn't get my bachelor's degree.
Oh, are you still working on it, or you on break, dropped out?
I guess break. Well, like my work endeavors are like the degree isn't really needed. So I've been gaining a lot more experience. But, you know, if I ever want to change paths, then I'll go back to school.
Okay. I mean, you're in marketing. You're also in marketing.
Yeah.
He's saying he spent all that time to get a bachelor's degree, and men don't even give a shit.
It's good for you, but like from a dating perspective.
I don't even know why I have it, honestly.
Yeah, they just
I
don't even
No,
give a
you
shit.
should look. You can get it for you, but like you have to understand that most men don't care.
They don't care.
In terms of like making you more attractive to them.
Yeah, now I completely realize that. I'm just saying, like, I have an issue with when you can tell when someone's genuinely disinterested and, like, for example, like, babe, how was your day? What was your day? I talk about I have meetings, this and this. You could tell when they don't care, you know? So it would be nice to just kind of pretend to care a little bit.
I think, honestly.
Yeah, but they don't care.
I don't care.
Right, they don't care.
You might just be dating shitty guys.
Here, wait. Did you been to work recently? Friday? Were you last at work?
No.
Are you not working right now? Or?
I kind of like doing my own thing, so I kind of like make my own schedule.
Okay, pretend I'm your boyfriend. Complain to me about your job.
Oh, I used to do this a lot. I hate my job. I hate these people I work with. I need to leave.
Wow, babe. That was a great story. Anyways, can you go get me some water, please? Thank you.
Like, I would have people tell me, like, just quit.
But, okay,
Okay, then.
Actually, no. I want to approach this from a different angle, because if you have some interesting anecdote that happened at your job, me personally, look, I don't think I would, like, recoil from hearing your story about whatever happened. But bringing it back to kind of the central thing of, do men, like, does your job, does your hustle, does your ambition, does your educational achievement make you more attractive as a partner to men, broadly speaking? No.
No.
Yes.
Oh, you think yes?
Absolutely.
And you think yes.
Mm-hmm.
So your job makes you more attractive to men?
That's, yeah.
So I'm curious. So you're 22 now, right? So do you think, how far along, would you say you're where you're at? Would you say you're where you want to be in your career right now?
No, because I'm still just starting.
Do you think you'll be there at 30 or 35? maybe
Definitely.
40. You'll be further along at 40, right?
Well,
Do you
even earlier
think
than that, yeah.
do you think you'll be more attractive to men at 40 than you are now?
Physically? Or are you talking
In
about
totality,
overall?
in totality.
Well, other 40.
Because you said that men care about your success, career, ambition.
That's what I've found. Like whenever I tell someone my job, they're like, "That's
Let me
super
ask.
cool,
Okay,
it's more
here.
attractive."
Sorry, what's that?
They literally tell me like they think it's super attractive
That
that
you-
I am like working or
That your work. But what specifically do you tell them that you're doing?
what I.
They just
told
find
you.
it attractive that you are.
No, I tell them
employed?
like the steps that like the things that I do in my job, like the specifics.
Which is what?
So I'll do a little bit of video editing. I work closely with this YouTube channel that has like over 1 million subscribers. Shout out Rideshare Hub.
Wait, what? What's it?
The Rideshare Hub?
I thought you said Rideshare Ho.
No,
I was like, send me that channel. Okay. Okay.
And
so
then there's like 2 creators that I help like get brand deals and do like ad campaigns.
Okay.
Like filming videos on the YouTube channel.
Sure, and I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Has a man ever lied to you in order to get you into bed? Whether he did or not, do you think a man's ever lied to you?
Yes.
Do you think men lie to get laid?
They can't.
Do you
sometimes.
think men will flatter women or lie to women or compliment women in an effort to perhaps get on the woman's good side to get laid?
Yes, some men have done that. Yeah.
Will men even lie about political things to get laid? For example, a guy might even be pro-life, but he'll lie to a woman and say he's pro-choice because he knows he's living in California and he wants to get laid.
Yeah,
Do you think
like,
that's happened?
I've seen that happen with my own 2 eyes. Like, yeah.
So is it possible that a man has tried to flatter you? Oh my God, Isabella, I'm just so impressed by your hustle, and you wear all these hats, and your video editing's on point, and it's just, I love your ambition. Do you think it could be flattery and not genuine?
Well, but it could be, yes, but also like with working comes making money, and my past relationships have really enjoyed when I like spoiled them, bought them gifts, which I couldn't do if I wasn't working or if I was working.
But they would have
like,
enjoyed it just as much if you handcrafted them something.
I mean,
right?
yeah, but like.
So it's like the heart of the question. Let's say there's a really, really, really good-looking chick who works at a McDonald's. Okay, she's really good-looking. She's like a 10. Okay, such a thing exists. That's what she is. She works at a McDonald's. Next door, over at the law firm, there's a 7. Right? There's a good established guy who has plenty of his own cash, and he can choose between both. Which do you think he's going to choose?
McDonald's.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, I
Wait,
do understand.
Do you want to answer the question though? Go ahead.
Okay,
It's McDonald's, right?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Now, what if it's an 8?
But, yeah.
Which one?
No, answer. Is it McDonald's or is it the
Well,
lawyer?
that's what I was gonna say. Like, I don't know because I
don't know.
understand that probably like everyone's put into their own, I guess like social bubble.
We're just talking on average.
Well,
they could choose.
But I don't know because I've really been put in this other social bubble that's very different from yours, where like the people I know would probably choose the person working in the law firm over the person working at McDonald's. But I'm I know that there's tons of people who would choose the person working at McDonald's. So I couldn't give you a definitive answer if it would be one or the other.
I think it's a red flag if a guy asks you too many questions about your work.
Okay. Cool. Wait, so okay,
Why?
hold on.
Because he's looking for a come up. That's what I found in my personal experience.
Wait, so they want you to have this better, like, cooler job if they're looking for a come up as well?
No, like if he like just asking too many questions about work, it's a weird thing to explain. It's okay to be like, hey babe, how's your day at work? Da 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 da. Like, what did you do? Blah 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 blah. But like, if he's like, oh, you need to go get that promotion, like, no. That's just my hot take.
I will say that as a receptionist, I think that does benefit me in a relationship because I tend to date men who are better at complex, bigger problems because I'm not so good at that. But because I do reception, I can book us a trip, or I can do phone call stuff if they're not as. So I'm better at the little things that can be supportive to my partner.
Wait, couldn't you do all that without being a receptionist?
Touche.
Yeah.
Bringing it over to you, you said you disagreed. Do you care to engage or?
Yes, I mean, I personally, my own experience, not to discredit your experience, but I have found that men do tend to say, like, as soon as they find out, that I do like filmmaking, stuff like that, like, oh my God, that's so interesting, that makes you cool, and not to like, I'm just a messenger, but they'll be like, these other girls here, they don't care about anything, they don't have ambitions, they don't do anything, but I find it cool that you have these things. But
that's the game.
I was getting to that. You did bring up the point of men will lie to sleep with you, and I'm like, you know what? Fair point.
What guy who you're on a date with and you tell him your job, and he's gonna be like, I don't give a fuck about your job. He's gonna be polite and do these socially courteous thing of, oh wow, that's that's so cool. That's fucking awesome.
I like
good for you. I love it, girl. He's gonna gas you up so he can hit it.
Yeah, but I think you should be making. Well, I like to make my man feel really powerful, and like I tend to be really, and I tend to be like, I'm pretty aggressive in my normal life.
You're aggressive.
So, like in college, like I used to be like president of everything, and like I always had like really high positions. So like, say if I just got promoted to like VP, like I probably won't tell him. Because he's going to be like, oh my gosh, like this girl is like out here arguing on the phone all day, whatever. I want him to feel like he's the boss.
Good times.
Yeah.
Cool.
But don't you think that men still, like at the end of the day, they do still want their woman to have some sort of goal in life? They don't want a woman that just wants to
raise our 9 sons.
Of course, raising
into
your kids
fucking
too.
Warrior. No,
raising
I'll do
your
the
kids
warrior
is
part.
important, but you don't want someone that has absolutely no personality, nothing you can talk to them about, and if they don't have hobbies or passion.
Ambition
job
or
isn't any of those.
I mean,
a job's not your personality. A job's not your virtues. A job's not any of those things.
Well, I was also talking about outside of your job. You can have passion projects. You can, for example, like you can be a filmmaker, but that's not your job. But that's just something you do on the side. It doesn't have to be a job.
You can have hobbies.
Film.
I think everyone would agree they want a partner that at least has one thing they're passionate about to kind of keep them.
Her passion should be me.
No,
and our family.
Men want women who are passionate and ambitious, even if that means, being a wife and a homemaker and raising your children.
Men don't give a shit about ambition.
So you don't want to be with someone who has
that
goals?
Men care about ambition. They don't care about women's ambitions.
So you want to be with somebody who doesn't have any goals in life? Because
I didn't say goals. I said ambition. You don't need to be ambitious. Like you.
Ambition. I don't think you understand what ambition means.
Why don't you tell me?
Go ahead, tell them. What?
I'm not good at definitions on the fly at all. So
I thought I didn't know what it meant. What the fuck?
I mean, I don't think you do, but just.
I guess. Well, I know you don't, because I know for sure you don't. You can't even tell me what it means.
Being able to describe something and write, what it means in a dictionary is not the same thing.
No,
as
but
knowing
you said you asked him. He doesn't know what you mean by ambition, so he's asking you to define it.
Yeah,
ambition is having goals.
I can Google it if you want. I can Google it.
That would be great. But ambition is having goals and seeking to, rise above where you're at, building skills, having a goal and trying to reach it.
Andrew, when you say men don't care about ambition, do you mean it within the context of like career achievement, academic achievement, educational
well, what I'm
achievement?
talking about is...
Because what if a woman's ambitious for a family? Like, you would agree that would be... She wants...
Well,
not even that.
Again, we need to kind of narrow down what we mean here when we're talking about ambition. So, for me, when I'm thinking about ambition, I'm thinking of I want to have stellar achievement. I want to have something which I'm moving towards, which is to rise above some station or to move towards this kind of overtly worthy thing. Generally speaking, no, men don't give a shit. Like if you start out a good cook and you end up a good cook, they don't fucking care. They don't care. They don't give a shit. You don't need to become a better and better cook. They don't give a shit. They don't care. Like if you're just good enough, you're good enough. They don't give a shit. I've never seen any of them say, nope, you got to be You gotta really.
Hold on. I want to give her an opportunity to respond. You seem to disagree with Andrew. Do you want to?
I think generally speaking, people seek a partner who does have goals, and goals are what give your life meaning.
Can I comment on this? Let me comment.
It depends, but it doesn't have to be job related at all.
So I think something that
I have goals. I want to be a homesteader. I want to raise a family. Like I want to become a better cook. You brought up cooking.
I think
we are. Why does a man care about those goals though?
Because
you want to be a homesteader.
Because he would like to do so as well.
Okay, so then. So
it's his goals.
It's his goals.
But I think the context of the context of the conversation is occupational, career, educational achievement. That's the context. Not, and Andrew maybe has differing views on this. I don't object to a woman who is desirous or has goals to having a family.
It's not an
but
objection.
I don't think that's what's.
It's what I'm just saying about what is cared about, what the preference is.
But let's keep it within the context of career, success, financial, educational achievement. And men in those realms, men don't really care about women's ambition in that regard.
No, I think I agree on that.
Oh.
It was just unclear when you said, men don't care if women have ambitions. I just
okay.
I think
Here, let's not linger long because I want to try to wrap soon.
But quickly, but for the men, so say for example, right, you meet this girl and she's in school for something long term, but like you guys both mutually decide like y'all want to settle down and start a family. Do you think that she should forfeit her career for a potential husband and family?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about you?
What about me?
Like, what do you
should
the woman forfeit her career for a potential family and husband?
Should she? Well, it depends what the arrangement is going to be. Do you want to have 1 kid, 2 kid, 3 kids, 4? No, so if her standard is going to be, well, while I'm pregnant, I don't want to be in the workforce, and then during those early years, I don't want to be in the workforce, and then I also want to have 3, 4, 5 kids, you are going to forfeit your career.
So remember the example.
And if I can give my own perspective, let's say I want to have 7 sons, and I'm a high earner, and you want to go pursue your career where at the top end of your career, you're going to be making $75,000 a year, and I'm making seven figures a year. No. I think you should take care of the kids.
So
why do that career if I can provide?
I agree. So in the example that we were saying, like, remember the 25-year-old having kids and then the 40-year-old man, right? So say the 25-year-old is just starting her career and all of a sudden the 40-year-old wants kids. Should she just like stop? Because she's obviously very early in her career. Should she just stop what she's doing?
Yes.
But you can have a career and have children at the same time.
You can also not have a career and take care of your children at the same time. You can do both, but none of these are mutually exclusive. So her should. What's optimal? What's optimal is you listen to your 40-year-old husband. If he tells you stay the fuck home and watch the kids, then you stay the fuck home and you watch the kids. It's simple.
If I could play devil's advocate for one.
You're such a misogynist, Andrew. You are just a misogynist, and the Whatever podcast, being a feminist platform, does not appreciate your attitude.
She asked. She just like, the ask is, what things should be done if the husband wants this thing? Yes, from my worldview, you need to do what ultimately your husband tells you to do.
I am sorry. I do want to try to wrap up relatively soon, so I'm just going to try to get through some of our last talking points here. Dogi Soprano says, Brian, by your logic about makeup, clothing is a lie too. If you stand by your argument, stop lying to us. I don't think that is coherent.
Have you heard of shapewear?
Which is predominantly worn by women.
But is that a lie too?
No.
Yes. Wait. What?
No. You're talking about clothes, right?
No, shapewear is like it'll give a woman a certain
Like a waist
figure,
trainer.
even though like it'll. Oh wait, Nick, could you pull up the yoga one, please? You know what I'm talking about? The yoga pants.
Yeah.
It should be in the makeup folder.
Yeah.
So yeah, shapewear is a lie. But if you're just wearing
What the
like
fuck is
a
all this shit?
t-shirt, if you're wearing it, you're gonna have to. So I mean, this to me is a bit deceptive. I'm not. Look, she's not obese. She's got a little belly, whatever. But like, if that's the transformation, that's deceptive. No, you don't think that's deceptive.
It depends on her
Dude,
intentions.
wait, oh my God, there's another video where it's like a woman who like, they just stuff all of it in. They fucking hide that shit. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's so deceptive. You are hiding 100 pounds of fat. She's laughing because she knows it's true. Now, Isabel is very, very, she knows it's true, okay?
I definitely know it's true. I've tried some on in like the department stores.
I don't know how you fucking get that shit in. How does that work? I don't know. It blows my mind. Okay, Doogie Soprano. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, we got Nickelodeon. Always going on about dating 18-year-old girls. Is basically P-word. How many girls here are okay with sad baby Dez and other 3FOs making money off of boys? Oh my God. Okay. Well, this is okay. Disavow. Thank you, Nickelodeon. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate that. That was cool. Okay. All right. Let's see. I got some more notes here. I'm going to try to blast through them. We got to get through everybody. We got through Isabella. Not in that way. Okay. We got Mesa. That's your name, right?
Yes.
You said you're a Patrick Bateman Stan account on your Instagram.
Yeah.
Are you a fan of American Psycho?
Yeah, it's my favorite movie.
Have you seen what's it called?
What?
The Rules of Attraction?
What's wrong with American Psycho? No, I haven't seen that.
Isn't that like, don't incels always push that?
I don't
American
know.
Psycho?
I don't.
Like
I
the
don't.
It's kind of
self-described ones?
truth
I
be,
just like
it's
the
actually a
film.
red flag if a girl that's her favorite movie. Like, why is that your favorite movie? You just like the cinematography?
I love the soundtrack specifically.
Oh.
Wait, hold on. To be clear,
Yes.
as somebody who's studied film, your favorite film is your favorite film because of the music in it.
Yes. That is correct.
Music just kind of ties the whole movie together, Brian.
Her favorite film is her favorite
I
film
do- okay, I
because
do-
of the music.
I love the character Patrick Bateman specifically, not because I agree with his actions.
Are you attracted to him?
Yeah, he's a good-looking guy.
No,
yeah,
no. Are you
but-
attracted to the character of Patrick Bateman and his cold, murderous ways?
No, but the actor is a good-looking guy.
It's such an overrated movie.
Do you like Huey Lewis in the News? Their early work was a little too new wave for my taste.
I was listening
But
to
when
that on the way
sports
here.
came out in '83, they really came into their own, both commercially and artistically. I'd say their undisputed masterpiece is Hip to Be Square. A song so catchy, you probably don't listen to the lyrics, but you should. Okay.
I think you should
Ridiculous.
get an award
Wasn't
for that.
right
That was
before
great.
he like went in and beat up a hooker?
No,
that's
that was
right
before he
before
murdered somebody with
He
an
murdered
axe.
Paul Allen.
Oh.
Paul Allen. Okay. You said that you're moderate, leaning towards conservative, feminist in some aspects, but mostly traditional. I think we talked about that. You've experienced, we talked about arranged marriages. Did you ever have any prospects on the arranged marriage front?
Yes. So it was more of just like a setup by our parents, without our knowledge, just to get us to meet each other and see what the vibes were. But that didn't work out because I just wasn't aware that that was the intention of that evening. So things just didn't work out, but that's okay.
Okay. We have...
But back to the American Psycho thing real quick.
Yes.
So I do see those accounts like all over Twitter and all over everything.
Yeah.
But I thought that this was used ironically. Isn't that the whole point of use it? Are you just, you're not using it unironically?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I don't really post about American Psycho on my account. It's just something that's just kind of there. It's just on my bio.
Have you read the book by Bret Easton Ellis?
I have not. I should get to that.
Hold on. This is your favorite movie, and it never occurred to you to read the book in which it's based on?
No.
You know what you should watch? This is also a book from Bret Easton Ellis. It's called The Rules of Attraction.
Okay.
And actually, this is total tangent here. I've been trying to get the director of that film on the show. Well, not on the dating talk, but the one-on-one interview, because interestingly enough, The Rules of Attraction is not my favorite movie, but it's one of my favorite movies. It's a dark comedy, and it's a really interesting film because I think it's actually the closest film about like the college experience. Because a lot of people, like, I feel like some people have this Disney-fied view of how college is going to be, but it's actually can be quite dark and deal with some very adult topics once you get to college. Yeah. And it's the antagonist, his brother Sean Bateman is one of the main characters in the film, The Rules of Attraction. He's the brother of Patrick Bateman. So the universes are kind of intertwined in the books and in the film. And it's a very dark film, but I do encourage you. It came out in like 2001, I think. And it's a good film. Anyways, kind of tangent there. But since you're a fan of American Psycho, I thought I'd recommend to you.
I'll check it out.
The Rules of Attraction, directed by Roger Avery, starring... What's the guy's name from Dawson's Creek? He plays Sean Bateman. Anybody know? Dawson's Creek? Am I too much of a boomer for this? Is Dawson's Creek too much of a boomer thing?
Yeah.
Well, there's some big names in there. There's Kip Pardue. There's Ian Summer. What's his name?
Somerhalder?
Summer Hot.
The guy from Vampire Diaries.
Never mind, I didn't say that.
You guys watched Dawson's Creek?
No. The guy. Oh, fuck. What's the Dawson's Creek guy? Wait, can you pull up chat? Dawson's Creek guy? What's his name? The guy who played Dawson. James Vanderbeek. Thank you. James Vanderbeek. And then who's the girl who's married to Justin Timberlake? What's her name?
In real life, Ava Longoria? Is that her?
Who's the girl who's married to Justin Timberlake? Who's that?
I wouldn't know.
What's her name? Jessica Biel. Jessica Biel's in it. Anyways, derailed. Okay, cool. Check out the film. It's good.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. We're going to Angelica Rose. Scranton. Yep. You met your current husband. Oh, we should have gotten to. Okay. You met your current husband while on house arrest.
He was on house arrest. Yeah.
Well, he was on house arrest.
He was working a job, and he was on his lunch break, and I was in line behind him. We actually knew each other, like, kind of on Facebook, because we live in a small town. So if you have, like, I don't know, back in the day, if you had like 200 mutuals, you would just friend people. But yeah, so he's a musician, and I'm a bit of a creative dabbler. So we initially started hanging out to jam, and we started having these great conversations. And it got romantic, and he was just this great guy. And I remember, expressing my feelings to him, and he was like, I'm polyamorous. Which is really funny because we actually, we're married now, and we were together 7 years. We probably moved in together 2 months after that, and have been together ever since exclusively.
Okay, but you said he was on house arrest. Do you know what was he on house arrest for?
Well, he was just starting to build his life back together. He was in recovery, so caught with some illicit
possession or distribution.
I'm not quite sure.
You're not? Aren't you married?
Marijuana, something. Possession. I'm not sure if it was possession, distribution.
Is this in California?
I'm not quite sure how it works. No, this was in Pennsylvania.
Oh. Okay. All right. You also said that you think your stories of how I grew up are most interesting. We can't get into super detail, but do you want to give us a quick plot synopsis on that? In your pre-show notes, you said, I think my stories of how I grew up are most interesting in relation to
So I grew up in a very traditional Catholic, homeschooled family.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of siblings, conservative values.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I didn't know if that would maybe feed into anything we discussed today, but yeah, it's a little bit of different background than.
Did the progressive machine take your mind?
I think that I lean toward liberal, as I was a pretty open-minded person, but you know, as you get older, you start to understand the values more. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You also said that you consider yourself a small wealth of relationship advice. You've studied psychology most of your life. So considering that you're a small wealth of relationship advice, what are your top 3 dating tips?
I think the first one is to just get in touch with who you actually are and present that to people. I wouldn't recommend.
What does that mean in practice, though?
Mm-hmm. I think it means reflecting on yourself and actually spending time, you know, not just going through the machine day to day. I think it means like reflecting on yourself, you know, when relationships don't work out, you know, looking to yourself to see maybe how you contributed to that.
Wait, so repeat the first part again. So you should what?
Reflect on your own self.
Okay.
Become aware of your own thoughts, your own behaviors,
okay.
What your interests are.
Okay. Sure. I'd agree with
Your
that.
values.
You got okay, top 3. Okay.
That way you can find somebody who aligns with that.
Okay. Any other dating tips? You said you're a small wealth of relationship advice. Why are you looking at me that way? I'm going off of what you wrote. What, are you mad? Is this a death stare? I'm confused.
No, it's not a death stare. I mean, you're just kind of putting me on the spot. And
well, yeah, we go one by one. I'm going through everybody's pre-show
notes. I mean, like
and
the way you're bringing it up, it's like, I don't know. I wrote
it's abrupt. You said you consider yourself a small wealth of relationship advice. I'm just asking, what are your top 3 dating tips?
In my life, I've already mentioned number 1.
What was number 1?
Get to know yourself.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Number 2 would be, you
know
know,
yourself.
Get involved in activities that you actually enjoy. And that's the best way I think you can meet somebody.
Okay.
And yeah, just actually present who you are and be yourself. You know what I mean? So
be yourself. Don't
waste time trying to project an image. That's something in the past that I think that I fell into, you know what I mean? Trying to like project this image on Instagram. I think I got caught into the trap that you can with Instagram of this distortion of reality and, you know, getting caught into presenting an image and like a brand, I guess you could say. People talk about that.
How does one be themselves? What does it mean to be yourself? Like be authentic, be genuine?
Yeah. Instead of projecting an image, you know? Projecting what you think will appeal to other people. You should actually be in touch with your own feelings and just, you know, be real with people.
So practically speaking, though, if I were to just go up to a guy or a woman who's struggling with dating and I tell them to be yourself.
I wouldn't just say be yourself. Yeah, that's not what I said, so.
No, that is what you said. You said some people should be themselves.
I said people should be in touch. I'm not going to repeat myself.
Well, yeah, there was extra. No, that's not.
Does anyone else have any thoughts on this, or?
I mean,
what do you mean having thoughts on?
I'm just curious to hear other people's thoughts.
So you mature as you grow older. You're going to find different things in your personality, your values, how you align with them as you grow. What are your thoughts?
What do you mean, what are my thoughts?
You're smirking so much, like this is all a joke. She's trying to bring something genuine to you and your table. Uh-huh. And it does take a while. Are you saying you've never made mistakes you've not learned from that have kind of shaped your experience and maybe how you interact with the world and your values that you
just don't know what be yourself means. That's the hang up.
So it's a generalized phrase for who you are. Okay.
Well, I mean,
so straightforward.
Saying the words are straightforward, but giving us the meaning not so straightforward.
Well, I think an example, like you mentioned, like not putting out like this appearance of what you think will appeal to others. One example of how you could do that practically is like how you dress. A lot of people are afraid to dress in the style that they actually want to because they're afraid of being judged by others. And I've seen, especially lately, a lot of people embrace dressing in the style that they actually want to dress. And clothing does say a lot about who you are and what kind of person you are. So I think that if you can kind of let go of the fear of, oh, people are going to make fun of what I'm wearing or whatever, like.
So I have a question. I've been roasted for this. People have questioned my fashion choice. So if I feel like dressing comfortably, so on the first date, I just want to wear some black my patented, oh my God, jeez. Sorry guys. I just want to wear my Puma sweatpants, my black Puma sweatpants, and a t-shirt. First date.
That's fine. That's fine,
but obviously that's not what I'm saying. I mean, you should.
Yeah, I don't think that's what you're saying.
Okay.
I think the be yourself thing and being confident is like being able to show up in those Puma sweats and the t-shirt at the date.
And I do.
And that's fine. You're free to do that. And then being able to.
I will dress comfortably.
Being able to be okay with the outcome. Maybe the person you're going to date with isn't going to really like it.
If that's really important to you, then you 100% should do that.
Wait, so when it comes to the being yourself thing, though, like, do you think people should be genuine?
So Brian comes over to your house. And
I know,
he's
it's crazy. People should be genuine.
He like knocks on your door and he's like, "Miss Relationship Expert, I'm about to go on the biggest date. I really want this to go well." And you're gonna be like, "Yeah, just put on your fucking sweats and your Puma t-shirt."
It works, Andrew. It works. I've rocked some dates.
That's sad that that's what you got out of it, but.
Well, okay, hold on. I'll bring it back. So you say people should be themselves, should be genuine. I think you're right. And if I can call back to a moment earlier in this podcast, I agree. Women should stop wearing makeup, get no more plastic surgery, start being genuine, stop wearing makeup, stop with the face filters, stop with the Photoshop, no BBLs, no fake titties, no lip filler. Fair?
Totally.
Yeah. Just be yourself, ladies.
Except,
100%.
minimal makeup, you're good.
Let's move forward with this movement.
Except makeup, but.
Except makeup? Oh, keep the makeup?
Why
I
would
think
you
women should be their genuine selves and just be yourself. Stop wearing makeup, guys.
Why would you compare like your physical appearance to your...
It's part of your genuine self, whatever the hell that means.
Your physical appearance, okay. Do you think, I would argue for both men and women, but do you think men care about a woman's physical appearance?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. So, if a major attraction trigger for men is a woman's physical appearance, don't you think if you're playing with someone in that way by deceiving on the looks front, that you're almost baiting them in some way, deceptively, romantically?
Wait, we're talking about makeup again?
Yeah, she brought it back. It wasn't me. It was definitely her. It was definitely Isabella. No, but you said, well, what does wearing makeup have to do with being genuine and being yourself? Well, I would argue look, I'll just take the position, and I think women actually care far more about looks than men do. That, let's just say men are these like superficial, shallow beings that they really care way too much about physical appearance. Well, women are basically pulling on men on that like attraction trigger in men in order to bait them into relationships, in order to bait them into dating by changing your physical appearance through a facade, through a veneer.
Yeah, but if as a man you found it to be so deceitful that this woman you met wore makeup and you finally see her without makeup, why wouldn't you just break up with her after seeing her without makeup if it's that big of a deal for you and you find it that deceitful?
Well, entering into a relationship, I prefer women who wear minimal or no makeup. So I would not, if a woman was like constantly caking on a face of makeup, that's not the type of woman I'm pursuing.
Well, that's your preference.
Yeah.
Okay. But if we're having a conversation about the degree to which makeup can be deceptive and not be an accurate representation of what you actually look like, here's the argument. If makeup didn't actually change what you look like, why would you wear it? So your argument is essentially, well, makeup has absolutely zero impact on my attractiveness and how I look, yet I spend money and waste time putting it on to not make any impact on my physical appearance?
I didn't say that. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I was just asking.
Are you coming back or?
Yeah, I'm just taking a break.
Oh, okay. Thought that might have been a rage quit. I don't know. I wish. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I was just asking you.
Tough crowd tonight, eh? Go ahead, ask me.
Like,
what were you asking?
Well, what you said was not what I said. What I was saying is if, makeup is such a deceitful thing to you, then wouldn't you just break up with them right after seeing them without makeup? Like, if
I've already told you, though, I prefer to date women who wear minimal or no makeup.
Yeah, but you also said, like, sometimes you can't tell if they're wearing makeup or not.
Yeah, sometimes you can't. But, I mean, I'd like to think... I mean, that was more of a general statement. I think I have a fairly attuned sense of if a woman is wearing makeup or not.
Okay. Just at least to me, like, let's say a man is wearing lifts in his shoes. He's, like, being deceitful in a physical way. He's changing one of his physical attributes.
Yeah.
And then I see him and he's 3 inches shorter. It's not gonna make as big of an impact to me as if he was deceiving me in a non-physical way. Like if he lied to me about his job or his like upbringing or his values or things like that. Those are things that I find more important than how they look physically. So if they're like lying to me about things that they value in life and just so we can like be together and then turns out those aren't true, then it's like I feel like that's
so it's wrong to deceive.
Well, I understand, but you're just making a value judgment there of saying, like, look, both of these are bad, but this one, just me for my own preference, I have less of a problem with it than this other preference, right? So you're just saying both are bad, but this one bothers me less than this one.
I don't think wearing lifts in your shoes is bad.
What if it was the first time that you met him, and then
I really wouldn't care.
You wouldn't care?
Okay, here.
What if it shrunk him down to like shorter than you?
No.
You wouldn't be for it. These other girls. Here, let me give a different example. What about a guy who wore a toupee? I would argue most women, especially maybe older women, are a little more forgiving on this front. Most women prefer men with a full head of hair who are not balding.
Yes.
I think a lot of women would, let's say that toupee is really convincing in his photos and even in person, but you find out that it's not real. Would you feel like, maybe I should have asked this
deceived?
Before I went there.
Would you feel deceived?
Do you have a hair preference at all when it comes to men? Bald men who are balding, Larry David versus like Giga Chad, full head of hair, anything?
No. Really. I mean, usually if they're balding, they're
do you
probably older.
Do you concede that most women prefer men with a full head of hair? They find it more attractive.
There's a lot of sexy bald men.
Okay, but
the difference is if the woman is wearing makeup, like you can see the makeup, you'll probably
you can see the toupee.
Well, yeah, but you said it's so convincing that it looks real and you can't tell.
Okay.
That's what you just said.
What if you could tell that he's wearing a toupee?
Then I'd probably ask to see what he looks like without it.
Why?
Just out of curiosity.
Oh, out of curiosity?
Like, you'd probably, like, if a girl's wearing makeup, you'd probably wonder, like, oh, I wonder what she looks like without the makeup.
Do you think
and you'd end up seeing her without the makeup.
Do you think a lot of women might think, well, is this man insecure? Why is he wearing a toupee?
I mean, I would understand, like, if I would probably do the same if I was going bald. Like, I don't see what the issue is. And it's like, if they're going to be wearing the toupee all the time anyways...
Okay, so how about this?
What difference does it make to me?
In public, he wears the toupee, but when you're getting intimate, he doesn't wear the toupee. And you got a Larry David looking motherfucker.
But bald men can be sexy. I know a lot of sexy bald men.
Well, yeah, you like him 90.
No, like.
She likes them 90-year-olds.
No, like they just rock it. Like it's like they know that's their predicament.
Right. Some men can rock the bald look, but most women prefer men with a full head of hair.
I've never really like given it that much thought. I've never like gone out and saw and be like, I need a man with a full head of hair.
Okay, you guys can talk about anecdotes and like personal exceptions if he's super attractive, but like for the average guy,
preferences. It's just
for the average,
nothing
like,
bothers you. Whatever type of guy, short, big,
look,
bald.
here's the reality. Most women are attracted to tall men. Most women are attracted to men with a full head of hair. It is what it is.
How about this question? If Henry Cavill became bald from a disease, would he be cuter then than he is now?
Look, and they've done studies on this. They've asked women to rate the attractiveness of various men. Some of the men are partially balding. Some of them are fully bald. Some of them shave. And then some of them have like luscious flow. They got the flow. They got a full head of hair. The women find the men with full heads of hair more attractive.
That's probably true. I'm just saying, baldness is not equal ugliness.
Of course not.
Preach.
But like a lot of women would, are you contesting that a lot of women might feel deceived about a guy who wore a toupee in his dating app photos?
Yeah, for sure.
And then maybe on the date he shows up in a hat, and then midway through the date he takes the hat off. Oh, you're bald. Didn't know. I would have liked to have known. Maybe.
I've had a few experiences seeing a guy take off a hat. I'm like, wow, I didn't know you were bald. Not as bad as you shot.
Okay, all right. Okay, here, where are we?
I'm lost on the toupee talk now.
Married, but not Oh, speaking of which, Stifler asked everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. It's getting into this way too late, but okay, going around the table, starting with you, go ahead.
I don't agree with rating yourself because I think it's...
Isabella, what are you doing here? Okay, go ahead.
I think it's extremely subjective. I think you shouldn't devalue yourself to a number.
Okay.
And it could change at any time, like really based on how you're feeling. Like you could wake up one day, maybe you're super sick or you're feeling down, and you could see yourself in a more negative light than if you're super like uppity and confident in a positive
Are you super
way.
uppity, confident, and positive today?
I'm pretty neutral today, but like I'm not
Okay.
gonna
Give us the neutral
myself
rating.
I'm not gonna give myself a number.
If you were to engage, just as a thought experiment with Stifler's question here, if you had to, anything?
No.
What if I, hold on, I'll come back to you. What about you?
Like a 6.5.
7.5, 8 on a good day.
5. 2.
Oh, come on.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's none of my business.
7.
Well, no. Hold on. What do you mean it's none of your business?
How can I objectively rate myself?
That's not. It's subject. You would subjectively rate yourself. It's
Well,
not
I'm
an objective
attracted
standard.
to women, so or myself.
But you're rating your own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You could
6.
Why don't you tell us why you object to the question?
Because it's none of my business, I said.
It's none of your.
Like, I'm not going to rate, like,
It's
how am
none
I
of your
going to be
own business?
objectively rating myself? Yeah, it's not my business. It's somebody else's business. If they find me attractive or
Oh,
not.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that only another person could rate you.
Well, yeah.
Oh.
Because it's a subjective metric. But then isn't it a subjective metric from them rating you?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
then it's just as arbitrary as what you'd rate yourself. So what do you rate yourself?
Well, I said 6.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought that was like a passive aggressive. Okay, fine. I'll give myself a 6. Okay. Did you answer? Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said 7.
Andrew?
3, 4.
Okay. Give myself a 5. 5. Isabella, you want to give it another crack here, or do you want to be difficult?
I mean, I don't have a number, and I honestly think everyone here is being pretty modest because they probably don't want to come off as conceited by giving themselves a high number, but
Wait.
I feel as though...
Has anybody here deflated their answer?
I did.
Any of you?
I'm at 10.
Oh, okay.
I'll admit it. It's true.
I did slightly because I think I have a pretty face and my butt's pretty good, but I have to consider where I am on the dating market given the podcast. So I'm being realistic, I believe.
Do you want to continue, Isabella?
Well, first of all, I don't like all your self-deprecation that you have been saying throughout this podcast.
Yeah.
I think you're beautiful. You shouldn't say these negative things about yourself or think these things about yourself, or think of yourself in a way of how you're marketable to men in dating, because I think that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, all that matters is how you feel about yourself and your own confidence.
Well, I am a confident
Actually, it
person.
kind of does matter.
Yeah.
If you're wanting to have a partner, then yeah, it does matter.
She has a part, right?
Oh, yes, I do. And I think part of that was I was honest with myself. Like,
No, just be delusional.
I love delusion.
You need to be delusional.
She loves delusion.
I love delusion.
and also,
Just love yourself and be delusional.
I do love myself. I think I'm a
Say
very
it
funny
one more
person.
time for the camera.
I love delusion.
She loves delusion. Okay. Here, let me try to. Okay, Isabella. One of the many ways we evaluate potential partners is by their physical attractiveness, right? So, how do you think that the broader dating marketplace would rate your physical attractiveness
I
on a
have
scale
no
of 1 to
idea.
10?
That's very subjective. Like, how am I supposed to know? Like, someone could think I'm a 1 and someone could think I'm like an 11. Like,
Well, this is why we have
I could maybe
numbers
practice
and
this.
statistics. So if 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 people were to rate you, we could arrive at a mean, we could arrive at a median, we could arrive at an average. What do you think if 10,000 people rated you? What the average? would be?
I couldn't tell you. Like, I have no idea. I don't know where I'm.
If you were to guess.
Do you think you're a 10?
I don't even have an educated guess.
You want to just say you're a 10? You want to say she's a 10?
Objectively, 10 being like
The highest.
you look like 100% perfect, no flaws, like whatever. That's still subjective. I would still say no, but someone else could think that. Or someone else could think that it'd be crazy to think that. Like, how am I supposed to know?
You're not supposed to know.
I don't go around asking people like, oh, what, can you rate me from a scale from 1 to 10? Like, why would I do that?
Yeah, you don't need to do that. That's not really the point of the question is, okay, you would agree with me, for instance, that there's ugly dogs, right? Like really ugly dogs, and then there's really cute, fluffy dogs, right?
I've never seen an ugly dog.
Never.
I love all dogs, even the hairless Chinese dogs.
Is there any animal you think is ugly? Any?
Hairless cats.
No, they're so cute.
Those are adorable.
I don't know. Not really.
Nothing.
I don't think so. I mean,
Is a turkey vulture a good-looking animal? Would you say it's cute?
Yeah.
Yeah? A turkey vulture?
Like, it's cute in its own way. I don't see
I mean, it's a subjective metric, you know? Who could know? Who could ever know? Yeah, it's a subjective metric. The whole point of the subjective metric, though, is just to kind of get a gain on if what you think about you reflects morality.
Were you being
or
legit when you
reality.
said 3 or 4 for yourself?
Yeah.
That was your serious answer?
Yeah, that's my serious answer.
If
For me.
You're
Yeah.
saying it's a test on someone's delusion, like whether they're in touch with reality.
Just
or
saying
they're
if they're in touch with objective reality or not.
But it is subjective, right?
Of course, it's subjective.
So how can you be in touch with subjective reality? Everybody has their own subjective
that
reality.
sarcasm is so great, right? Except you probably utilize what's called a correspondence theory of truth, which is that things that you consider true are things which correspond with objective reality. Would that be what you consider truth to be?
What the hell are you talking about?
I know. I don't get it, right?
It's like weird. It's like,
So
let me just come up with some random shit.
all reality is subjective?
No, I never said that.
Okay, great. So is there is any beauty standard objective, or is it all subjective?
It's all subjective.
All of it's subjective. Is that an objective statement?
Too late for this.
Like it just depends on like.
It
in
just
different-
depends
in
on if it's
different
objective or
cultures-
subjective.
No, well, in different cultures, like different
It's both.
physical
There's like
features
objective
are more
and there's
attractive than
subjective.
others.
Okay. Is it objective? Like obesity? Can we give an objective marker to what makes a person obese?
Yes.
Really? Or is it subjective?
I mean, there's a scale.
Yeah.
And what? And
it's a
is the scale
range.
just subjective?
Well, it's not like there's just one set number of like.
Well, this is my
you're
point,
over
right?
this,
It's
then
like,
you're obese.
it's like we can play with words if you want, but the thing is I think that even from a subjective standpoint, there's going to be some things which correspond with reality. Like I would say, for instance, a person who had 4th-degree burns all over their face probably wouldn't be that high on the attractiveness scale. Probably. That would probably correspond with reality, right? So is it subjective? Is there one unicorn out there who's like, oh, he's gorgeous? Maybe, but it generally doesn't correspond with reality. So that's what Brian's saying. That's why he asked the question. It makes sense.
Okay.
It's beautiful. It's a conversation. All right. Okay. All right. Good times. Well,
So
at
what
least
is the
there's
answer?
10s. There's no 10s at the table. So I
Well,
mean,
what's the
that's good,
answer
right,
from
Andrew?
the subjective standpoint?
I don't have an answer.
You don't even have a subjective one?
Talk.
No.
No. Okay.
It's good. There's no 10. At least there's no 10s at the table.
Has that ever happened?
Why can't everyone be a 10?
Well, they can. It's all subjective.
Why can't?
Yeah, if you believe you can be a 10 if you believe
You know,
you're
it
a
only
10.
goes up to 10, and I'm a fucking 20.
If you
Yeah,
think
'cause
that, if
nothing
that's what you
means
wanna
anything.
think,
Yeah,
then like good for you. Like you can think that. if you
Everybody's
want.
a 10, then nobody's a 10.
Yeah, technically, yeah. So then, why does the number even matter? That's what I was trying to say in the first place. Like, why would you like put yourself in a number category?
How
on
would
a
you
scale
feel
from
if you
1 to
didn't
10?
eat breakfast this morning?
How would you feel?
Hungry?
How you would feel hungry? Okay.
I wake up starving every morning.
What's that?
I wake up like starving every morning.
Okay.
Like I'm super.
I was just
hungry.
curious.
You know, there's resources for that.
No, I.
Wow, that joke totally fell flat. Fuck. Okay. Oh God. Okay. Tough crowd tonight, eh?
It's rough, yeah.
Tough crowd. All right. Okay. A couple more. Couple more notes here. Okay. Nope. She's not here. We hit. Going back to Angelica Rose from Scranton, Pennsylvania, I definitely do have some hot takes that pop up in these types of discussions. Hot takes?
I feel like there needs to be a discussion happening, but
Oh, okay. All right. Moving on then.
That's a hot take.
Let's see. All right. Nothing. She wasn't here. We've hit. Oh, last but not least. Actually, wait. We still have to do Haley's tweets. Then we have Des here.
Hallie.
Why am I last?
Hello. Sorry. Go ahead. Pull it up, Nick.
What did I say?
All men are. Well, wait. Hold on. I want you to say this. Can you say this in your voice?
In my voice?
Yeah. You read it for us.
Wait, all men are liars, and I stand on that. Yeah.
That's a really, as a man, that's very offensive.
Well, see, you really don't take my Twitter seriously. Like this
Oh,
is
I
like
took it very
This is my
seriously.
safe space where I go to vent about people. Like nobody knows about this.
You shit post on Twitter?
She's
Yeah,
a
I
shit
do.
poster.
I do. And now
poster.
people are like gonna go scroll and like now I actually like be like really specific, so I may get in trouble. But yeah, I was really mad that day.
We should
Okay.
make
I
it
feel like all
private.
of Twitter is just a giant shit post.
It's a huge shit post. All men are liars, though. Do you guys
no,
maybe a little sexist, just a little.
No, I was kind of coming from the point that like I just feel like all men just pretend.
All of them?
All.
That's how you felt or how you feel?
I still kind of feel that way.
Do you feel that way, Isabella?
No. I think
okay.
all liars are liars regardless of your gender.
That was an astute observation. Thank you. All liars are liars.
Yeah, whether you're a man liar
and
or
all
woman
dogs
liar.
are dogs, and all cats are
That
cats.
was August
That was
2022.
beautiful.
I'm
Yo,
trying to
put
figure out what I was going
Put that on
through.
the motivational poster. Can we get some merch? All liars.
The
are
second law of logic by
Beautiful.
Isabella.
Yeah, but like I
All
was
things
saying,
are
like,
that which they are.
It doesn't really matter what your gender is. You could be
Huh?
like.
Wait, how did gender get introduced here? Speaking of,
all men,
but I don't
all
know what
men
made
are
me
liars.
angry to
Oh,
say that. I'm
I
like
see.
trying to think.
speaking of genders, what is a woman? Starting with Isabella.
Are we talking about the sex or the gender? Because a woman, if you're talking about the sex, is someone with 2 X chromosomes.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
But what is a woman?
What about women who have XY chromosome?
Well, their sex as they were born would be.
Yeah, there's
a
women who
man,
have
but then
sex of
their
XY.
gender can change.
Yeah, I'm talking about females who have an XY chromosome. Or males who have an XX chromosome. Or XXY.
Like it's like a birth defect or like.
Yeah, you can have those conditions, yeah.
Yeah.
Those conditions can.
I mean, they're pretty rare.
By the way, guys, it's raining. We don't know if the power's going to go out. We don't know.
Yeah, I'm just giving you grief on the sex gender thing. That's all.
What is a woman going around the table?
What is a woman?
Yes.
A woman is a woman. We have a uterus and we can make babies and yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Biologically, or like what is a real woman?
No, what is a woman?
Yeah, female XY chromosome.
Oh, okay.
Someone who can.
That would be XX, by the way.
Oh, X.
She,
Sorry.
yeah, misspoke.
You
Misspoke.
A biological female.
Adult human female.
I was gonna say exactly the same thing. Adult human female.
Okay, good. We got more tweets. Let's get through the tweets, then we got to get to Des. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait, this is, okay, can you read it?
And I'm supposed to settle for a man that can't even buy me flowers.
Scroll down.
Okay, we all now. It's
Wow, is that a Mercedes Maybach?
Yeah, but see that aged poorly because that's like Diddy's like ex like girl, and like we all know what happened to that.
Oh,
Tracy on Tilt donated $200. PPA who say that all men are liars have gone through many men and hence make that conclusion instead of reflecting inside themselves and seeing what they are doing wrong. Too scared to face the truth.
Do you want to respond to that?
Baby, I tweeted that like in my college class, like in the morning. Like I don't know what I was
It's 2
going
years
through,
ago,
but like
you know.
it wasn't because of that reason.
She had drank too many White Claws.
Someone like just pissed me off. That's all.
Too many O'Douls.
Yeah, but you said you stood by it now.
Like to a certain extent, but not to that level of anger I was at to go tweet that.
What's the certain extent?
A certain extent is I just feel like all men pretend.
Yeah, but what does that mean? They pretend what?
They just like pretend. I feel like they have like a longevity, right? It's like some could last.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Some could last for 3 months. Some can last for 6 months. But that real person always comes out, and it's usually pretty ugly.
That's a big generalization.
You mean you're saying they're hiding their true selves?
Yes.
Like you're meeting their diplomatic representative?
Yes.
That's all women.
You think so?
Yeah. Yep. I've never met a woman yet, ever in my life, where I.
Andrew, Angelica over here will not stand for your sexist statements, Andrew.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's terrible.
Angelica, instead of, what's the term for what you just? Instead of sighing.
But she wants you to know her displeasure, Brian.
I'd like to hear.
She needs you to know.
I'd like to.
I'm really tired. This is usually when I go to bed, like before this. And it's getting old.
It's getting old. I mean, if you want, you can just leave. You know, we'll continue the show without you if you want.
I mean, that would probably help you, right?
What do you mean help me?
I don't know, like-
I'm not trying to bait a clip here, but if it's getting old, there's the door.
Forgive me for sighing.
I didn't have issue with you sighing, but
I mean, when you felt like it was necessary. That's the most entertaining thing happening here right now.
what? Me saying you can leave is in response to you saying this is getting old. Not in response to you sighing. If it's late, you're tired, if it's getting old, you're welcome to
Tracy
leave.
on Tilt donated $200. Exactly. It's because you can't see their red flags from their beginning, hence you're making wrong decisions to begin with. If you worked on yourself, you would see it from the get-go.
You're right. I'm really delusional, so maybe that should help me.
Anyway, that's a good statement for everyone. I mean, that's how I learned to see that.
I need to work on that.
All right, let's get through the tweets.
Is your 50-year-old boyfriend going to
There's
approve of
more?
these?
I don't have a 50-year-old boyfriend. Oh.
Read it.
Nothing
please.
gives me a bigger ick than a man asking me to send pictures of myself. Oh my God, I hate this so much. So there's two things. Firstly, a man that be asking like, send me a selfie. Or like, da-da-da-da-da. If I don't know you, like, why are you asking to see pictures of me? Like, what? Or the worst is if I'm saving to go get my nails done and they ask me to show me the color of my hands. Like, babe, hang it up. Yeah, that's all.
Is there another one?
Oh, this was recent.
Yeah, this is recent. Oh, it was 2 years ago. Men are liars. Go ahead, you can read it.
As I close this 21st year of life, I cannot stress enough that men are liars and always have your own back. See, I guess
2 months ago, 3 months ago.
I was just like really upset because like a lot of people were like saying they was gonna do stuff for my birthday and it didn't come through. And like,
well, go into specifics on that. A lot of people were going to do things for your birthday, or a specific person was going to do things.
No, a lot of people said they were gonna do stuff for my birthday.
What were they going to do for your birthday? What happened?
Like they were just making false promises. They were just like, oh, let
like
me
gifts
and just stuff because like I had like a ski.
Whoa, Isabella, why are you laughing?
I don't want to get in trouble.
No, it's not for any particular reason. It's this whole conversation.
It's like, okay, so I had planned like a ski trip to for my birthday, and like someone just like randomly was like, oh, I have the accommodations. Not that I needed the accommodations, but then when it came time to pay for the accommodations, they went ghost. And I'm like,
that son of a bitch.
Like, why would you say that? That's weird. Or like, I was waiting. Someone like said they were gonna get me like help me out with like the actual dinner party booking, and then they went ghost. And I'm like, now I have to do everything myself.
Truly monsters.
Truly monsters. It's my birthday. Like, it's not a regular day.
Yeah, that's just wow.
So because those men are liars, my father's a liar, and my
baby,
boyfriend's
this
a
is my
liar?
Twitter. No, baby,
If it's all men, then you know.
This is my diary.
I
This is
cannot
an invasion of
believe.
privacy.
I cannot believe that those men on your birthday did not pay for your ski
No,
resort trip.
no. It's because
and
they
all
said
this-
they were going to do something. Don't say you're going to do something. You be quiet, because I would handle it myself. Now I have my faith in you.
Who were these men?
Just random. Never mind.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay.
It's too much talking. Too much talking. Too much talking. I'm gonna get.
Have you ever been on a sugar website?
No. I
What
have
is
really,
that?
I have really nice friends in my life, you know?
Friends?
Mm-hmm.
How?
Who paid for your Tahoe trip?
Tahoe?
No, your ski trips.
No, I pay for it myself. But like I'm saying, they just randomly said, oh, let me know where you're staying and how much it's going to be. And then I was like, okay, this is the reservation. Crickets.
Okay. All right, let's get through the tweets. What else we got?
There's more? There's more?
Reason, whoa. 1,000 why I dislike
Tracy on Tilt donated $200. Life advice for the girl in blue. Read the book Parenting from the Inside Out. If you want to stop meeting all men who are liars, knowledge is power, girl. Not trolling on Twitter ranting about men.
Thanks. I'll take your advice. You sound like a really good person. Yeah.
Thank you, Tracy, on Tilt.
I mean, Tracy does sound like a good person.
Thank you. Okay.
So, reason, say.
I don't even know what this is. Reason 1,000 why I dislike
don't scroll
men. As long as she takes.
So you don't like men?
Oh, but I didn't know I had so much anti-men stuff on Twitter. That one, I dislike that one because he said that guy was saying that he was gonna make his girlfriend save up for her portion of the trip, and I have the vacation.
Wait, so that's why you...
And yet another monster in a sea of monsters.
What a monster, eh?
Yeah, that is a monster.
Never seen so many psychopaths. He's gonna make her save up and pay for her own trip.
Like, no, because he already had the money for the trip, and now you're watching her suffer. Like, that's not a real man. Don't do that.
Terrible.
Terrible. Okay, next. Is there another tweet or...
I'll just... Oh I'm so sorry.
Read it.
Flo Millie makes me want to rob men.
So, in this tweet, you are admitting to want to commit a felony against men, and you guys are chuckling about it. That's really sexist of you guys, I think, especially you, Isabella. If I was like, yeah, I want to rob women.
Well, I wouldn't take you seriously. Like, I know her, so I know she's not being serious.
What, you think I wouldn't do it?
But she has
I don't think so.
She has this one song about like robbing like these guys for their weed and like kicking them out the house, and like me and my girls love that song, and I was like, yeah, that's the vibe.
And this is the kind of the culture, the music that people are listening to, where it's glorifying robbery, felonious activity.
I would never do that.
Rap.
Cardi B joked about drugging men and stealing their money. You know, it's just like kind of socially acceptable to like, you know,
maybe
victimize men and stuff.
I need to go clean up my Twitter after this. I didn't know this was on there.
At least you're a good sport about it. A lot of the people in the chat are saying you're a good sport. Next, is there another one?
Are they really? Oh, this was recent.
Why so many?
I was real angry that.
Scroll down a little bit, Nick, so we can see the.
This is like Thursday.
There's nothing else. Oh, why so many men don't celebrate Valentine's and then?
They simply don't want to be held accountable to do shit.
So men are not accountable, or they're lacking accountability
on
if
Valentine's
they don't want to waste money on your corporate
Did yet
holiday.
another man disappoint you by not giving you shit that you wanted?
I don't even want to get into that because that took a lot of energy out of my life the past couple of days.
Wait, we need more. Just be totally upfront. Just tell us about all the stuff you're involved with. Lay it all out on the table.
I'm not involved with a lot, actually.
Be honest.
I just put my hopes too high to certain people. But no, on that note, that was just really,
Okay.
You should show up for your girl on Valentine's Day. I really stand by that.
I think the girl she should be the one who buys. Get me flowers, get me chocolate. What's up?
Yeah, what's up? I'll get you the gift too, but you can't come empty-handed.
Oh, I'm coming empty-handed. It's called reparations.
Reparations for what?
For the years that men have been in servitude and enslaved by women. Andrew's probably like, what the fuck are you talking about? Listen, we have been the
trying to get you back here.
Financial workhorses. You guys have had a good deal for a very long time, and actually feminism has fucked it up for a lot of y'all.
I agree.
It used to be you didn't have to work. Now you got to work.
It doesn't seem like it's fucked up anything for you. Like it seems like it's been a fantastic ride so far.
I'm a very hard-working woman.
Even the traditional social order kind of placed a lot of burden on men and was kind of, in a lot of ways, kind of like a lot of women would feel like in a privileged position to not have to work now and to be taken care of by their husband. But the economic reality, which is somewhat to be blamed by feminism, just if you double the labor pool, that's going to have an economic impact. And I think it's fantastic that I think women should work, or should be allowed to work if they want to. But there are certain economic realities that go with that.
You're right.
Am I going to get canceled for what I just said? I don't know. Is that canceled? I think that was fair.
I'm like
women should work. I want women in STEM so we can beat cancer. Right, Andrew? Andrew, what don't you think? Okay, Andrew, do you know somebody who suffered from cancer?
We're not going to beat cancer because women are in STEM.
Hold on, but hear me out here, right? Okay.
Sorry.
Do you agree that there are some genius and smart women out there? Don't be a misogynist, Andrew. Come on, I'm giving you a layup here. You got this. Andrew, come on. There are genius women.
There's some smart women out there.
No genius women? Andrew, that's very misogynist.
Smart women out there.
I think we've all known somebody who's had a serious disease, and I don't want to be flippant. I know sometimes I can come off as a bit, playing around. I don't want to be flippant about this. We all know somebody who's had cancer, a family member, whatever, who's had an illness or disease. And I'm absolutely in favor of, I don't know what the right word is here. I'm using this word in the most good light way. We should exploit the intelligence and genius of women to tackle the issues of cancer, of disease, of illness. Because if we just throw the intellectual woman power instead of manpower at cancer and men's.
So you just want to usher in the apocalypse. That's
Wait,
what
is
you're
that
saying.
what is that what's going No. Look, if we can have women and men cooperating to tackle cancer, illness, disease. I've seen Alzheimer's firsthand. That's not pretty. Whoa, dude, this fucking laptop came out of fucking nowhere. It came at me, bro. Sorry, guys, I'm tweaking. I'm fucking spazzing out right now. I'm sorry. I think we need women.
So
to,
women are the answer.
What's that?
Women are the
I don't
answer.
know. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I'm in favor of. We need more women in STEM if they're inclined to do it, and we need them studying fucking cancer research shit. I don't know what what you're studying in college to. I don't know if it's biology. I don't know what it is. We need women to go and tackle cancer and fucking illnesses and diseases and Alzheimer's, because that shit is not pretty.
But
what
then-
we need to do, hold on, hear me out, Andrew. You'll like this part.
Where would all the
Hear me out.
psychologists come from then?
Yeah, hear me out. We have to defund, because there's what's it called? There's subsidies for various liberal arts programs. Like, we're going to defund feminist studies, gender studies, sociology. We're going to defund that. You want to study that? There's no subsidies for you. In fact, just get it rid from. It's useless.
Well,
get
we
it out
subsidize
of
the STEM fields for women.
No, we subsidize the STEM field. Here's my view on college. I'm in favor of paid free college, only for STEM though, and we have to get rid of feminism, feminist studies, sociology, the soft sciences. Get rid of it. Well, you can go to college for free if you study STEM. You like that, Andrew? It's good, right? It's good.
Andrew, may I ask you
Okay,
a question? Do you think women overall are not intelligent
Well,
or
okay.
less intelligent than men?
Yes.
Why?
Wow, that is whoa, that's a very. That's
Why
very.
why do you believe that?
I think that they
disavow.
have very low functional intelligence generally. It's just me though. It's now. Look.
Okay.
Look.
Could
if you-
be. It could
yeah,
be
yeah.
two of us.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
What Andrew's trying to say, as his interpreter, as Andrew's interpreter, okay, there's this hypothesis called the greater male variability hypothesis. So on the average, men and women are about equal. But what you have is, you have men, you have a portion of men who are, if you think of a bell curve, right? There's a greater proportion of men who are really, really stupid.
Right.
And then there's a greater proportion of men who are very, very intelligent.
Right.
The average is equal. It's a hypothesis. I don't know if it's actually
Yeah.
true.
So he's talking about on either end of the spectrum.
It's called the
but-
greater male variability hypothesis.
Well, I'm just basing what I'm saying.
Greater male
I couldn't tell you for
Yes.
sure that I would base any of this on like IQ research or any of that. I'm just talking about general observations.
So when she makes a general observation that all men are liars, and I take issue with that, I should logically take issue with your
course.
statement.
Sure.
Okay.
You take issue with it.
Take issue.
I will say I love men. I'm not a man hater.
Let's do the tweets. We got one more. Okay.
Oh, this
Plus
is
that was-
really recent.
Plus also, right?
Or there's one more after this.
That was like
That
a little bit of
while
shit
I'm
posting.
going mute.
He was
Right.
wait. You're joking. You're trolling.
Of course, it's shit posted. I thought
shit
that was
posting.
the whole thing you were doing right there with the whole speech and. Or were you serious that you wanted to
About what? The
the
college?
STEM? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm serious.
So I thought you were just shit posting.
No, I'm serious.
Really?
Yeah. We'll talk about it.
We'll refine it better.
We'll talk about it after the show. But, okay. Tweets.
Okay. Well, I first said if I don't wake up to a box of roses at minimum on Valentine's Day, I'm never speaking to anyone ever again.
February 5th.
And then February 5th. And then on Valentine's Day, I said, well, I'm going mute for the rest of the year, and it was nice knowing y'all.
So your Valentine's Day did not go well.
It's been remedied, but I was really mad that day. I was really angry, actually. Yeah, but everything's good now.
Why would you go mute for the rest of the year?
Because no one deserves to speak to me.
Unless you can pay her $5,000 to $10,000 month allowance.
I never said allowance. He's using my words.
Whoops.
I never
My
said
bad.
that. I never said that. That's
Whoops.
not true.
Is it
$20,000?
You said there's another one, Nick? That's it? Oh, okay. We got to get to Des, and then we're going to wrap. Okay, Des, you do OnlyFans. You describe yourself as a feminist.
Kind of.
Okay, you said dating is hard nowadays. All the good men are taken, LOL, or insecure as fuck, OMFGGG.
I think being a stripper and in that industry makes dating hard. Most definitely. I think it takes a secure man to date a woman doing what I'm doing. But then, yeah.
So do you think that men who wouldn't want to date you are insecure?
I don't think
because
that
you said it takes a secure man to date you.
I think it does take a secure man to date a stripper or somebody who does OnlyFans and sex work and stuff. But
is a man insecure for not wanting to date you because you do that profession?
I don't think it's every man who doesn't want to date me is insecure, but I think that that's a big majority of the reason, because the reasons that they give me are, like, I don't want you touching another guy or engaging with another man and stuff. But it's like, okay, that's my job though. And like,
so is it insecure though?
But if you know that that's just for my job and stuff, and that's like I'm not doing anything outside of my job, then I believe that you're being a little insecure. Unless that's just really truly your core values and stuff too, then that's fine. But I do think it has
about
a lot
respect.
to do. Respect on.
Do you think that a man would have a lot of self-respect if he was dating a stripper?
Personally,
Tracy on Tilt donated $200. A secure man would not want to wife you up. People date to marry. You're setting up your future children to be trolled and bullied in school, and that's unfair to them.
I don't want
They
kids.
didn't ask to be born.
You what?
I don't want kids.
Okay.
Yeah, but so anyway, back to what I was asking.
Thank you, Tracy.
Do you think?
Tracy got a lot of money.
Are you gonna hit up Tracy after this?
No.
What if is Tracy a Tracy is kind of a gender neutral name, right?
It could be a she.
Tracy could be a man, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I thought Tracy's mostly
a he or she.
Tracy, confirm or deny? Penis or vagina? Okay.
So when you're talking about respect, though, do you think that a man would have a lot of self-respect if they would go for a sex worker?
Well, that depends on what his outlook on respect is.
No, from your outlook.
From my outlook, yeah. I mean, I'm still a person, you know.
I'm not saying you're not a person.
Yeah, but I still have my values and stuff. So like, why should dating me or any other sex worker make your values lower?
Because it doesn't seem like it's very respectful for my girlfriend to grind her vagina on men.
I mean,
does that seem like it's respectful to you? Because it seems like it's way not very respectful to me.
It brings me a bag though, so I
I
like
see
my
what
bag.
I mean? It's like you.
But then there's
me.
also a benefit of if you're with me too. Then then I'm sharing. I'm bringing you up as well too. But
really?
Again, you have to.
Yeah, but that would be the same thing if you were a thief.
But you.
Why? So why would that? Why if you were no? What I'm saying is that it'd be the same thing if you were a thief. You could be bringing your significant other up with your stolen property, but that wouldn't mean that a self-respecting person would want to go after a criminal, right?
Yeah, but I'm also not a criminal, and
I'm not saying you're a criminal. I'm just making an analogy.
Yeah, but just because I'm a sex worker doesn't mean that that I don't have respect for myself, and that somebody who dates me isn't going to have respect for themselves, you know. If anything, like, I think that I don't want to say that you're having respect for yourself by dating someone in that industry, but I forgot where I was going.
Tracy on Tilt donated $200.
Again?
The real world taught me lessons that I had to learn. They're hard pills to swallow. And I'm sorry it hurts, but it's the truth. You can't live in delusion all of your life. You got live in reality.
Thank you, Tracy. Is the F, does that stand for female, or are we just going to ignore?
F maybe be for female, you know.
Could be a female. Are you female, Tracy? Thank you, Tracy. Do you think that you mentioned like it's hard to find a good man? What do you think a good man wants? Do you think he wants a girl who's selling herself
No.
for $10 a month online?
No.
Well, does that answer your question then?
Yeah, but there's more to me than just my industry, you know.
It's you. So
Yeah.
you think about how you're looking at this through the prism of you.
So
from his
perspective.
Yeah, from his perspective, from the perspective of him.
But I wouldn't even want to be involved with anybody who.
Yeah, that's
doesn't-
about you again. Can we make it about him now?
Well, I guess he would be. His points would be valid because, yes, grinding on another man, and isn't ideal to another man.
If you weren't a sex worker and you started grinding on like one of his buddies in front of him, would you think, yeah, that's a pretty respectful thing to do?
Probably get mollywopped right in the face.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like not the best idea. I don't know what mollywopped is, but
Boop, boop. Just never mind.
like somebody gets punched.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right in the
Right.
face.
But anyway, if he did that in front of you, would be like, well, look, if a guy would let you do that, not a lot of self-respect, right?
Yeah, but I have my own reasons for being in that industry and doing what I'm doing and stuff.
Sure.
So,
Well, I'm not even taking any of that
Yeah.
away. I'm just saying that you're looking at everything through the prism of you.
Can I ask you a question? So if a guy was willing to like give you an allowance to stop doing OF and stripping, would you consider it?
Maybe in a different sense, because my OnlyFans, I actually have a vision for, that I want to turn it into something else.
Tracy on Tilt donated $200.
Thank you, Tracy.
Last donation. I'm a female. I'll gladly go on your show and talk sense into these females.
Please,
Someone
Tracy.
needs to lead them onto the right path in life. But I have to ask my fiance's permission first.
Tracy, if you want to be on the show, just shoot us a DM on Instagram at whatever.
Where was I? I forgot.
You said you have a vision with your OnlyFans?
Something about you're gonna start a business or
if somebody were to like offer me a sustainable lifestyle where I didn't have to do OnlyFans or strip anymore, of course I would be inclined to take that role in that position and stuff, but I think that I would also have them as like hobbies more so than anything, because I enjoy pole dancing. I like it as a sport, you know.
Sport?
Mm-hmm.
Are there points in pole dancing?
People do competitions and all that stuff.
It's a really intense workout.
Yeah, takes a lot of core.
I don't know if pole dancing is a sport. I don't think, is any form of dancing a sport? Isn't dancing an art?
Well, a sport art form, it's a form of movement and working out, so.
Yeah, it might be physically demanding, but I don't know if it's a sport.
To each their own.
It's not to each their own. Like sport has an actual, anyway, whatever. It's not, I'm not gonna argue about everything, but.
Okay. But yeah, I would keep them as like side hobbies and stuff.
Do you think pole dancing will ever, sort of reach the, comparatively speaking, when it comes to sports, like, FIFA? Do you think there will ever be like a FIFA of the pole dancing
Probably
community?
not.
Do you think there will be, they'll sell jerseys of the best pole dancers.
I could see
like,
that happening.
Yeah, like soccer
could
players. You
totally
know how
see
like
that happening.
there's Ronaldo and or Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi and
I could totally see
Robert
a whole league opening
Lewandowski.
up. Yeah.
Do you think that there will be like?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just being
They'll
kind of
each
bratty.
have their own
okay.
polls.
All right. But you're saying like you want a good man, where you can't find the good men. Dating is hard nowadays. All the good men are taken or insecure. But we looked at your. We didn't subscribe. We looked at your bio on OnlyFans, and it says, in addition to costing $10 a month, you do twerking, fully nude, customs, dildo play, solo pussy and anal play, boy-girl content, dick ratings, girl-girl content coming soon. So you do boy-girl content on your OnlyFans?
With people that I'm comfortable with.
Yeah.
And it's very minimal as well.
Do you think most good men want to date women who have videos out there in the public?
No, but
of
I'm
them
sure
having,
most good men watch those videos.
Well,
Not good
I don't
men.
know. What's that?
Not good men, I wouldn't say.
Okay.
Portraying to be.
But that's a little bit different. Whether they watch it or not is different than whether they'd be in a relationship with a woman who produces.
How can you watch it though and then not want to be in a relationship with somebody?
I watch the NFL. I don't want to play in the NFL or foot. I don't want to not. I wouldn't be able to play in it, but I wouldn't want to go and play football.
Pleasure about it and stuff.
So
but then
your
not
argument.
Wanting to.
Your argument is if you watch something, if you consume a product, you must romantically want to date the person that produces the content.
Just in that sense, not in a general term.
No, but your argument is a man is obliged or should not object to dating a woman who does porn because he happens to watch porn. That's your argument?
I guess. Yes.
Okay.
I think it falls in the
I don't really think that logically makes sense. Like, just because you consume something doesn't mean you need to be romantically
But it's just in
interested.
that sense of like you're consuming it, you're consuming porn, but you're to the public, you're against porn.
No, not necessarily. You could have no issues with porn. You may very well watch porn, but when it comes to your romantic life, your sexual life, your relationship life, you wouldn't want to
be with somebody who does.
Right. You might not have any objections to porn production, but you wouldn't want to date a woman who's fucked 100 men on camera.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that.
Okay, that's fair. All right, she agrees.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I get it. Again, it comes down to the fact that, your man doesn't want to see that, and, why doesn't he want to see that? Is it a respect thing? Is it insecurities? Is it a respect thing? Is it
Seems like it's a
insecurities?
respect thing.
But
not a security thing.
Is it always a respect thing, though? Because I don't think it is, though. I really think that it has to do with insecurities as well.
What would make him insecure?
The fact that I have to go up and speak to men and talk to them and be close to them, around them, whether I'm grinding on them or not,
But that's why I said a real man would retire you.
I don't know. There seems to be a big delineation
I sure
there.
hope a real man
I have to
retires me.
engage with men and occasionally shake their hands versus I grind on men's penises. That seems like a huge difference.
It is.
Nashunabo donated $200.
Yo, Nasha, thank you.
It takes a very secure man to date a sex worker, just like Sean Eva.
We react.
Oh wait, he dumped her the second it became inconvenient. Your bullied kids can't dump you. The only way out is unaliving yourself.
Thank you.
We actually reacted to the whole Sean Evans thing at the beginning of the stream, but yes, that's a perfect example. Thank you, Nasho Nabo. She doesn't want kids though, so I mean.
Yeah, I just don't understand how it's a security or insecure issue. It just seems like a respect issue to me. That it would be highly disrespectful for you to, I don't know, walk over and do that with some other guy if he was just in the room. Your boyfriend was in the room and you did that. Would you say, you just really are kind of insecure. You need to just relax while I go over here and grind all over this guy. Would you say that to him?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not working. I'm not working though.
So what's the delineation?
I don't know.
You also wrote, men like to be comfortable. More often than not, if you meet a guy and the first thing you do is hook up, he's going to be comfortable with that dynamic, and it can be hard to work out of it. So when you say that, what do you mean by work out of it?
Like, okay, so say you want to have a relationship with somebody, but the first date you guys hook up and then you get comfortable within that dynamic. So like he's gonna be comfortable with the fact that all he wants and is getting is pussy and he doesn't need anything more, but you may want more, and you'll have to like either work out of it or just end that relationship.
Do you mean work out of it as in withhold sex?
It could, whatever you need to do to work out of it. If it means withholding sex, having deeper conversations, being more open with each other.
But when you say you mean work out of it, work out of the casual sex into a
something more
serious monogamous relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I think that's sort of, when it comes to having sex, that's kind of Pandora's box.
Mm-hmm.
Like, once you've had sex with a guy, I would argue most men are going, like, if you have sex with him and then you're like, whoa, hold on, actually, no, let's get to know each other better first. I think, look, you're free to do that. Absolutely.
Seems like mixed signals.
But a lot of guys are going to be like, well, we already did it. I would, like, most guys are going to be like, that's really weird. Like, you should have been, if you're going to play the game, you should have been proper about it. You can't do this whole thing of like, well, it was a mistake. Then he's going to actually feel like,
well, no,
he's going to feel
saying that
bad
it's a
about it or
mistake.
something.
No, like you guys like did like talk and have conversations before and stuff. It's not just like, oh, like it was a one night stand and then you regret it after and want a relationship. Not like that.
Okay.
Just more like say you guys were friends before or something and you hooked up and now that's the only dynamic that you guys have.
But so you're saying you're going to withdraw sex? Is that what you're, in order to...
If that's what it takes, I'm not saying that I would do that, but if that's what it takes for somebody to get into a more serious relationship from like that fuck buddies situation to something else, then...
It's not even clear to me if women making men wait to have sex is going to guarantee you a long-term
No, I'm not saying
relationship.
wait to have sex. I'm saying like if that's what somebody wants to do, but I'm just saying like you could have more like conversations with that person or be more open and communicate more.
Okay. You also said, so I guess my point is dating in this modern age is hard. Most of us are looking for the next best thing to come around and not willing to take the time and effort that is needed in a relationship. Are you describing yourself?
Not myself, my experiences. Yeah. I don't think people, in my own experiences, I don't think that people have taken the time enough to like, I don't know, maybe it's just my generation, but they're not wanting to like commit and settle and stuff. So,
Okay. Okay. We'll touch on that. You said you believe there's a lot to do with instant gratification, like situationships. You get all the benefits of a relationship besides the commitment. It's a dating loophole. So can you be a bit more specific? Who gets the benefits? Is it the man that gets the benefits in a situationship?
I think it could be either or.
Okay.
Whoever's either
Both
one could be the beneficiary.
different ways. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said something about commitment here. Do you guys think that going around the table on this, and you wanted to talk about why do men have a hard time committing? Do you guys think that men have a hard time committing to women?
Overall?
Yeah. Are men commitment phobic? I've heard that term a lot.
I mean, I really think it just depends on the man.
Of course it depends, but generally speaking.
I don't
Are
know.
men scared of commitment? I've heard this said.
I don't know. I mean, I personally, I haven't heard any of these things before, so I don't know.
Okay, what about you?
I think that men, like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, in your notes, you said why do men have a hard time committing?
I don't know why they have a hard time.
No, that's not what I'm asking, but you think men have a hard time
Yeah.
committing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Not sure.
Maybe younger men more.
I think men have a hard time committing to a woman they don't want to commit to, but when they do want to commit to someone, it's pretty easy for them.
Facts.
Okay. All right. Well, question for the ladies here. Of the times think of, like, it could be shorter term relationships, but also including long-term relationships, boyfriends. More often than not, who would you say has ended the relationships? You or the man? And if you want to actually say, well, 3 out of 4, I ended it.
I ended all of them.
You've ended all of them?
I've ended like 2 out of the 4.
2 out of 4?
Yeah.
Okay, 50%. Okay.
I like mutual ghosting.
Okay.
Mutual agreement, usually. I've ended maybe like 2 of them, but otherwise it was coming to a mutual decision.
Okay.
All but one, they ended it.
I ended all of them.
Ended all of them?
I did.
You ended all of them? It's very interesting to me, and look, some of you guys didn't have a very strong position on the whole, well, men are afraid of commitment. It's interesting to me that women complain often that men are scared of commitment, yet when you do get commitment, a lot of you women overwhelmingly are the initiators of ending said commitment. And this is also evidenced by, for example, divorce statistics. Women initiate 80% of divorces. Oh, I wish men would marry me. I wish I could get married. I wish men would make the ultimate commitment. Yet in the ultimate commitment, women are overwhelmingly initiating divorces. And in breakups, I would also argue women overwhelmingly initiate breakups. So when you do finally get the commitment that you so desperately want, it's interesting to me that women overwhelmingly are terrible at commitment. Because you end the commitment overwhelmingly. Why is that?
Why do we end the commitment or the relationship?
Look, some of you said it was kind of 50-50, but I've heard from a lot of women, and it seems to me that women overwhelmingly end relationships. So you want commitment, but you overwhelmingly end the commitment. That's interesting. So wouldn't that also explain perhaps men's hesitance to commit to women, because women are much more likely to be the ones to initiate the breakup or initiate the divorce?
So men are scared of us?
They're not scared. I don't think it's scared. Although perhaps I think if men are scared of commitment, for example, marriage, I think they're absolutely righteous in that position, because they get absolutely destroyed by the biased family court system. They get destroyed in divorce through community property, through alimony.
No, I mean, they're terrified of you, right? It's not scared, terrified.
Okay.
But not because of you. They're terrified of the situations which happen around women that lead to really terrible outcomes for a lot of men. That's what they're terrified of.
Okay. I could see that.
Okay, moving. Next notes. We have only 2 more here. You said, I think 2. You said sugar daddy with a weight fetish, toxic relationship through gas. Well, I'll let you tell us the story. What was the sugar daddy with a weight fetish?
I had like this sugar daddy from the club, and he would have me like, he would give me money, but have me send him videos of me like eating and like looking like overweight and stuff, because he got off on that, I guess. And
What do they call them, eaters or whatever?
Feeders?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's...
Yeah, he was trying to like get me to like gain weight. And,
Yeah, that's a feeder.
And I did it for like a little bit, but it was weird. It was really weird. So I stopped. And then he
How much
also
would he...
liked...
Oh, go ahead.
He also liked like heel play and stuff.
What's that?
It's, I don't know, like It's not. It was always with clothes on and stuff. But he would have me like choke him out with my heels from the club. Like he bought me like 9-inch heels to like choke him with.
Oh, you would meet up with him
at the club.
Okay, he would book VIPs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How much do you charge for
a heel choke out?
Well, that
well, he
and
would
a
pay
weight
me
fetish
like monthly.
video.
Like it
oh,
would
you had
be
an
like,
allowance?
Yeah, it would be like.
How much did he pay?
Like, cause he had it on. I would get like a couple grand a month, and then like if I gained like an extra 5-10 pounds, then I get like 500 to 1,000 and stuff. And then if I hit 200, then I get like
200 pounds.
If I hit 200 pounds, then I get like $10,000 and stuff. But I never hit 200 pounds.
Did you have other sugar daddies while like at this point or currently?
No, I kind of have one, but
okay.
He's new.
What's the allowance looking like?
I mean, the other night was like 1,200, which was cool.
Does he see you? Is this online or did he see you at the club?
This is through the club. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have to give a percentage to the club, or this is all
what
your
I
take
make
home?
in tips is mine.
Okay. So you tip 1,200.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nice. Okay. Something about toxic relationship and
I don't know if I want to talk about that anymore. Wait,
the statute of limitations has passed. It was years ago. Something about gas and his car.
Yeah.
You lit it on fire?
Almost.
You said stripper tales.
Stripper tales.
What's that fucking show? DuckTales.
DuckTales.
Stripper tales. Woohoo. Okay. All right.
Dragon Tales.
I don't know.
It's DuckTales. Get it right. Get it right, Lizzie.
That night was kind of like a fever dream, but my ex and I were fighting really bad.
Were you coming down?
Yes, kind of. We were both really fucked up. So.
And you're also bipolar, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
tell us about the property damage. Start there.
So, basically, I ran to his car because some shit had happened. I saw another girl in the back of his car, and I got mad, and this gas tank was in my way, and it spilled on me, and I got pissed, and I just started throwing the gas all over his car and the people in it, and then I tried fighting everybody.
On fire.
If there was a match, I probably would have gone to jail, and I would not be sitting here. But that's why we don't drink liquor anymore.
Wait, so the pretext for you throwing the gas on his car and the people inside it was because you were upset that you got gas on yourself, or were you upset because another girl was in his car?
I wasn't even focused on the girl when the gas spilled on me. It was just the gas spilled on me, and I was pissed. So I was like, everybody else needs gas.
Everybody else needs gas?
Yes.
All gas, no brakes?
No brakes, all gas.
Okay, that's interesting. There's no matches around or something? Okay.
Yeah, tell us how much of your boyfriend's stuff over the years that you've broken has been a lot or a little bit?
No, not a lot at all.
Have you slashed any tires?
No. I wasn't a very violent person. It was just, if you get your buttons pushed enough, something's bound to happen.
You know.
So
just
usually not gas all over the car and people, but
no.
You said stripper tales. What is that? That would be a good
segue
name for stripper. You said stripper tales, and that you were in a 3-year relationship. Lots of wild things happened in that relationship.
My stripper tales. What else can I don't know. You guys want to hear like a funny story, like some? It's just.
Then
I think it's funny.
At 7.
It's short, but basically I was doing a VIP with this guy, and I was just dancing, doing my thing, and he takes his shirt off, and he's like, "Rub my nipples, please." And I just had to take a step back, and I literally immediately started laughing at him because I'm like, "Rub your fucking nipples, excuse me." I did it because I thought it was funny. So.
Wait, you rubbed his nipples?
I did.
How much did he pay you?
It was like, I don't really remember.
That's fucking disgusting.
Like 100 something
Oh.
for the whole VIP. It wasn't, but I just thought it was hilarious. So.
Okay. Well, I think we'll leave it on
Nipples.
on that. I'm trying to think if there was anything else, but I'm pretty sure we are. Nick, are there any tabs that I had pulled up that I showed you that I didn't get to, or are we?
Me too. I have it all still.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you can. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Oh, look at that. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And then, guys, go to our second channel, our clips channel. Oh, look at that. It's Andrew Wilson down there. We got some great clips with him. Maddie loves that third one from the left. And there's Chase, you know, there's Ahigao Queen Nala. And guys, we're trying to get to 1 million subscribers on this channel, whatever second. There's links in the description. Mods, if you can put it in the chat. Help us get the 1 million subscriber plaque. This is the 100,000 subscriber plaque. So go ahead and do that. I'm going to go raid somebody on Twitch. Let me just check that out really quick. Hold on 1 sec, boys. And while I say that, I do want to say, everybody go subscribe to the Crucible Andrew Wilson's channel, guys. Get him to 100,000 so he can get his own $100,000 or what? Excuse me, 100,000 subscriber 100,000 subscriber plaque. That would be very nice. Wait, what? Why isn't it letting me raid? None of my followed people are.
Sometimes they have to set it up on their end so that you can.
Oh, that's weird. Let me just double check. I want to try to raid somebody, but it's not. If not, no worries.
Yeah.
You can do it on YouTube too.
Yeah. Nobody does it on YouTube, but okay. All right, guys. Hold on. Okay, that's it. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You can be anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Your patronage is very much appreciated. Thank you guys so much. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific with the great Andrew Wilson. He'll be back on Tuesday. We've got a great panel for Tuesday. Probably better than this one. No offense, guys.
It's okay.
Except to you.
What?
No.
What about me?
Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Oh, did somebody say wait? Or
No.
I thought somebody had something else to add. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara. Are we forgetting something? I feel like we're forgetting something. Types? It's too late. Okay. Thank you to the panel. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. 07's in the chat.